after this wretched, you know, shall we say, cyber bureaucracy. And so much to do there.
Oh, fuck. I'm not signed in Google on my...
Okay, that would help. That would help.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm glad they didn't do the cell phone prompting, because that was what I was getting last time.
Okay.
And my cell phone is so fucked. You know, I got the shot today and whatnot.
Oh, you
Like,
can tell us about that after we go live. I mean, we're live, but you know, after I get the link, then
all right,
it'll
yeah,
be kind of
let me
more
get that
official
link.
because we want people to hear that, you know, and
Okay, yeah, I got the notification, and here's the link.
Wonderful,
Good.
bless you. And okay, so I take it you're putting it inside of the Skype text box, yes? And
Yes.
okay, good. I'll be looking forward to it there. And honestly, it's a wonder that and Pac-1 is typing as well. Which so let's see.
I was doing it at the same time as him.
Okay,
he beat me to it.
Okay, yeah, I got the notification, and
Excellent.
Here's the link. Good.
Excellent. So now, thank you both of you for putting your upvotes, and we'll take it from here. Where is the share? There we are. Okay, it took a while for my eyes to see it. And then let's get over to testing it. And just a remarkable series of things that I've had to deal with lately. And just now, turn the mute off.
And
Excellent.
here's the...
Perfect. Okay, good. So that works. Now, if you gentlemen will just take over and talk trivia, talk about your shot after we're officially on, because that way people can hear about it, and you know, they're going to want to hear about it, and so that's important.
Okay.
Yeah. And
well, yeah, we were talking about this cancel culture, because I haven't heard about this. But supposedly they've been scrubbing, like, they scrubbed Uncle Ben. They scrubbed the black guy off of Uncle Ben. They scrubbed the black woman off of Aunt Jemima and all this other stuff. What the fuck is going on in this country?
Go
on.
No, well, and just with the way they're playing it is like they're so offended. Like if it's like and like so, it's mostly like white people. I mean,
yes,
it's not. I mean, because Mexicans, we don't like. They're trying to like now. They're targeting Speedy Gonzalez right now, and like we're as part of the Mexican delegation. I speak that Speedy Gonzalez and his dope token smoking cousin Slowpoke Rodriguez, they can stay. So let's not get rid of them. But no, seriously, they're taking offense, like Pepe Le Pew. Cartoon. I know it's stupid shit like cartoons. There's things that's not even like.
But you do realize how this is like closet racism, because what they're basically doing is they're saying, "Oh, we find it racist." How the fuck does someone white find it racist?
Well, they're saying Pepe Le Pew. They're saying Pepe Le Pew represents rape culture, so that's why they're getting rid of him. But like they just
wait a minute. How the fuck does Pepe look? How does he represent rape culture?
Oh God.
I don't know. I have, and that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's probably because he's aggressive. You know the way he always machinery.
All right, granted.
But
what they could do is they could just like animate him doing something different. Then just change his behavior.
Exactly.
Why the fuck get rid of him? It's like, what the fuck? It's like they're trying to like bury everything under the rug now. It's like they're trying to have this puritanical white image. I guess they're getting rid of. They're saying, oh, if we find it offensive that these colored people are on things because it's racist against them. Meanwhile, what they're really trying to say is, we just don't want no niggers or we don't want no niggers or spics on our fucking shit. We want everything to be white. That's all they're pretty much saying.
Well, so we countered them, man. So they found the real girl, the real lady who created the 7 herbs and spices for KFC. And they said, she died broke and everything. They just posted a big old thing like, since we're canceling people, how about we cancel Colonel Sanders? Like the rest of them stealing shit from people, leaving them broke with no money.
Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, it's this hypocrisy, this racist shit has just gone on for too long. We're in 2021. We're supposed to be flying in fucking cars. We're supposed to have free energy. We're supposed to have fucking telepathy. We're supposed to be summoning demons out of the sky. Like, I mean, and everyone's supposed to be like interracially fucking, and everything's supposed to be
I believe that.
hunky-dory. I mean, it's supposed to be like a dude.
I believe the perfect race is all the races mixed together. I do believe that.
It's supposed to be like Japanese anime. It's not supposed to be like. What the fuck is this, man? 21st century America, and I'm looking around and I'm like, what the fuck happened? It's like we're going backwards. In fact, I was thinking the other day that, in ancient cultures, ancient civilizations where they had wars and they conquered each other, they weren't as racist as they are today. They really weren't.
It's kind of hard to tell, but definitely.
Granted, you had people going to war like the Egyptians and the Hyksos and all this other stuff, but the thing is, like if we look at the Roman culture, like even if you were a black slave, you still had the ability to buy your freedom. Yes. And work your way into a political office.
Yes. And by the way, I do want to emphasize that the Roman legionnaires, the legions by necessity, had to diversify because they simply didn't have that manpower for that enormous an empire. So when you do see them on the History Channel adding in a black legionnaire or even someone of the higher ranks, that's not something that is done in the sense of political correctness. That's color coding history. It's actually far more accurate than the way they used to portray it. So
it's done out of convenience, but that's the thing. But this is the problem: is that nowadays people don't even look at it from a convenience standpoint. People are looking at it like if you're a different race, you're inconvenient. They don't care what skills you have, and that's how fucking retarded shit is now.
Right. The term you're looking for, by the way, is pragmatic. It's practical. It's practical that they would use other people. And besides that, the Legion stayed posted for generations overseas. So they married all the locals. They intermarried with all of them. They would raise their sons to be in the Legion. So it's basically a kind of a garrison culture which integrated other cultures, and the end result was they were able to maintain the empire for a great span of time after that. A lot of that was also the lack of communications. No one knew what was going on back home, so they continued to hold ground. So that's why you had the phenomenon of those lost legions or garrisons that Edgar... Oh God, who was it again? Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote about in the Tarzan novels, like a lost garrison in Africa, deep down beneath the Sahara and the like. So there was reality to what he said. So Sammy Romero, let's see what he has to say, and that should help us. And in terms of his comment, and he says, sounding clear, Doug and Jameson and Pack One. So thank you so much, Sammy. And let me write to him, much obliged. And in the interim, we have a few minutes left. Again, I will ask these two gentlemen by my side to maintain us in talk. I think I don't need to go anywhere at the minute. A moment. And so I guess I can just officially start. Yeah, soon. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
All right. I think the tragedy of the cancel culture is that what it does is it drives the divisions further. Basically, they're basically saying, we want there to be a civil war. And also, there is the news. Also, I found out that they failed to pass the $15 minimum wage.
Well, the vote was held today for the all important, the sustenance that we're trying to get through. I got to get my head out of my ass before I can even address it. As for what we can do is we can look that up. Minimum wage, was minimum wage even included in that?
Yeah, they vetoed that in the package.
Okay.
From what I read.
Wow.
Okay.
So the Senate doesn't want you to be able to survive. Get rid of your fucking Senate. Why?
Yes.
You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say something that I shouldn't say.
Mm-hmm.
But if now, all right, if I were someone who were a white male who was angry at the government and worshipped Donald Trump, instead of storming the Congress, I would perhaps storm the Senate. Just an idea.
They were both in the same Capitol building that got stormed. In terms of this, yes, it was voted down, but that was 5 days ago. So today they voted on the package that was everything else. So let's officially start the show any minute. We're going to be at the top of the hour. I might as well officially start it now, and then we can get into Pac-1 talking about his business, and we'll take it from there. We might dabble a little in cancel culture and the minimum wage as soon as both of you gentlemen, decide to segue in that direction. Honestly, my head's not right here at the moment, so I can just let you guys run with it. I do want people.
I know what it's like. I was like that earlier today. I barely got out of Brooklyn.
But I'm glad you made it home. So we have two things to report. Yeah. One is that, in the personal level, on my end, there's three things to report on my end. Of course, I'll wait till Peter's here before I start venting and catharting. That's just about what a week it was. It was really all thrown off. Bizarrely enough, by the intervention or by Comcast, which was working on the on these various implements that had been stuck on the ground when they were first setting up the cables directed towards my neighborhood, so that these circuit breakers could literally switch off service to my address specifically at will. And so Comcast went in and intervened with those. We know that for a fact because it impacted my computer directly, in that the time that they were working on that, I was unable to access anything on the net, even though I was online. In other words, just to try and clarify this for people who may not technically get it, when Comcast does work, as it does quite frequently in San Francisco because it has to, when it updates systems and it shuts down neighborhoods, and it happens frequently enough because I do talk to neighbors, and I don't mean just next door neighbors. I mean like people at the corner store, etc. And there are people who literally work online as I do, and these are like, everybody does these days. But so these impacts on their services, they impact people because people work 24 hours a day. And so when that happens, you're either online or you're not. It's kind of like being pregnant. But what I had the other day when they did this was one of those rare in-between times where I'm online, but none of the sites that I go for, which is Google, Chrome, anything on it, Facebook, anything, YouTube, etc., that is subsidiary to Google and through Chrome. And whether I was using Google or Firefox, whichever search engine, I couldn't reach anything because my IP address was not recognized, essentially. And so that meant that I was online, but someone was working directly on my computer. It was Comcast, of course, because when I called them, pretty much everything verified together. I didn't even need to talk to a person. The automated system said the neighborhood was under repairs, and as I said, they usually give themselves a ghastly amount of time, like an entire day. Basically, they'll say your service will be off for the day because they're just covering their ass. The reality is it's usually back on in a few minutes. In this case, it was long enough where there was no point. I had nothing to do, like I usually do is after I do the transmission, which is 12 hours long. I'm so burnt that I'm not going to be doing anything else other than cruising online. That's basically what I do to before I go to sleep. And since I couldn't do that, and I didn't have the energy to do anything else, I just went to sleep before the Meals on Wheels delivered their home delivered meals. So, when I did that, then I was like lying fitfully during that period of time because I was concerned, not knowing whether or not that truly was, because I hadn't spoken to a Comcast representative and just took all of my assumptions based on the automated system, which was saying the place was under repairs, etc., that it probably was them working on the circuit breakers directly connected to my computer. Either that or my computer was totally fucked and I'd have to call my 3D graphics modeler when I woke back up. I couldn't do that before I went to sleep because we're talking about by the time I'm finished and between that time and the Meals on Wheels delivers its meals, it's just too early to call my 3D graphics modeler. He wouldn't respond positively. So I had to wait until whenever I next woke up. And then when I checked in, the computer was working. That's when I had my second wind. And then I stayed up and basically wrote a chapter for the book. And that essentially killed me the rest of the week. My sleeping schedule, which is always unusual, really was non-existent after that. And so I wound up staying up for several days, just not because I was like, how would I say it? Not because I had to, but simply because I didn't feel sleepy. And then, then it destroyed my ability to sleep later. So I had a sleep deficit, which I talked about on the last transmission, and really won't catch up on it. Even though I caught up on it the other day, I was still in an odd sleep pattern by the time of tonight's transmission. So, it'll normalize after transmission today, God willing, and the river doesn't rise, as my father used to say. Just basically, if there's nothing else that happens, then I'll just cruise the internet after I'm done with transmission and then pick up the home delivered meals and then go to sleep and then sleep throughout the day like I normally do. And then wake up fit to do everything. So other than that, I had to spend yesterday dealing with everything because it's the beginning of the week. I have to pay all my bills and do my shopping, and it's just to me this is not anything innocuous. This is like I pay my bills through the mail system because I am still stuck in the 20th century in so many ways. There's some bills I pay online, but the rest, unfortunately, I have to mail out. And then when I do my shopping, there's all kinds of very specific, how would I say it, situations to my living in a hoarder's crypt that just make it impossible to load anything conveniently in the fridge. It's just, I could go on and on, but basically, that killed the day. And then I basically slept a few hours and then got ready for transmission. But what I can tell you, this is this much, since everybody was talking about certain subjects before we officially started the program. I can tell you that it's the Tokyo Firebombing Memorial Day. I won't be overdwelling on that because there is not too much to tell you that I haven't said multiple times already. That would just be repeating myself. I can go over some things briefly about it, but far more importantly, there were some things that were done by Google recently in terms of their commitment to diversity and the culture of bringing up international figures so that Americans can actually appreciate that there's other people in the world. The last time we were transmitting, which I didn't have a chance to bring up because I was just too fucking blasted on all the sleep deficit I was dealing with, there was a lot of things I didn't respond to that I will probably respond to tonight, since we have the company at Pack One with us live along with Jameson. But one of the things was I forgot to bring up the fact that there was this wonderful woman who was a pool player who was Japanese, and she actually broke the barrier of a lot of there were no women in pool. And so what Google was honoring on Wednesday, or I think was Sunday, our last transmission, was this wonderful Japanese woman who was breaking into pool. I don't remember her name. I'd have to look it up. But that was one of the subjects they were bringing up as for today, very coincidentally. And far more importantly, just in terms of overall historic impact, they were bringing up a doctor who was fighting the plague in Manchuria. So I will be talking a bit about him, not based on the goddamn Google Doodle, but based on the deep history behind the doctor that the Google Doodle is referencing. So, and that, of course, would be Dr. Wu Liantan. And, of course, my gang brother's name is Wu. So, in a sense, he'd be one of a distant relation. There's only 100 basic surnames, 100 basic family names in China, with over 1 billion people. And families each have their own magazine, or different, like circulatory news sources was the way it was for the longest time. And family gatherings like conferences, etc., kind of like supermassive reunions. And obviously, this varies from region to region, but Wu Liantan was someone I'll go into. If I go into it now, of course, it just preempts everything I'll do later. But definitely an important figure in history, and it pertains to the plague that we'll be talking about that is now becoming evident was indeed weaponized in China. There is now news that verifies that. So there's several things to bring up in that regard.
Holy crap.
Oh, well, yeah, there's two.
I want to jump on that and start searching for things right now then.
Because
Because that is interesting.
Well, there's not too much out on it other than the fact that we got the early warning. Basically, American diplomats were warning of the coronavirus danger in Wuhan 2 years before the outbreak. And that was on January 15th that Donald Trump was finally informed about it in the last hours of his presidency. It took that long to get through the chain of command. But that just shows you how the system is just not functioning. But far more immediate would be the fact that a State Department spokesperson has confirmed that online platforms directed by Russian intelligence are spreading disinformation about the coronavirus vaccines distributed in the United States. So this is war to the hilt. The Russians want you fucking dead. They don't want you taking vaccines. Meanwhile, they're distributing their vaccines. And so this is a situation where the Sino-Slavic synaxis, both China engineered the Wuhan virus and Russia is preventing people from getting the vaccines. These are two superpowers acting in tandem to take down the Western world. If you don't realize that by now, you're out of your fucking mind. This is not conspiracy or paranoia. This is war. This is fucking war. And so we're in the midst of a global war. This is a war where your body is the fucking battlefield. And when you say, I don't want the vaccine and I'm not wearing the mask, you're on the side of the enemy. And you're spreading it to everyone else in the United States. And Texas has opened up 100% today. Texas has joined the Sino-Slavic synaxis. For all intents and purposes, they've seceded from the Union and they're taking the side of Russia and China. This is where we're at. So when you speak of civil war and all the rest of this, the cancel culture and all the rest of that is mere background noise. This is where it's at, is the fact that this is the kind of plague that took down the Mongol Empire. So I'll be pointing out the fact that the Russians and the Chinese had absolutely no connections with each other or knowledge of each other until the Mongol Empire united them. This is the echo of that Mongol unification of the Slavs in Moscow and the Chinese people in the south. And it's echoing today. Of course, the Mongol Empire collapsed from its own manufacturing of the Black Plague, and the end result was the ascent of Europe thereafter. Of course, it was the Japanese who stopped the Mongols. So we're in a situation today where the Russians and the Chinese are set to take down America, and America is helping itself do that. I'll address that more in depth throughout the arc of narrative tonight, but in terms of what both of these young gentlemen were basically talking about in terms of the package that they were voting on today, take it from Bernie Sanders, the 1.9 trillion United States dollar COVID-19 rescue package that squeezed through the Senate yesterday, or Saturday. It's Wednesday today, if I remember correctly, with the lack of sleep that I've been getting, is, well, according to the sales pitch, it's the most significant piece of legislation to benefit working families in the modern history of the United States. Now, the liberal icons claim for this bill, the centerpiece of Joe Biden's presidential agenda, is significant, since modern Democrats like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin watered down some of its key provisions. Now, the long-term significance of the bill lies not in its immediate stimulus payments of $1,400 to some Americans, which is nothing, or its extension of unemployment benefits for the extra billions for reopening schools and boosting vaccination drives. The measure includes an array of tax credits for low-income families, though 2021, in an effort to lift millions out of poverty. So the bill's supporters suggest that it could cut child poverty by half. Now, economically, the bill is conceived to get people back to work, the kids into school, and business up and running again by cranking up the pace of vaccines. Now, more symbolically, it is a statement of intent by Biden that he will use federal power to widen the social safety net and help the poorest of Americans. And politically, the bill is popular with many Americans, despite Republican politicians' opposition. Now, the bill is the exact inverse, the total opposite of the earlier $1.5 trillion US dollar tax cut that represented the sole significant legislative accomplishment of ex-President Donald Trump and completely benefited, by intention, only wealthy Americans and corporations. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Hello? Yeah, I gotta set up a new password. Hold on. Just wait for me.
Increase legislation to increase
Okay,
wages.
if anyone can hear me, just let me know. And
yes, you're audible.
Okay, now I have a strange symbol on the screen that has to do with the OBS. For some reason, it's showing the OBS, the online broadcasting software symbol for the Skype call, whatever that means. But here, I'll share the screen with both of you gentlemen just so you can see that. In case either one of you gentlemen don't know, that's the online broadcasting software symbol, which for some reason is now appearing on the Skype.
Interesting.
Yeah, and
you get some weird ass glitches, man.
well, anyhow, so I was signed out of the Microsoft, quote unquote, for my security, and so there was a warning, which of course I couldn't see because I was basically hosting the program, and the warning came in through my my email, basically saying that they thought somebody else had accessed my Microsoft account. So for safety, I was signed out of my account, which could have been the person who invaded the account signed me out of my account. But for whatever reason, perhaps they simply had the impression somebody had added, had gotten into the account and signed me out for security reasons, forcing me to change the password. So the password has been changed, and there we go from there. And we're back on now, and So let's take a look at the messages. Certainly there must be some people who have sent something in, and let's take a look at what Sammy Romero was saying. Janet Lee is the Black Widow of pool player you're referring to. No, she's Vietnamese. Thank you. Janet Lee is Vietnamese, who, of course, I was a fan of. And she says, Doug, can you briefly cover Meghan Merkel interviews shock on the racism of the royals, the fact that certain Americans are surprised that the royals have superior outlook on people of color is oxymoronic, shaking my head. Thank you. Well, the best person to cover that, of course, will be, our man George Knight. When I bring him on, it would actually be John Warrington, who follows that much more closely, but he's very difficult to coordinate with because our time schedules are so different by 8 hours. So that apparently seems to be the majority. I don't think anyone had any time to say anything. So let's check into the live stream, and hopefully that did not interrupt the live stream.
No, it didn't. I actually kept everything going by reading this article about the $15 federal minimum wage failing in the Senate.
Yes. Well, there you have that. Oh my God. When it comes to that, as I said, this bill is the inverse of that earlier $1.5 trillion tax cut.
It's still a hell of a lot better than, it's still better than nothing.
Well, I'm trying to. This is a praise that I'm heaping onto it. What I'm saying is considered to be a positive. What ex-President Donald Trump did simply benefited wealthy Americans and corporations alone, and no one else. This bill, on the other hand, the stimulus package, places Biden in the same conversation as supermassive reforming Democratic presidents like Lyndon Baines Johnson with his war on poverty, or Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who incepted the welfare state. Even if most of the measures included in the American Rescue Plan expire after a couple of years. Now, the bill, as far as I understood it, returned to the House since it was stripped of some popular elements like the raise in the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and wrenching negotiations between Democrats in the Senate on the issue on Saturday throughout this last weekend, which was the last time I really checked. They underscored the progressive to moderate divide in Biden's majority in the chamber that threatened to derail future efforts like climate change and voting reform from this point forward. But nevertheless, the president was looking likely to sign this first major legacy win this week, so I'm presuming something was signed today, not least because the communist Bernie Sanders, the progressive champion that Biden beat on the way to the Democratic nomination, would at least give him cover before the House vote. So with that being said, we did want Mr. Pac-1 to speak about his business. We wanted Jameson to talk about his shot. So whichever one of you gentlemen decides to go first, by all means, take it away and tell us. I presume that Jameson could go first and cover it,
No, actually, I'll let Pac-1 go first.
Okay, good. All right. So, Pac-1, by all
Cheryl.
means, take the hour and tell us about what is going on that made you decide on something. Obviously, everyone's very upset by what you said. We are concerned. So, could you put this into a better context for us?
Yeah, for sure. So, I'm getting ready to move, and I have my trailer, my taco truck that I'm not taking with me because I'm not gonna drag it across country. I'm just gonna sell it. But I was thinking to myself, I have a lot of recipes, and I have what I'm selling is instead of just selling my taco truck right out, I'm gonna sell the business because I have a taco business and a tamale business. And when I leave, that's not, it's not going to be here or whatever, and I'm not going to come back to Michigan, so I'm not really worried about someone in Michigan having these recipes. So I was just going to sell basically my recipes and my trailer, with it, see if someone, I'm selling it I said I'd take 45,000 for it, but it's worth way more. Like, you know, I've worked this business for the past about 6 years now, since 2000, yeah, about 2015 I started. So, you know, past 6 years, I've put everything into this business. I've built it up. You know, I got a circuit. I have dealings with, you know, other, you know, functions like fairs and, you know, weed festivals and, you know, just stuff like that. Like I have everything set up, you know, and so I'm not gonna, you know, clearly I'm not gonna sell it for, you know, what it, you know, what I make with it, or, you know, what it's exactly worth. So, you know, if someone really wants to be about their money, or, you know, wants to, you know, take a risk and, you know, something that can be great, you know, you get as much as you put into it, you get out of it. You know, my business is, you know, something that I take pride in. And when I go out west, my taco truck, I'm trying to do different food. You know, I'm working with other recipes and things that, you know, I'm trying out that I want, you know, that's going to be good, fast street food, or, you know, like stuff like just cool stuff, man. So it's not going to be just your regular, you know, tacos and shredded chicken and steak and, you know, beans and rice. It's going to be other stuff too now. So figured, you know, make some money with it, you know, if someone's, you know, was serious about it. If not, you know, whatever, it's not a loss. I can sell the trailer. But, you know, it's just something that I was thinking about, you know. I figure why not.
Yeah, that's thank you for sharing that. Well, by all means, give out your contacts so that people can make this purchase, and tell us about the cost, etc.
Yeah. So I could, so I'll give you could reach me at facebook.com/LLuchaTaco. That's ELLUCHATACO. And that's my business page on Facebook, and that's where I can be contacted if anyone's serious. I didn't post it on that page because I'm not really, you know, I was just thinking about it, so I'm sure I'll get everything together. I already have a guy who's he's actually coming up here from Florida next week, and he's going to look at the trailer and the equipment and stuff. He messaged me on there, so he directly messaged me, and so see how that goes, if he's serious about it or whatever. But yeah, I got, you know, I'm busy all year round. Like when my taco truck opens up, like it's right now, it's March. It's been beautiful. Past week it was 70 Monday and 75 Tuesday, which was yesterday, and then today it was about 60. Like sunny days. It's been really nice. So it's kind of got me like in a cleaning mood, and, you know, trying to get everything together, and, you know, just so I'm just gonna go out there and start getting the trailer together. And I was thinking, you know, I've been so wrapped up with these tamales. I was gonna probably give these businesses, you know, notice that I'm probably gonna cut down to doing my tamales maybe, you know, once every 2 weeks, or, you know, whatever, just so I can focus on my truck. But if I sell it all, I don't have to worry about anything. I can just relax till it's time to move, you know? So, sounds like a plan to me.
That was beautiful. Thank you. And honestly, we wish the best for you, but it begs the question. Obviously, there's an inconvenience with taking the trailer here to California, where I am. Of course, you're going to be in a different part of the state, down south, which in many ways is like a different country. But certainly one of the things that begs the question. Obviously, as I said before, your wife is not going to have any problem finding employment. We're desperately in need of nurses. But what I'm wondering is, what are you going to do?
So I already have my whole plan. So first thing that I'll do as soon as I get there is I'll go downtown to the health department, whatever city we're at or county we're at, and I'll immediately check out for the Safe Serve classes. That way I can get certified in Safe Serve, because that's something you have to know how to, you know, properly store food, and, you know, just cleaning and temperatures. You know, everything has to be. So you gotta have that before you can even apply for your license, your business license. And I'll start working on my business plan. I'll start looking for my food truck. Same time, I'll probably I'll just be getting things in order. I'll start exploring and going and seeing where the little Mexican villages are around by me, or where they do have tortilla factories, because chances are wherever they have tortilla factories, they're gonna have the masa to make the tamales or make gorditas and stuff like that. So just get logistics out, and get everything down and ready to go. I'll hit the ground running as soon as I get there. I'm not one of those people who can just sit around and be like, what should I do? Or, with my thumb up my ass, twiddling it. No, I gotta move. Yeah.
Well, I have no doubt about that. Yes, and I'm certain Elizabeth wouldn't allow it anyway, but that's not.
She would probably actually like it. She always tells me I work too much.
Okay.
So, she'll get home. I'll still be doing stuff, here and there. But yeah, she works too much. She asked me, but she loves her job. That's where all her friends are. It's her life, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. But
go on.
Yes.
Yeah, by all means. No, continue. I mean, I want to hear more about your plans while you're here, and how do you feel your kids are going to adapt?
Oh yeah. So as far with the schools, we want to look in and get wherever we can get my daughter in, because she does but this sports wise, that has good chances to be seen, for a scholarship or whatever. They got good teams and stuff. We want to do that because she's really good at. She's she plays basketball, she plays softball, volleyball, and she's she's been one of the top athletes on any team she's been on for years. And so we want to get her somewhere that's they're gonna be good for her, that like that. And my son, he's still got probably like 2 more years before we even get, about what do they do, 4 or 5 when they go into preschool, huh?
Oh God,
still got like about another
you're
year.
Asking me?
Right. I guess I'm thinking out loud, but yeah, I believe it's about 4, because kindergarten's 5. So yeah, yep. So when he's about 4, still got about another year. So yeah, I guess, and we'll probably end up having to look for like a daycare or something, because if I take when I'm doing my stuff, I can't take the kids with me. They do that down there in Mexico, but
oh God, but the daycares are so expensive. They're
they're expensive here. I can only imagine out there.
Yes. I mean, it's just every bit of money that you have would be going to daycare.
Have a part-time job to pay for daycare.
Yes. Oh my God.
You have to have your job and a part-time job. I mean, but and I know, JMO, you're talking about the $15 an hour, but honestly, man, there's people out here who've been getting 15, and here in Flint that have been getting $15 an hour for forever, and they still sell dope, bro. So I mean, it's not really. Hey, tell you, man, that 15 don't mean shit. That equates to $10 under the table.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is,
Yeah. No, to at least have it established, locked in. I get what you're saying, but I was just saying,
I mean, because if you still gotta sling rocks and you're getting $15 an hour, imagine what someone who's getting $7.25 has to do on the side.
Oh no. I've been to a lot of places where it's pretty fucked up, man. People still getting $5 an hour and shit like that, man. Yeah, when I was down there in Texas, I was getting when I was living in Texas, I was getting $6.50 an hour, and that was when I was living in the Rio Grande Valley, back in 2012, and that was horrible. That was like $300 checks every 2 weeks.
It's just awful. Of course, I could rave about that for hours. It almost doesn't bear going into, since the problem should be obvious in terms of the challenges that trying to survive on minimum wage. What that means for most Americans. It's their quality of life is they have none.
What this does indicate to me is that it's unlikely we're going to see a universal living wage in America, because unless we somehow get rid of the Senate
Well, like I said,
Fucked.
it's going to come probably to civil war, and then a social revolution will be enabled through that. That's pretty much what's going to happen, and then
What
of
the
course,
heck would a civil war look like, though? I mean,
These
I, I, I,
day and age,
I don't even want to think about what it would look like. I'm fairly certain it would be a hell of a lot worse than what
the
was.
original. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I know people, dude. Man, I just, yeah. There's people who have whole ass fucking military armories in their basements around here, man. That just, you know, and Douglas has said it. You know, there's enough guns in the United States to arm every citizen over. You know, so I mean, it's it's I feel like we're coming to that ledge where enough is going to be enough. You know, it's going to be like that, like the shot heard around the world, but it's probably going to be a bomb.
yes,
You know.
yes, yeah, the right bomb
Well,
at the
I
right
guess
time. Yes.
when it reaches that point,
Well, you know.
it's time for me to start looking for spells that make me bulletproof. Dead ass.
Now, Pack One, what were you going to say about the?
Oh,
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
about the bombs. So, here in Flint for probably about the past 8-9 years, they've been doing military drills. I don't know where. We don't even know where. Like, there's the whole east side of Flint, and it's like right where the water treatment plant. You'll always hear and feel explosions, like loud, horrible explode. Like you'll see on the police scanner page for Flint, like a loud boom, a loud bomb, calls in. No one knows, shit. And they downtown they had like where they brought in like helicopters and they were running drills in like our abandoned buildings, like rappelling out of the helicopters into the fucking buildings and running drills, mountain drills through our downtown area. Like this is not too long ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago when they did the drills. But they're always doing shit around here, and there was a like a army base that was here. So I really feel like they're around here they're getting ready for some kind of uprising or something, man. The way they keep their shit going on out here. And I mean, it's Flint. It's not even like a country town or nothing.
Yeah, you can only hope that they're that fucking prepared. The problem is, of course, the potential for mutiny in the military, for all the reasons that we've gone into, and just especially at the lower ranks, they're infested with the white supremacist mentality, and it's only been the commissioned officers who actually have stock in the nation, which is why they're called commission, that have kept the military on the side of the Constitution. But in terms of the Civil War, I mean, I can go into that at length, and we'll do so maybe in Arc of Narrative tonight, but we'll
Yeah,
certainly
that'd
see
be
what
great.
happens.
'Cause, I definitely want to, have a nice post-apocalyptic view of what the fuck this shit's gonna look like.
Yeah, well, I'll do my best in terms of the analysis. Other than that, Pack One, you've shared with us what's going on with your business now. Before we bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, how about Jameson telling us about what happened with your shot? How did it go, and how are you feeling? With this person?
Okay, well, I was um the what do you call it? The Newport cab service, which was connected to my mental health, the mental health place I go to. They were able to. They drove me to a small place in Brooklyn. It was like a building with like a. You walk in and there's like two nurses that are sitting behind desk and talking about whatever they're talking about on their cell phones. So I told them that I'm here to get the shot and that I have an appointment. And so I signed something and I was told to take an elevator downstairs. So I took the elevator downstairs and there's like an area that looked like a luncheon or something, but there's all these nurses sitting. I don't know if they're all nurses or medical people, whatever. So I was just told to sit down. The woman gave me a shot, and They had me sitting there for afterwards. They told me to sit somewhere else, and I was sitting there for 15 minutes because they said they wanted to watch me for any adverse reactions. I didn't have any adverse reactions, so I got up, and when it was time to go, I left. And they gave me an appointment to go back on the 7th, so of April, of course. So I, of course, my cell phone died, so there was no way to get any service back home. So I took the train. I took the R train, and I probably should not have been walking around. It was probably a better idea for me to have had my phone charged and call the service, because I have like a fucking open sore on my foot from a callus from walking all the way to 59th Street and back yesterday. So, yeah, it's a good thing I have medical scalpels to be able to, try to pull apart the excess
delightful
callus skin.
Yeah.
But
disgusting. But
yeah,
yes, I wish.
The problem is I can literally see the muscle tissue, so I really got to get that checked out.
Well, yeah. Why don't you do that? There always seems to be something that you need to have checked out. I don't know how you even survive.
Yeah, I this is the problem when you're someone who finds this stuff horribly fascinating, is that you start to try to do your own surgeries and shit.
Well, you don't need to share that with us. In terms of the fact that you engage in such is not recommended, of course, and try not to inspire other people to do that.
Well, no, yes. I do not do your own surgeries, but I will say it's always handy to have a scalpel around, because you never know when you might need to remove a bullet from your leg or something.
Yes, something, of course. Yes, our man Pac One was in the. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you never know what. And the thing is that the good thing about the scalpels is that they're supposedly they were supposedly sterilized with gamma radiation, so that's great. I'll probably I'm probably radiated too.
Okay, there we are. I doubt that, but it doesn't necessarily stick to the metal. But I mean, it can. Of course, radiation can make items hot, quote unquote. But it's different. With the sterilization, one would hope.
One would hope.
Yes. Yeah. And so aside from the gross out, is there you're overall you're feeling well, and you.
Yeah, I'm my regular self-destructive and self. Yes. Jameson is regular Jameson. I apparently the skies haven't opened up and turned red, and the giant serpent hasn't come down. And apparently, if the age of Tiamat is supposed to begin, it's going to be very subtle.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. So there's nothing psychedelic with the vaccinations.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, I really fucking envy you. I'm sorry. Go on. Before I.
Yeah. Well, I was just hoping that maybe I start to hear voices or see spirits of these destructive gods from other realms and stuff. But
no such luck.
I'll just wait. I'll just wait till the morning.
There we are. Okay. So that didn't take too long. So the two of you, of course, were speaking about, of all things, cancel culture, which is like basically that's a whole social barrel of worms that I'm not quite sure I want to go into right now, because it's interesting to me that when Pac-1 makes these observations, they're usually quite different from the way I understand things. Not that they're wrong. They're just different. And he sees things in a way that is refreshing, in the sense that his perspective on them is I think helpful, and I'm glad he brings it up. Much different than what Derek Talley does is he tends to regurgitate much of what what I would say is just straight up propaganda from so many of these white supremacist sites, and he doesn't even realize it. But I'll talk to him about that when he's here. It's not fair to bring that up when he's not here. But you know, he will bring up things like, oh, and I'm glad you handled that as well as you did. Again, I was just too out of it with the last transmission, and I'm not really much better with this transmission to deal with his bringing up, oh yeah, the none of the priests were protesting the Holocaust in Germany during World War II.
I didn't say anything. I literally just said, okay, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, it's as if, first off, when it comes to that particular subject matter, he just reads this shit off of, like, what is it, online or something, or he's buying books where he sees this shit, and
because you have a lot to put that into context, and what you put into context tells us that that's not the case.
Well, beyond that, it's, for one thing, when it comes to the priests of the churches during the time of the Third Reich, or anybody, I think what people tend to forget was that the Holocaust was a secret program. This was not something that anyone took a vote on. This was not presented to the German public, where Adolf Hitler and the members of the National Socialist Party asked the public, hey, we're thinking about killing all these Jews. What do you think? And everybody put a vote on it and said, I think it's great, and put the German mandate behind it. So this is the insanity of what he said. It doesn't even make any fucking sense. The reason the priests were not protesting the Holocaust is because none of them fucking knew. So the fact that the sheer insanity of his position is not obvious to him is what makes it even more bizarre. So when you hear somebody bring that up, the whole thing about, oh, they came for this person, they came for me, they came for that, it's fucking wartime. People are going away all the time. There are women who are going to work in factories. There are men who are going to the front. There are children being shipped out of fucking cities so they won't die in the bombing. They are being given to families that live in the countryside to maintain them in safety where this could be done. So the idea of people disappearing, everybody was fucking disappearing. So during the period of time that the Jews were disappearing, people had other things to worry about, namely their friends, their relations, their own loved ones, who were not part of the Jewish community, which was very separated by, oftentimes, its own desire for ghettoization. The very term ghetto is a very different meaning in European history, as opposed to the way Americans use the term. The term ghetto in European history is where Jewish elders would approach the head of the city and request that an part of the city be set aside for them, separate from the rest of the city, where they would not commingle with the Christians. This was called ghettoization. This is a Jewish cultural demand. It has nothing to do with their being stuffed involuntarily, historically, into a ghetto. By the time of the Third Reich, many Jews had desired to break out of the ethnic ghetto. Think of fucking Chinatown, and think about Chinatown is an ethnic ghetto. Then you have Chinese who get educated, they go through college, and if they're women, they marry some white trash piece of shit who happens to have a lot of money. And then they have half-breed kids, and they're out of the ghetto. This is what many Jews were doing. They were commingling and entering into European society. Now, this happened in Germany, where they were the most integrated and the most assimilated. totally the opposite of Eastern Europe. Throughout all of Eastern Europe in the Jewish Pale of Settlement, they would not want to integrate with the local community because they considered them all white trash pieces of shit. Since all of Eastern Europe was considered, unlike the Germans, to be people worth integrating with, the Jews thought of everybody from Romania all the way up through the Baltic littoral states of Lithuania, Latvia, etc. They thought all of the Russians in Belarus and Ukraine, where they had the Pale of Settlement, this empire, everybody else was beneath them. Literally a white trash sewer of shit. They were all the doctors. They were all the lawyers. They were all the bookkeepers, the accountants. They were all of the middle class. Therefore, everybody hated them. And so the Holocaust started in Eastern Europe, long before the Reich rolled in. The Romanians were taking Jews and hanging them up on meat hooks. When the Reich rolled in, everybody said, thank God now we've got an organized war machine to help us get this done. In terms of Babi Yar, the largest collection of Jews that were exterminated outdoors, all of this was due to the locals rounding them up so that the Einsatzgruppen, or the action units, could do what they felt they had to do. In Poland, those motherfuckers were responsible for the Holocaust. All those fuckers brought all the Jews into the camps. So then they could declare later, after all the Jews were killed, oh, and we fought the Germans. Oh my God. I mean, there's no Jews left in Poland today. And they're the most Judeophobic culture on earth. They make me sick. All of these people who committed themselves to the Holocaust, then claimed themselves to be the victims, are beneath contempt. But when it comes to the Jews themselves, yes, in Germany, then you had a bunch of middle-class people who were integrated into the culture, and then the Reich began to separate them by racial policy, the Nuremberg race laws. Then people were separated. Ultimately, many of the men were sent to labor camps. Then, ultimately, when the Allies started bombing and burning people alive, then my biological father said, fuck it, throw them in the goddamn ovens. And there were pragmatic reasons for this, as I said, the conversion of the ashes in that great an amount into compressed diamonds. So, when it comes to this crap like Derek Talley was spewing, just propaganda about this, like, oh yeah, no, the churches protested fucking what? With everything else going on and the churches being burned by bombs from the sky, there were other things to worry about than protesting, hey gee, where did all the Jews go?
Yeah, that would have been the least of their problems
of that stance. And the fact that he just regurgitates it, it's like the other day when he was reading the Irish Chain book, he really attacks me on the show in terms of, I guess he forces me to educate people by addressing these subjects. But it's just really distressing that he himself catches on to none of it. But either way, we'll see what happens in the future. He does what he does. In terms of the strategic bombing, obviously, I'll cover that a bit today. We'll be bringing on Peter Moon in about 5 minutes, and we'll be covering some of the things he's integrated into the book, and of course, many other things that he feels to be of some importance. And the other thing to address was just the story about, it didn't even catch it last time, but, or rather, I caught it, and it didn't really sink in, but I thought about it just like waking up before the show tonight, and it really struck me as how odd it was. I wasn't there to hear the whole story, but Derek Talley brought up there was this black kid in Texas who went to hang out at a sleeping party with a bunch of boys, and then they all made him drink their urine in a cup. And then Bill Lyons
Yeah.
was in the chat room responding to that saying, God, this is horrible. And this really gives me, it just really reinforced a lack of faith in humanity for him. And you might remember what I said at the time. I was saying what Daniel Arola said was that, apparently that's the initiation for the Proud Boys, according to their own members. So maybe they were making him a Proud Boy or something. But then, it was like...
That was a good point.
Well, when I thought about it, realistically, the facetiousness aside, I'm the last person on Earth to try and reinforce gender stereotypes, obviously.
Yeah.
But when did boys start doing slumber parties? Did I miss a memo? Did I miss a meeting somewhere? I mean, in Texas?
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with this picture?
Yeah, where are the girls? Where are the girls?
Well,
Where
they
are
don't
the-
do it.
where are the females?
They don't do it. They don't do it together. Obviously, you don't have boys or girls do slumber parties, but it's girls do slumber parties. Girls do slumber parties. Boys like whatever they do. I mean, it's like, how would you
Guys.
react as a father? Pac One, help me out here. Come on, Pac One, help me out here. You got a son. How would you react if your son said, "Hey, Dad, I want to go sleep over at my friend's tonight with all the other boys, and we're all going to get together and we're all going to sleep"? Wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you sit down for a second and say?
I would be like, what? You want to what with a who?
Yeah,
I'd probably have to have the talk with them at that moment. Like, look, son.
Thank you.
So, yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I remember like when I was younger, there used to be like birthday parties, and sometimes everyone pass out, stay at someone's house, but everyone be in the living room hanging out. But I don't know about all that sharing a bed and drinking piss and all that other stuff. That kind of sounds like some like they had that shit planned out, premeditated stuff.
Obviously, the last thing I want to do is blame the victim, because obviously, one of the things that we've learned over the years is that we've got to move from the point where we ask a woman, what were you doing in that neighborhood at that time of night, and what were you wearing? We've got to move past that to simply deal with the fact that the woman was violated and her clothes are not her consent, and etc. But here in this case of the young black boy, obviously the mother does need to be questioned in the sense that you have a black child and suddenly he says, I want to go sleep with all these white boys. This does not make sense to me. There's something.
Yeah, that's a good point. What is going on in the mother's mind?
Yeah,
to let her son just go there and sleep over with like a 40, 50 fucking white dudes,
Yes.
And there's not another colored face for miles. If I was a mother, I'd be like, oh hell no.
Right. Well, here's where we are at in America right now. If I'm walking down the road and there's a white lady coming towards me, she's jogging, or if I'm walking into a store and there's a white lady in front of me and I'm like behind her, I will go to the complete other side or move, because I don't ever want to give anybody opportunity to say. And you never know. And in today's society, being a man of color, you do not put yourself. You have to be aware of where you go and how you act and who you look at and what you have to. I don't care where you are anymore. We are all suspects.
And
any man of color.
I've started to do the same thing. I was walking down. I was going to cross the street, and there was a white lady next to me, and I decided, that she was standing too close, and I was thinking, what's the likelihood this woman's going to get here and say something and call the cops or something? So what I did was I walked. I turned around. I walked around, and I made like a sort of box, a sort of square, and I walked to the side where I was further from her, because I was just like in that sort of fear, like, holy shit, this person could fuck my shit up for the rest of my life, and I'd be dead.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, I hate to say it, because I'm a guy who likes women of all colors, but with the shit that's going on now, it's off the table.
you know, and that's one thing, you know, we always have to teach our kids, you know. I mean, I know, just to be aware, you know, we're not, you know, you see it all too many times. It's a harsh reality. I'm not saying everybody's racist, but the ones who are always out there. They're you know.
And they're waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what they do.
People expect racist people to be just that, you know, out loud, blatantly. You know what, man? Please, there's judges that are like that. There's, you know, there's people of stature. That, you know, cops that abide by the book to the T. You know, like strictly enforced, but they're, you know, they do it in such a manner that, you know, you get that vibe, you know what it is, you know, but you can't prove it. They're doing their job. You know, it's just, there's things like that you have to let your children know, you know, you have, as a man of color, you have to be aware of, you know, you can never make someone feel uncomfortable to a point where you see the videos, you see it happens, man. It happens.
Yeah.
And before we had cameras on our phones and shit, you know, and people were willing to say something, man, a cop would beat your ass and no one would bat an eye. They'd be like, yep, that's just, you know, the way it goes. You know, in the Genesee County Jail, that's the, you know, Genesee County is where I live at here. Flint is in Genesee County, and the Genesee County Jail is in Flint. And, you know, people know in there, you don't fuck around. You know, a deputy tells you shut up, you better shut the fuck up, you know, and you'll see it. You'll see someone get loud, and no, you don't. Oh, what happens? 5, 6, 7 deputies come in with them big black gloves on, beat your ass, drag you to the back, strip you down, put you in a bam bam suit, which is like just a mat that goes over your naked body in the front and the back, and then they strap you in a chair and beat the shit out of you. Then they bring you in that chair and put you back in the bullpen with everybody. And you be sitting there all leaking and fucked up, and they leave you in there for 4 or 5 days and then book you. So, you know, you can't say, yeah, you know, yeah, it's just, and you're eating monkey brain sandwiches, and that's only because someone's feeding it to you, you know, just, it's fucked up, man. They'll mace the shit out of you man. I've seen it all. And I mean, I'm not saying that people who are in that field that are deputies and stuff, that you don't have a hard job. What I'm saying is they go above and beyond to get their pleasure out of being stuck inside of a fucking jail with a bunch of, you know, criminals all day.
Well, what happens is that, and this is no justification or rationalization for what they do, but what happens is that they get bored and their lives turn towards gratuitous sadism, and they amuse themselves in various ways. It would be hard not to imagine someone degenerating to that point once you get calloused with the, you know, what comes in the door, so to speak.
That's a fair point.
You see it all the time too. But you see it all the time too, Douglas. Yeah. Those, you know, just because they're deputies, they're, like I'm saying, they're, doesn't mean that they're good guys. You know, there's guys that get busted all the time bringing heroin and shit into the prison or into the jail. You know, and
absolutely.
You know, looking out.
I mean, you don't even do it justice. Just to give people some perspective here. And Peter Moon is with us, so bless him. And I just want to, you know, finish this up for this subject, Peter. Just want to, you know, let these gentlemen kind of give people some education into this particular aspect of American society, because it's such a large part of our society is the constant imprisonment and incarceration, the detention culture. Just so people understand this, when it comes to America's prison systems, for those of you who are straight citizens, they're not jails. And jails are not prisons, but they're both bad. They're not pleasant. And many people encounter jails because they drive drunk or something of that nature. They wind up in jail for a period of time. For your middle-class white person, this just involves bail. And so the bail gets them out. And then with many other people, the money isn't there for that. And so they get processed through the system much longer, and the experience is much more impacting. But when it comes to in prison itself, very different story. At that point, you're in a different world, a different universe. So in prison, just so people understand this, The guards do not run the prison. They cannot. What people need to understand is that the highest paid constabulary in the world, as I've said before, is the California Prison Guards Union. And in one sense, you could see why, because you're not armed in a prison. They don't want the prisoners to take your guns and then use your guns against the staff. So no one is armed who is guarding the prisoners. You have, at the most, you have a baton, which is meaningless. So the men who are armed to the teeth are in the towers. And theoretically, they're to machine gun people who try to break out. But aside from those men in the towers, that's a very limited use of force. It's like Tiananmen Square, where they had no sophisticated police force the way the Americans have developed to terrorize the so-called democratic public. The communist Chinese have no concept of a public that rebels. So the only thing they could respond with at the time of Tiananmen Square to the protesters, which they had never encountered this phenomenon before of a restless public in terms of the communist Chinese state, they responded with heavy artillery units and tanks because that was all they had. That's the level of response you have in a prison. It's either mass murder or it's nothing. So when these guards operate, it's either on a level of psychological intimidation one-on-one, where the man has to be prepared to impose himself, or you're basically, like they really do, you're letting the prisons run the prison, the prisoners run the prison. So the prisoners basically use the guards as their employees. The guards will bring them drugs. The guards will bring them what they demand, and in return they pay the guards with money that they get through the underground prison economy. But worst of all, the drugs are pimps. And what the drugs do is they take all of the white-collar criminals, like Sean David Morton, and they bring them from cell to cell for the blue-collar criminals to use for sex. So the only thing Sean David Morton had going for him when he was in prison was that he was ugly as fuck, and nobody really wanted to fuck him. And but if, as he was writing me, he was still being abused, he's probably seething with sexually transmitted diseases that he's contending with now that he's free. And they're probably going to act as comorbidities. I'm assuming he must be dying for them to have released him for humanitarian reasons. In terms of the other prisoners, the blue-collar criminals are the big, burly, rough guys. The white-collar criminals are the victims who are used as their meat. So that is what the prison guards pimp out. And by the time that white-collar criminal gets out, he's been used repeatedly, and he's seething with diseases. This is the horror of the prison system, and the guards just act as part of the expedition. How would we say that? They expedite that economy. Once you're in that world, it's almost impossible to ever get out, because you're unemployable after that, and you wind up back in again and again anyway. A horrible environment, of course, obviously, and this is why arguments have been made that there should be white-collar prisons that are separate from blue-collar prisons. You know, whatever the case, there are more people in prison in America than anywhere else on Earth. Oh yes, Peter Moon is bringing up Sean David's neck. I don't know if he has an image of that to share.
Well,
there you go.
Is from his Twitter feed,
Yeah.
and it says the growth on Sean's neck, still no medical care. This is abuse and dereliction of duty, to speak nothing of all of the people he abused by stealing their money.
Of course.
Sean David Morton, number, I guess this is his prison number, 73055-112. Everyone makes mistakes. No one deserves this. Please help this go viral. He tags real Donald Trump, Kim Kardashian, Tucker Carlson, and real Rush.
Yeah, he was always approaching any of the celebrities. He always had a thing about trying to get the celebrities to help him. What I don't understand. I thought he was let go. Didn't they release him?
Now listen to this crap. Listen to this. Richard Dolan it posts. It says Richard Dolan. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought he was posting. It says Richard Dolan at Richard Dolan.
Oh,
Richard
so he's trying to appeal
one of
to
the world's
Richard.
leading researchers and writers on UFOs and believes that they constitute the greatest mystery of our time. It's suggesting, Twitter's suggesting that I follow Richard Dolan.
Oh my God. Yes, that's well, Twitter's obviously, anyhow, that picture is disgusting. Oh my God.
Yeah, it says here the tumor is getting worse. I fear I will not make it to Christmas. He said he posted it on November 20th. He posted it again on
I'm doing a screen share
February
now.
12th. No, excuse me, that was a November 22nd post. He's got a post on February 12th that says your last dose of hopium. It's let me see here.
By the way, I've got this on screen share for Pack One and Jameson to look at, so they can feast their eyes on this grotesquerie.
That is one hell of a cyst.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tumor, he says tumor. SeanDavidMorton.home.blog, and it says here, essay by Sean David Morton, Dr. Sean David Morton, PhD. Well, here we go. The greatest cosmic Super Bowl in this or any universe is about to begin. The big, bad, final, bloody, to the mat, to the edge of the octagon cage match between the American Patriots versus the Communist Steelers. Okay, he's just talking about a bunch of, he said the QAnon mystery.
Oh, God.
You know, I don't know what he's saying about QAnon. I don't want to really read it.
Right.
He says the Cosmic Pizzagate horror show is just a snowflake on the tip of the iceberg. QAnon started going after the soft underbelly of the massive underground child porn industry.
I mean, they're all obsessed with that crap, and somehow they're like, I mean, he's in prison with child molesters now, so what the fuck? Is he like, somehow they're the small fry, and the big ones are basically running the world?
He's just spouting a bunch of shit that he's trying to just take the Randy Kramer technique of reading everything there is and trying to give a cohesive briefing. And it's just a bunch of shit.
Thank you. But by the way, I want people to...
He says here, Kamala Harris, or Kami, as she insists to be called, was sworn in before Joe Biden. Oh, as far as I know in the nation's history, this has never happened. I mean, who cares about this shit?
Thank you. Thank you.
Who cares if she was sworn in upside down like St. Peter? Who cares? It's like they take the little nuances and make a big thing out of him. He's really not the president because, the military winked at him when he took his oath of office.
It just goes on and on. But anyhow, that's the first image in quite some time. That may be the first image in my conscious memory that I've ever removed of my own accord, where I wasn't asked to remove it because somebody found something just obscene or just too much to look at when I'm like showing people something that I feel they needed to see. And then I've had ladies such as Judith Eggert say, remove that now, please. And I would, of course. And sometimes they have to remove it from their end. This is the first time from my end I removed an image of something which was Sean David Morton's neck. But what confuses me is I could have sworn he was released. Was he not released? I thought
he was released, and he is apparently released, and he's apparently suffering, and he's, I mean, the throat. This is, an irritation of the throat chakra, to say the least. It has to do with all the lies he's told.
Thank you.
What he has said is absolutely horrendous things that he's lied and it says here on Wikipedia, the director of the New York Regional Office of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission stated that Morton's self-proclaimed psychic powers were nothing more than a scam to attract investors and steal their money.
Yes.
And, that he was indicted on federally tax-related charges and were found guilty in April 2017. serving a present sentence. I guess they haven't. I don't know if they've updated it or not. But he was convicted of criminal tax convictions, securities fraud charges. The SEC was very lazy to execute his judgment. It was $11.5 million. And one of my friends who knew an SEC attorney very well, or a former SEC attorney, because she got him involved in a case dealing where Satanists were involved in New York City Housing Court. And he was just outraged by what he was seeing. And it was actually a New York City Housing Court attorney who won the day because he knew the law so well. But this SEC attorney, he was flabbergasted that they would let Sean run free like this after he had a judgment against him. They didn't enforce it, and he was flabbergasted. We can only attribute this to Michael Aquino.
Yes, no, it's true. It's all true. And in terms of my own frustration was that he was free and running around. It was just it was just unspeakable that he was given such leeway after what he had done. By the way, so people understand this, Sean David Morton is a criminal who did enough damage where he made it into criminology textbooks. So that's no small feat. Yeah. He's actually in criminology textbooks for the amount of money that he stole. And it's of course, it's hard to have sympathy for someone who would even give him money, considering the fact that he so obviously was so fraudulent. He was so obviously everything he said was bullshit, and the fact that he's giving financial advice on the basis of dreams and saying that he's psychic and all the rest of that. It's caveat emptor. At some point there's Darwinian selection involved, but nevertheless people lost their life savings, and they likely would not have lost them in that fashion had it not been for his aggressive imposition into their minds. But he was given, let's never forget this, he was given full ability to do this by first Art Bell and then Coast to Coast AM. And they brought him on all the time, regularly. He was their darling for years and years. And he rode that wave, and they gave him every opportunity to just rip people off. So why they're not held responsible in some fashion, as well as himself, is beyond me. And
Art Bell being held responsible in the afterlife.
I hope so. God, I hope so.
George Norrie is still useful to the intelligence network, so not very useful, but he's still somewhat useful.
Yes. He takes care of the hospice and palliative care crowd. He keeps
No, George Norrie does. You're thinking of Daniel Brinkley.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Daniel Brinkley may do that in the, how would I say it, in the community sense, but George Norrie does that by keeping them ill-informed and deluded with their old World War II fantasies, etc. George Norrie, his whole bit, when he had me on, just bear in mind the reason I say that, and of course I know this so well because I was dealing with more than George Norrie. I began to deal more with that idiot whose career I basically made, John B. Wells, because John B. Wells even said as much. He said, "You've given me the highest ratings of Coast to Coast AM ever had. That they're much higher than George Norrie's." And that's why he knew he was going to be fired. He says, "George's going to have me fired over you." And then he said, "But that's okay because I'm going to start my own show." And once he had his own show going, that Caravan to Midnight, then he said, "But I don't want you on it because you're too controversial. Now that I have my own show, I'm going to do respectable people that people like Richard Dolan." And that's what he said. So, so he's just another...
This is the disgust of, the disgust of humanity. This thing, they're respectable.
Yes.
Respectable. What does respectable mean?
It means that which will not cause controversy, which is, of course, why I go into alternative media. The whole point of alternative media is you're challenging something, but he didn't want to challenge anything. Once he got to where he was, then he just said, "Well, now I'm here," is what he felt. Now, the interesting thing is he could say that because he was already rich. He was born into a wealthy family. You're talking about Huh?
Or who John B. Wells?
Yeah, John B. Wells. Yeah, John B. Wells has his own private military jet collection, just to show you how wealthy he is. The man flies military jets. They're disarmed, but he collects them. He collects disarmed military jets and flies them. This is what the guy does for a hobby. So, and the ironic thing is that he drinks like a fish. So he flies drunk half the time. So got to give him credit for that. I guess you can't get arrested or stopped by a traffic cop up there. So that's where he lets it all out. At any rate, so by the way, this is not some kind of fabrication where I'm saying this out of bitterness. This is actually John B. Wells. That's what he does, and that's how he is. But I knew that from speaking to him because he confided in myself quite a bit while we got to know each other. And yeah, he was fired because I gave him the highest ratings, which he used as the basis to branch off and create his own Caravan to Midnight, after which he said, oh, but from now on, I'll just have respectable people that are safe. So basically, he interviews the same people that they do on Coast to Coast AM. So it's the same people all over again. There's no place to go.
This is a very important reference. Not him in particular, but what he says. And this goes back to my youth in terms of watching this emergence of revolution I was in California watching it emerge and looking at people. Now I can only, what I remember being far more critical of the people around me, not necessarily in other words, they were, I guess, what you call evoking the status quo. Status quo people. What is a status quo person? And I mean, and just as an aside, not as a focus, but I mean, during that time period, I would also get very irritated with the sports announcers on TV who were just so stupid. So stupid. I mean, some of their pronunciation of Hispanic names was just embarrassing. And they're just, they could only see the obvious and report the obvious. Now, nowadays, we have players who, announce games, and they have shrewd insights. They see beyond the obvious, and you feel like you're being informed. But I'm talking about, I mean, these sportscasters were less informed than me, who was somebody who played, Little League and above baseball. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's like these guys were stupid. It's like, and then there were other announcers who was an athlete himself, and a very good one, Frank Gifford. He epitomized the status quo, who wouldn't say anything bad about anybody. And you had different people and I'm just giving a sports reference there, but this was like the whole society. And then I found as I grew up, so many of those people who rah-rahed on the revolutionaries of the 60s became status quo yuppies or Reaganites in the 80s. And this shocked me. I wasn't necessarily identifying myself with any of them. Certainly, one has a certain amount of sympathy with certain issues. But it's like, it's this status quo, which is, what is the status quo? It's a herd mentality. It's a herd mentality. And this is, so when we come to the subject of Douglas Dietrich, and you have these voluminous people who have interviewed him, and then they polarize against him. And John B. Wells' excuse, I don't think everybody polarized against you because they were threatened to have their show taken off. There might be a certain percentage, but they just, reverse 180 degrees because it's like Jack Nicholson says in that movie with Tom Cruise, you can't handle the truth. And
yes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Certainly, that was the case with George Norrie, who pretty much, well, in his case, as I've said before, the only reason I really was let on was because he thought that he honestly, and he really couldn't know because the situation was very compartmentalized, and I was such an embarrassment to Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino wasn't going to talk about myself voluntarily on his own. So Michael Aquino never distributed any memos. So I was taken to be someone like James Casbolt / Michael Prince, and I was brought on as basically, quote unquote, a member of the Temple of Set and a follower of Aquino. It's not how I was publicized, nor was James Casbolt / Michael Prince. Rather, we were told, basically said to be someone else, or of this different kind of background, but they really thought that we were members of the cult, and that's why I was brought on with George Norrie. Of course, when Michael Aquino realized I'd been on, and more than once at that, he really wasn't listening to George Norrie. So when he found out later on, and was just told by a third party, and it even took a while for the news to get to him because many people had simply assumed I was on because he had wanted me on. And pretty much it was all the way down the line. Then he flipped out, and pretty much that's when I was shoved over to John B. Wells. And it was at that moment that it was just the Saturday crowd and Sunday crowd, actually. It was Sunday, and they felt that that was not as important, and but then the ratings all went up. Only for John B. Wells when he was interviewing myself. So people can verify this. They can see that the John B. Wells interviews come after the George Norrie ones, and that there's more of them. And but George Norrie originally had me on because I knew the passwords, so to speak. That's a different subject I could talk about privately with anyone who's interested, but not publicly for obvious reasons. But there are certain signals that
I don't want to know the passwords because I might have to walk into their house by accident.
Yes, that's an excellent point. And so with George Norrie, however, this was an opportunity to educate the older public, and the older public responded wildly. They were very enthusiastic about it. Of course, that was the only reason that I got. Basically, it was quite a number of likes. I can't even remember now. 4,444 on the Facebook. You can't do that anymore, of course, because Facebook only allows a certain amount of exposure, and they charge for you to get more exposure. So when I got 4,444 likes on the Facebook timeline, then, of course, that's where Lena Shea was dispatched to basically make certain I got wiped off media. So she made certain to get myself knocked off on the Facebook timeline and everywhere else, of course. Made certain I got knocked off the web. But that was, the interesting thing is that obviously I shouldn't trust these people, but, you do what you can.
Some of these people, like Lena, are genuinely interested in what you have to say.
Well, they think they are, but that's their programming, of course.
And then it's just like something else takes them over.
Well, they're flipped like a switch. I mean, it's just the programming. The interesting thing about all these ladies, the one thing that's interesting, whether it was Lena Shea or Judith Ager, each one of them demanded my Marine Corps life insurance before they basically said "fuck you" and then shut off all communications. And the amazing thing is just how they act, of course. People have heard how I've treated them on air. I mean, that's on record.
Judith has shut you off still?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, no, she's totally blocked everything, every means of communication. She made certain, of course, to let me know that her son would butcher me and plant me in the taro garden to feed the taro.
Now, I have to say something. I did not know that, and I was just going to say I don't know that she was on the.
Oh, she said that on air. I mean, that's not something.
I'm not disputing that she said it. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I was just going to say I don't think she's on the Aquino side of life, but that is the Aquino side of life. That is to say something like that. To say something like that is, you might as well say you're a member of the Temple of Set. I don't think those people, the setters, would even say that.
At least not on air.
No. no, and I don't even know that they would do that. You know, but there are some of them that they might do something else that might be bad. But I mean, to say that is a very sad situation for a human being.
It is. I take it in stride. She felt she was treated badly, but that's the part that just blows my mind. People have heard.
But that's still no justification. I don't care what you did.
Yeah.
I don't care what you did. I'm not even sticking up for you here in this instance because I really don't know what went on. I'm just saying for her to say that is just, that's actually a threat, and it's actually legally actionable. Not that it's worth your while.
Understood. I know you're not suggesting to pursue it, but yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that is not only karmically, bad and with suffering X amount of whiplash. It is actually self-destructive, self-endangerment in a legal sense. To be saying that because if she ever does that with anybody else, that action could be snipped and used against her. I'm not saying that she's going to end up in court over such a thing, but you don't want to be building a case against yourself. It's just unfortunate.
Oh no, thank you. No, thank you so much for putting that.
But what's more important than that? Mm-hmm. I mean, and look at you had a personal relationship with her, so that could be considered a mitigating circumstance, especially to a court. Yeah. Oh, you said you wanted to kill her. Oh, you did kill her. Well, I would have killed my wife too. That's how these people can talk in a courtroom. Or more in a police department, but the thing is, it's this polarization in people. We know you're not perfect. We know you've been through the what you call it, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to call it. You've been through the Presidio.
Yes.
And what it tells me is that people, I'm going to put it into an interesting context now, and this has to do with Solomonic magic. And in Solomonic magic, it talks about the 72 pathways of the human brain, the Goetia, and these have been mapped out in ancient times. Now they're all going to correspond. Each one of those Goetia is going to correspond to a jinn, and the idea that our brain is not fully exercised. We're not using all of our brain. It means that we can view this philosophically as each one of those pathways represents a angel / demon or jinn. And that is something that is inside of us and is activatable. For the positive or the negative. So when people aren't using their full functioning brain, which of course they're not, their jinn are going to collapse in on them, with or without programming, because they're just, it's just like when you go through a boot camp or something worse than a boot camp, like a concentration camp, or some similar horrible situation where you're taken hostage, there's certain people that are just going to break down, and they're going to break down earlier than everybody else. That everybody's got a threshold. There's going to be some people who don't break down through the whole thing, for better or for worse. And it's like there's thresholds in human experience. Some people can take it, and some people can't, where they become triggered. And this is I'm giving it a reference frame that goes beyond, mind control programming, where somebody's sitting there behind a screen and saying, every time every time you see Bob Hope on TV, you're gonna
you're going to want to have sex. You know?
Oh God!
something like
I would hope Bob Hope didn't trigger that response, but go.
Yeah, yeah. He's mentioned in Kathy O'Brien's book, but
Oh my God, that figures.
But yeah, but yeah, it's like it's part of the natural condition of people, where some people will just flip out. And as David Anderson said about the time control technology, he's commented to me on how petty people can be when they learn about his technology, and it's just something that they absolutely can't control. Now, look, you could go to the mayor of New York City, the governor of New York, despite their flaws, and you could talk to them about some things, and they're just not going to flip out. I know if I went and talked to Cuomo about time travel, what he's going to do, he's going to listen to me, and he's going to be polite, and he's going to go, report to daddy. And I don't mean his father. Yeah. I mean who he reports to.
Right.
And he's going to, what about this? What about that? And, he's going to work against me because he would know, but he's not going to, but some people just they just go ape, because they can't control it. So they're going to fight somebody like David Anderson because they just can't control it. And you will see this in people in more mundane circumstances on smaller issues. It could have to do with race, the Latin community is becoming too prevalent and we don't have control over them. I mean, people could say that. They could say it about any community. And it wouldn't have to be a melanated community either. It could be just a minority. Just like, the Irish, who are very prejudiced in and of themselves, they were very discriminated against in Protestant America.
Yes.
I don't know if it was more because they were Irish or more because they were Catholic, but when you put them both together, it was a good excuse for the Protestant culture to, aside from the fact that they were, challenging the economy.
Right.
So people can't control things, and they go nuts.
It was a bizarre situation in that regard because, of course, despite all their hatred of the Roman Catholicism, for some reason, both in England, which had, of course, their own Anglican church, and separate because of Henry VIII and all the rest of that everyone knows about through general history, and yet you have the situation where with the Roman Catholicism in Ireland, for some reason, many of these Catholic schools in North America, up in the Northeast, were being used by the upper class to send their children to, simply because it was assumed that the nuns would beat their children into a greater discipline for reading, writing, and arithmetic. So many Protestants were attending these Catholic schools for their educational standards because they were considered so high, and the nuns were considered such disciplinarians. So there was this bizarre codependence. And in England, of course, you had this thing going on with the Catholic Church where they were using them, of course, to intake people like Christine Joanna Hart, who were taken there to be programmed for ultimately being deployed the way she was. She was deployed, of course, just so people understand this. This is actually factual and has nothing to do with any projections or delusions on anyone's part. Christine Joanna Hart published a book on this that is quite true, about how she took down the leader of the IRA. And that was she was sent to sleep with him and then get him in a situation where he could be taken down, and he's spending the rest of his life in prison because of her. But she has.
What did she get him to do? What's he in prison for?
I never read the book, but I know that he got in prison. Well, basically, they put him in prison for terrorism. But she got him.
I mean, yeah, it didn't have anything to do with her.
No. Well, she got him in a vulnerable position where they could do that. In other words,
where they could capture him.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and she has his son. I mean, that's his son that she's raising. The one that I always talked about as being victimized by Aquino that caused such a stir. And of course, the reason
I had no idea she was so close to somebody like that. That's it's sort of a major reference.
Yes, it is. It's a major reference for her. But other than that, if you listen to her, you would think that she was just stark raving mad. As much of what she says just doesn't make any sense and just doesn't have. But that's what happens when people go through these programs. But she's a product of this Irish Catholic kind of nunnery where she was raised for a good deal of her life. Indeed, the young lady who was sent to sleep with me when I had that total body blood transfusion had a past that had a lot to do with Catholic nunneries. I mean, that's where she started, but they just.
I will say that yes, Catholic. This is so much of the pedophilia that goes on is a programming, and as Preston said to me, because I know he was pedophiled by a Catholic priest, and that was the initial, And they would have been teaching him some sort of Kundalini mumbo jumbo, and that was Sai Baba. You remember Sai Baba? Do you know who Sai Baba is?
I distinctly remember Sai Baba. Yes, please go on. I mean, I know of him. I hadn't heard that name in years.
Yeah, the Bobster. He was renowned for Kundalini stimulation. Well, we must raise the Kundalini, and then people just think he's just a saintly man.
Oh God!
And this is just. And I remember when he was being bandied about in different groups, and I looked at this, and I certainly was not enamored of him. I said, what's going on here? I wasn't judgmental. I mean, he's making a bunch of what he called booty, which was ash. He'd stick his finger in it, what looked like a cement mixer. And he'd move his hand around, and out would come all this ash, which he called booty, sacred ash.
Good God.
Now, they do, there's a process, Agnihotra, which I learned through biodynamics. I even have an Agnihotra pyramid where you put dung in it. It's biodynamic dung from a biodynamic cow, and you burn it at sunrise or sunset, and you do a chant at an exact time, and it will change the vibration of your garden, house, whatever. It's very neat stuff. But so there's a smoke, and you create the ashes. And with the ashes, I remember people telling me they put the ash on it and it would heal a nasty wound. There's this woman with a nasty wound, and she told me how it healed by putting this stuff on. But so anyway, all I'm saying here is that a certain type of ash could be considered holy in India, but he was making it and churning it out by putting his hand in it as if he was making it up. Right. There was some sort of trick involved.
Right. He was, in other words, he was using some kind of prestidigitation or sleight of hand, a kind of legerdemain, a magical trick to make it look as if he were spontaneously producing the ash. Well,
yeah. It's kind of like going to one of these Twisty Freeze ice cream machines, and okay, look at it. If you could do that to a bunch of some primitive tribe, even extent today, they're going to be pretty impressed. And you give them a cone with ice cream, it was going to impress the shit out of them.
Well, we've got a primitive tribe. They're called Westerners, and they buy this shit all the time from.
Yeah, but I'm talking about somebody it's going to look like magic to them, and I'm saying, like, okay, that's impressive that we have Twisty Freezes, it really is in a sense. I mean, it's a modern feat of technology, and what he's doing, he's creating this ash. It just struck me as the same thing, but this was before I started getting letters from readers and stuff telling me about Sai Baba and learning more about him. And I remember this guy was going. He'd been to see the Bobster, and he was telling about it, and he says, I'm going back because I'm going to live a life of service. Sai Baba has a whole hospital. And now he had tremendous influence in the government, and he had built a whole hospital. And this man was going to go dedicate his life to working in the hospital for free. because he was going to give a life of service. And I remember looking at this guy and I'm thinking like, okay, well, you're going to go live a life of servitude. I said, I worked a life of service in the Church of Scientology for 11 years. Good luck to you.
Yeah,
you know.
And I take it this did not go out well. This.
I don't know what happened to him. I saw him one night and then I never saw him again. And then there was another woman I had occasion to meet, and I remember sitting out in front of somebody's house after a yoga class, talking to her for a long time with another woman from the class. We had a very nice talk, and the and this woman, the I call her the shorter blonde, she went to Medjugorje in Yugoslavia and never returned. And I remember her hearing of her boyfriend who was just heartbroken over this. He was this astronomer that he was a great astronomer and had, you know, taught me a few things. And he was just heartbroken. She'd left him and for Medjugorje. And I don't know whatever happened to her, but she was, because they had all these like lights and stuff people were seeing, and spiritual experiments and visions of the Virgin Mary.
Yes.
And I'm thinking like, you know, I don't know what this stuff is. I don't need that. And I would only say so much of I was talking to somebody about this. So much of my enlightenment kind of comes in through my experience in writing, where I kind of, or with synchronicity, where I kind of have aha moment, and then I put it into writing. I put it into writing, and then it becomes like a sort of a three-dimensional reference. It's not like, I mean, I've had synchronicities in Romania, certainly, but when it kind of happens, when it's really major, I say, wow, I can put this into a book. I can at least put it into a newsletter. And it's like, wow. But it's not like, you know, I need to go, you know, I mean, although I've done many sacred journeys to Romania, I've never been driven to go to Egypt, to go to Tibet, to go anywhere. There are certain areas. I did have a desire when I first read about the plates of Mormonism to go to the place where Joseph Smith received the plates. And this is when I was in Scientology. I said, I want to go there someday. I mean, it wasn't like I was a believer in it. I was taught as a minister in Scientology to respect all religions. And I said, I want to go see and I thought that I was going to go there and there'd be a plaque and a plate. I didn't know there'd be a whole building, you know, with huge hills where they'd have huge pageantry and a huge statue of an angel.
Right.
But yeah, I got more than I bargained for. But as I say, I always feel that if I'm meant to go to a certain place, never been drawn to Peru. Many of my friends have gone to Peru, and it's just like, if I'm meant to go to a certain place, I will go. There are places that are on my radar. One of them is in Catalonia, the small town, or how small it is, of Gerona. People call it Gerona, where was the center of Kabbalistic studies and where Judaism is said to have originated from, if you dig beneath the layers of regular Judaism, at least from their reference point. And I also believe that Catalonia got its roots in Romania, because Romania the languages are very similar. Catalonian language is more similar to Romanian than it is to Spanish.
Right. Fascinating.
So it's an interesting area to me, and I would like to go to the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Right. I think I have business to do there. And I mean, tremendous synchronicities with the Mount of Olives, which is really quite neat. Not that I even consider myself Christian. Right. Certainly in the traditional sense, but yeah, there are certain areas that catch my attention.
Yes, and that's understandable. It's definitely appreciated that you share that, and hopefully we'll be able to get you over there to the Mount of Olives one of these days. Certainly, you have some tasks there, and like you said, you're
You
not a
might want to
Christian
go.
in the
You might
traditional.
want to go with me. That would be fun.
Yeah, good point. We
I
could.
mean, I normally don't think of going to places with you.
Right.
You know, maybe we'll get you to Romania someday, but you know, the Mount of Olives, man. The Mount of Olives is a necropolis.
Yes.
It's like there's so many dead bodies under there because it's ancient site, and there's just a lot of stuff under there. And I'm sure when you get to the actual area, then you start to, you know, if you're fortunate, you start to meet people, and they tell you, you know, the story behind the story. Another one is Prague. I want to go to Prague. David Anderson actually expressed interest in going to Prague. You know, when my mother-in-law was here, and he says, you know, David says, we're doing a Skype interview. He says, I'd like to do this again. And there were so many people that wanted to go to Prague. I said, yeah, let's do it in Prague. And because my mother-in-law is going to Czechoslovakia, I said, let's do it. I was trying to get her to spearhead it, but we were not on the same wavelength. And she was kind of being taken to Czechoslovakia and not to Prague. She did a couple of seminars there. And one of the students was from Prague, and I tried to get a connection there through her, and it just didn't work. Nothing, like it just wouldn't materialize. And one of my friends knows Prague inside and out, but she's not, and she'll come. If I call her up and say, hey, let's meet in Prague next week, she'll be there. But she didn't know anything about the esoteric side of Prague, and she's a shaman. She's a shaman.
Wow.
She has it in her blood. And so, I mean, she'll show me the, you know, the city, and I'll show her the, you know, or the esoteric references, because Prague is an interesting, pivotal place.
Right. Very much so. And certainly one of the centers of alchemy. Of course, a shaman doesn't necessarily need to know about that, or wouldn't necessarily know about that, because alchemy is such a different, really is kind of a different science from shamanism, which is like the experiential kind of ecstatic experience with the divine. But in terms of what we were speaking of before, of course, it was one of the points that I was making about these two women who people have heard on this on this digital bandwidth program. Is they've certainly heard how I interact with ladies on this program, and just how obsequious I am and accommodating, and honestly, I prostrate myself before them.
Yeah, but I haven't heard you doing that as much recently, and perhaps because hasn't been as many women on.
No, it hasn't been any.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah, no. I was acting that way with these women that I was involved with for a while. The interesting thing is that, yes, both of them asked for my Marine Corps life insurance before they severed. And the interesting thing is, of course, just both of them claimed that I treated them terribly. With Lena, of course, she was saying, "Oh gosh, I hope you treat Selena Khan better than you did myself, or she won't be around for long." It's just astonishing to me. There's whatever it is that they think I'm doing, and Lena wrote like a list. It was like Martin Luther's 14 points that were nailed to the wall of the church. It doesn't even make any sense. She was just pulling shit out of her ass for incredible things I've done to her that were so terrible. Just rationalizing, of course, her basically shutting down everything. The website, of course, is something that Selena Khan simply cannot maintain at the level that Lena did. until I find someone to employ to do that or something of that nature. The website is just there, and it's kind of passive, and we just load things onto it, but it's nowhere near the display that it once was. And of course, this is something that doesn't make up, of course, for all of the way that she scrubbed me completely from the internet. But that was her job. This is my own. It's my own fault, of course, for even having the trust of these people, or allowing them into my life. But such is the nature of human existence. Honestly, if we don't take these risks, there's really no purpose in living. So it's what we do. At any rate, I want to give a shout out to Veronica Barrera. Senora is there tonight, so very good evening to Vero Barrera. We'll have to get her on the show sometime in the near future. She's been through a lot, but she's come out of it on top. Much better than, of course, anyone like Sean David Morton, who's, got the swelling in his throat, whereas Our Lady Veronica Barrera had the lymph node issues that they were certain were cancer, and thank the gods, turned out not to be. So whatever agitated them, it might remain a bit of a mystery. And so she's handling life quite well since then. Isaac Romero says, "Hello, Doug. I'm working around your neck of the woods in Oakland. I was also in Portland this week, and downtown Portland is a ghost town riddled with homeless. Portland looks a lot like Oakland now." Yes, I can imagine. And
how bad is Oakland right now? I mean, Oakland, they built up the city so nice under Jerry Brown, or I should say so corporate.
Mm-hmm.
What is Oakland like now?
Well, I don't go there often. As a matter of fact, I haven't been there in a while, but my memories of it, of course, are going to be completely tainted by the fact that I was working security in Oakland. And
it's a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. And back then it was just, obviously, hopefully much different from what it is now, but it's hard for me to imagine what they can do to improve it. You know what? Actually, the funny thing is, I know that they're gentrifying Oakland as much as they can. I have been back there. Now that I think about it, it was with, of all people, Holly Carditis Kiefer, and that was the one individual who put something up on YouTube that is probably still out there, in which I was talking about the Holocaust. And so if we look that up, I might remember it. And it was at a warehouse in Oakland. But of course, Oakland's just very spread out. It's a lot like LA. Oakland has that very LA flavor to it, in that it's no place for pedestrians. You don't want to be walking around in Oakland any more than LA. You literally have to drive to get from place to place. And the man who helped me do that video where I was interviewed by him, we did several parts of it. His son lived in the warehouse, and they were allowing us to film there. And his son lived in the warehouse, which they had converted into kind of like an apartment. And his son was like the manager, so he got to live there for free. He got the living unit for free, but he was in charge of managing the property. So I was there for a while. Of course, my impression was, it's just very industrial. It's like an industrial warehouse area of Los Angeles, extended throughout much of the city. The real financial area is all right. I mean, it is what it is. Very gentrified. They were trying to get people to move into many of these places, like Hunters Point, San Francisco, and out in Oakland, by very cheap rent, comparatively speaking, or rather kind of condominium purchasing. The neighborhoods are still very violent, and the stories that I heard about people who have experimented with pioneering that frontier have usually been about home break-ins, home invasions, some really whacked out shit I heard, as a matter of fact, from people who have moved into those areas where, like, some of the former dwellers who used to live in the housing projects that were once there, or the old homes that they effectively owned because nobody was collecting rent, nobody was maintaining them, they would just come back like they still owned the place and just break into the home and raid the fridge. White people who moved in would come in and find some young black girl, I'm talking like underage, had broken into the home and was raiding the fridge. And well, what are you doing here? It's like, well, I live here. You don't live here anymore. I mean, you can imagine trying to deal with a situation like that.
Did you ever see the movie Pacific Heights?
No, I heard of it, but you can tell us about it.
Well, Michael Keaton, it's about a couple who, gets a second property, and it's like a fixer-upper in Pacific Heights in San Francisco, and they fix it up, and they, spend every last dollar, and they fix it up nice, and they attract a renter, and it's Michael Keaton's playing this guy, and he is a classic con man. He's a psycho. He's more of a psycho than a con man, and he looks very, elegantly dressed, and he says, okay, and he basically makes the deal with him, and he signs like a $3,000 plus check. He says, I didn't have time to get to the bank. He took, he gives them this impression. Oh yeah, but here you can have a check, and it's like you get the impression that the guy's really rich.
Uh-huh.
Now, of course, he gets in, he gets the lease, and then the check bounces, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, got it, and he makes some good excuse, and then the month goes by, and what he's doing is he's squatting.
Yes.
But he's not squatting because he wants the property. Maybe he does. That's not his game. His game is to drive these people nuts. And then he begins to start to tear the place apart. And the laws are such that they can't take him out, and it gets down to a, death do us part encounter. And it was so funny because there's this one scene in the elevator where, I guess she's trying to escape him in an elevator, the woman, and it's like when the elevator comes down, I think he's waiting in the elevator or something. And I remember right after seeing that movie, I was in this office building in Garden City, Long Island. I went to deposit some checks, and there was I get in the elevator, and it's like, I usually didn't take the elevator. I'd usually take the stairs. I said, boom, 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 boom. I go in, and then there's this woman, and she just freaks out. The way that it was just like the scene from the movie. And I said, I just saw this movie last night, Pacific Heights. She goes, yeah, I saw that too. It was like we had an elevator experience together, And
oh, that's so funny. And you know what? I now remember what happened with the young black girl who was in the home up there in Hunters Point where the white couple had moved in. She stabbed them. That's what happened after they were trying to talk to her to ask, what are you doing here and would you please leave? Yeah, so she proceeded to stab them both. They survived. They called the police. By the way, this is the gentrification process that's going on in Oakland and Hunters Point as time goes on. Obviously, I recommended against V, my cosmetologist, who was talking about, they're selling these places that's so inexpensive in Hunters Point.
Look at this. I have the real estate for Oakland in front of me. It says average price of a home in Oakland, $863,000. Average bedroom, 2.29. Average bath, 1.5. One bedroom will cost you $471,000. 2 bedrooms, $664,000. 3 bedrooms, $924,000. 4 bedrooms, $1 million. 5 bedrooms, $1,175,000. They have some very nice homes in the Oakland Hills, but these prices, the average home is out of sight.
Yeah, but
it's out of sight, and from what you're saying, you're gonna have a bad experience there.
Yeah. Well, the Oakland Hills are different. The Oakland Hills were traditionally were that obviously this is just the way it's the economics of it, was that it was white. The Oakland Hills were white. That's the place that all burned down during the Great Oakland Fire. I'm certain it's all built back up by now, but obviously that was on my birthday, as I said. That was the day I got the call from Aquino saying his boys had set the fire to celebrate my birthday, and of course scores of people died. He was laughing at me at that point. You know, I learned to take these things in stride, but it's the kind of nonstop psychological warfare that's waged against me. People can look up the Oakland Hills fire and they can verify it was October 20th that it started. I don't even remember exactly which year now, but I think I had just come home from someplace, one of my contracts, I mean like overseas, when then I got the call from Aquino just saying, yeah, we set this for just specifically for you, and it was arson. And we're talking like, that was like, you know, because of that, a friend of mine drove me up to see it, and that was where we almost got surrounded and boxed in by a fire. You have no idea how these fires just leap like gin. They'll just like you will think that there's no way you will be on one side of the fire looking at it and then suddenly find yourself with a wall of fire behind you. There is no logical reason for you to think that, but due to embers, air, it's like a living thing. And we were almost boxed in just by a wall of flame on every side at that point. That was like the stupidest thing I had ever done, was to go up there to take a look at the fire that had been set in my name by Aquino's own claim. And I have no reason to doubt him. And that burned down what my gang brother Beaver said was the only good part of Oakland, which truly at that time really was in terms of, you know, real estate considerations. And that just wiped Oakland out. So, you know, it's obviously the only place Oakland could go after that was up. Hopefully it just, goes up over time in terms of...
looking at a home right here.
Yeah.
Harbor View Avenue. It has just got the most beautiful view of San Francisco behind the Oakland Bay Bridge.
Yeah.
What a view. Wow. What a view. It's like $1,095,000. Price sounds great. 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. Inside is beautiful. The outside looks like a claptrap. It's fixed up. It's siding, but it's like, God, I paid $1 million for that. Well, and then the outside is just, it's like, it's kind of on a hill with a bunch of trees. It looks like it's got a nice big garage. It actually might not be so bad. It just, the outside is, but the inside is just incredible. At least the pictures of it. And the view is like, God, you could just sit there and, I imagine you get tired of the view after a while, though. I think San Francisco is one of the most beautiful views. To view the city and the skyline of San Francisco, far more beautiful than Manhattan. Manhattan can be impressive depending on where you are, but California has an aesthetic quality that New York will never have. And looking north from Angel Island or from Tiburon, it's like you see San Francisco and it's just beautiful with the sun, either the sun coming in the morning or the fog coming in. It's just beautiful. But and then you kind of look at, what am I looking at? All this crap inside that city. You kind of think, what's there? It's not so beautiful anymore.
Well, yeah. Now, when you think about what's on the ground, oh my God, and of course, this is like anybody who goes out in San Francisco. Of course, as I said, the main problem has always been just shit everywhere, dog shit and human shit. And I don't know why people keep bothering to ask me if I could tell the two apart. But it's something that, it's actually an offensive question. It's very offensive. Don't ask me that. It's one of those things where you spend all your time looking at it because you're trying to avoid stepping on it. And of course, when you do that often enough, then it enters your dreams. So that is something that is a kind of like regular and recurring dream, is walking along the street and trying to avoid all of the massive piles of dog shit that are just all over. And so it's just a running challenge with living in this city, which is just, one of the filthiest in the world. By the way, when Paula Masson was here with Peter Moon, that's one thing I asked her about, comparing that to Romania and other cities, and yes, she pretty much agreed that San Francisco was the filthiest place she had ever seen. As a matter of fact, she really couldn't get over just how filthy it was in San Francisco.
But you know what she said now?
Yeah.
We had a great moment a couple of weeks ago and I took her out for to the Cheesecake Factory with one of her friends who's deeply. I've been to Romania 3 times. She's probably going to go to Atlanticon with me, this lady. And she had I guess we mentioned the trip we took, and she just, San Francisco, one of my favorite city, And Paula says, yes. And now she's talking up San Francisco now.
Wow.
Because it's like a memory. Okay. And whereas even after we left her, she says, I really don't like it there. She loved Sausalito. She loved Tiburon. It just, the Marin County, it just, it's just so beautiful. And the attitude is nice. But she said, and then she said to me, she says, I really liked walking around Chinatown with you and Douglas. Whereas if you recall, she was just kind of freaked out at how dirty it was.
Right. Well, I knew that she appreciated doing what she was doing with us, and that in turn was appreciated by myself, and I mean, she's wonderful. And of course, by the way, Jameson.
But now it's a memory. Now it's a poetic memory.
Yes.
And she goes back, and she's. Also, this was good. The one place she did not take to was the Gold Country.
Okay.
She loved Yosemite, and the Gold Country. See, I have things I want to investigate in the Gold Country, and she was just. There's no way she would have done any of that with me. She just didn't have the mindset. There's deep investigations I want to do of not just the Gold Country. Well, yeah, the Gold Country. So I said to, and Dennis had sent me. He says, next time we go, I'll take you to Columbia. Well, Columbia was once going to be the capital of California. Before Sacramento, it almost made it the capital.
Wow.
And they have this incredible old gold rush town that they've preserved, like all the old buildings. And so it's like, walking into a Western, but not like a typical Western. It's just an old, village with all the buildings and they've got tourist stuff inside and whatnot. And she loved that. And Dennis said he would take us on a stagecoach ride. They have a stage. He gave me a YouTube of it, and I go, wow. And this bandit holds you up, and he starts asking you for your belongings. And I said, well, Dennis, if I go, I'm gonna buy some condoms, And when he asked for if we have anything, I'm gonna throw some condoms at him, He can keep the condoms. And Paul said, why do you want to throw condoms at him? I said, well, why not? What else do I want to throw him? So, a 6-pack of beer? She says, that's better. And no, it's like, I mean, they're those guys that do those roles. I mean, they need to be, they're actors. They need to have their chops busted now and then. It makes them happy, when you have something for them.
Right.
And it would make him smile and, give him something to talk about when he goes home. After holding people up every, 20 minutes or whatever he does, coming out with his gun and not pointing it at them, but pointing. So I showed Paula, and she says, I want to go. I want to go on that. That reminds me of Romania. So now she wants to go back to the Gold Country. And then Dennis pointed out that the hotel we stayed in, which I actually really like, the Sonora Inn, it's not like a 3-star or 4-star place, but it's ancient, it's quaint, and I was even able to get the biggest suite in the place for another extra $1, if you did it right. And of course, it's COVID time, so it was easy to get. And I guess it's not the poshest place, but it's not that bad either. So I liked it. And Dennis says, that place is loaded with ghosts. That whole town is loaded with ghosts. he thought that might be a factor. But no, I think she liked the little hotel we had in Mill Valley much better because it was just super clean and it was small, but you're not spending much time there, and it was really cozy. So, I guess the memory, maybe she'll want to go back. She wants to go to Shasta, certainly. So, who knows? But so Oakland's got some nice. I've said some better homes here. If anybody got $1 million and wants to move to the Bay Area, nice homes in Oakland, and you might be a lot more comfortable there than in San Francisco.
Oh, maybe. I mean, San Francisco.
And these are in the hills.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be robbed in these houses.
I don't
think you are.
Yeah, I mean, your point is well taken. I mean, this is why they were safer, and this is why the whites were living in them, is because this was someplace that, for one thing, if they saw black people come into the neighborhood, the black people would be instantly identifiable as someone who didn't belong there. So that was the one reason that they could tell who's belongs in the neighborhood and who does not, and the cops would be called and dispatched accordingly. So this is why they were quote unquote safe. They were certainly, how would I say it, ethnically enclaved. So when it comes to the situation in San Francisco, you don't have any of that because the neighborhoods are so close. So when it comes to the situation with the expenses, Jameson was saying that those prices in Oakland, what was it he said exactly? He says those prices make Manhattan look cheap. So yeah, that does.
Well, these are houses. Manhattan is, they're not houses in Manhattan unless you go up, and then they're all rode together up in Harlem or someplace. They're more like buildings or apartments in Manhattan. Mm-hmm. So these places in Oakland, they actually they're on a hill, they have a view, they have a yard.
They're actual homes. Yeah.
Yeah. Manhattan, I'm surprised if you can get anything under $1 million in Manhattan. I haven't looked.
I'm sure it's got to be like that. I mean, Manhattan's got to be, unaffordable for any normal human being. But in terms of what were we on about? I did want to thank you so much for checking into that all of that and making us aware of it. I never could have approached it from that angle and made that accessible. I do want to check into the live stream because so many of the people have positive things to say about Peter being here, and of course we just had a hell of a time tonight. It was just as usual, just a lot of struggle, if it's not one thing or the other. But I'll tell you, Peter, it's just so frustrating for a creature like myself from the 20th century. This is probably due to what I did when I went to the bank the other day. By the way, I want to give a shout out later, and I'll do that after I conduct the solicitation officially. And now that Peter's with us, I'll bring some of these subjects up in passing, so he's brought into the context of the general importance of tonight. Chris Collins, God bless you. He said, much love, Douglas. Now, I don't remember Chris Collins specifically. I may or may not have met him in the past. The name is hauntingly familiar, but there may be a lot of people with similar names. But he sent $20 into the PayPal account, and because of that, I have enough money now to order my prescriptions easily. And that's each one of them. I only needed 3 in the most immediate sense, and each one of them's only $1 something. But this will more than cover them, and made it possible. Before I found out he had sent that into the PayPal account, I was trying to transfer money into the PayPal account myself so that I could do just that, potentially pay my bills through that rather than sending them through the mail and further exposing myself to people at the post office, which is one of the frustrating things I had to do yesterday. Now that Peter's here, I can vent and cathart about that, about yesterday. But it was just, had to get up in the morning and leave a message with our man Benestenius. And he had questioned one time whether he could send money into the PayPal account. At the time, it really just wasn't convenient. And that would have been in an account that belonged to Lena Shea anyway. So when she severed, I mean, she just disrupted everything. Everything was dependent on her, which of course this is what I tend to do. I tend to look for chick takeovers. That's my primary weakness. I look for chick takeovers because I'm not really a competent adult. And the end result is when they then take everything and make myself completely dependent on them and then sever the lines. It doesn't matter whether they're stealing the money or not. I mean, there's so much money that's just lost through that process that they may as well be. And in terms of the Benestenius, I asked him if he could send it into the PayPal account, and I guess he tried to respond to me. Whatever the case may be, that'll work out when it does. But I tried to stick some money from my account into my PayPal account. Now, these are both my accounts. So I went to the bank and I brought my cell phone and I asked them if this is possible. And so they tried to help me do it. And I'll be fucked. Nothing came out of it other than madness and frustration. And I had to go.
Can I ask you a question that might help?
Sure.
You're trying to take this from PayPal to your bank?
No, I was trying to take it out of my bank account and put a few $100 into my PayPal. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I will tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 PayPal accounts.
Uh-huh.
Each PayPal account has to be linked to a specific bank.
Uh-huh.
Now, one is a personal
Oh.
PayPal to my personal account.
Uh-huh.
One is to my business account.
Right.
Now, your PayPal account
Yeah.
is either linked to your personal account at a specific bank, or it is linked to somebody else's.
Well, it's probably linked to my bank account. It must be. I'm pretty sure it is. I mean,
You go into your PayPal account?
well,
You
I can go into
it.
Yeah, I can go into my PayPal account. You mean like right now and look into it and confirm that? I'm pretty sure it is.
It'll say,
Yeah.
transfer money,
Yeah.
and you transfer $1, and it'll say transfer to my bank account. It'll tell you what the bank account is. Is it your bank account or is it somebody else's bank account? You'll be able to recognize. It'll be named with the N number.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure it's my bank account because Selena and I, well, she helped me to set it up. So we had the...
But what I'm saying is, all you have to do
Uh-huh.
is, this is all done through PayPal, and it will appear in your bank, but it will take about 3 days unless you agree to a charge to pay it instantly. So if you pay whatever the fee is, it'll put it in there instantly. But otherwise, you have to wait 3 days to move it into the account. And this is all done online. And then you can go down the street to the bank and pull it out, or otherwise use it.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, I was trying to get on the PayPal account so I could just pay the bills without having to go to the post office. But when by the way, I apologize to all our listeners for you to listen to this kind of adult retardation on my part. But this is like, but just so people understand. So the young lady down at the bank was trying to help me transfer money out of my account into my PayPal account. And
That's different.
Yeah.
But you can also do that online in your PayPal account if it is linked to that account.
Right, and we were going to put it into the PayPal account, and yes, theoretically they offered to do it much quicker because I wanted to do it right away, so I wouldn't have to get the money orders out. But the time they said they'll do it for like charging whatever percentage it was. So she told me that would be $2 to put in $200. And I said, that's fine, because that would be less than the money orders from the post office. But we couldn't do it. Once we got to the point where we did that, it was just, to get to that point, we went through every imaginable just loophole. It was madness. And then when we got to...
Did you go into your own PayPal account?
Yeah, it was my PayPal account. Yeah, through my cell phone. Yeah, so I was logging in for the first time.
Now see,
Yeah.
Cell phones, I'm trying to think. I was trying to do something on a cell phone.
Yeah.
No, I know what I was trying to do for Paula's unemployment.
Uh-huh.
She was trying to do stuff on her cell phone.
Yeah.
Now, she's got an iPhone. It's probably the most advanced cell phone you can have.
Yeah, yeah.
And plus, she's pretty good with it.
Yeah. Well, she's young.
No. This was the problem.
cell phone apps are nowhere near as user-friendly or even functional as a computer site.
Yeah.
You go in with a computer application into Citibank or Chase Bank, it's going to be a breeze. They try to make the cell phone app intuitive and easy, but some things you just can't do. And if you can do them, good luck finding out how to do them. It only does the most simple thing. Now, I would say, so what I'm saying is the way you should do this, if you do it again, is do it at home on your computer before you go to the bank. And you can even pay it instant there if you want, pay the $2 or whatever it is. It'll give you a fee, and you can do it. And I'm just saying it's much easier than trying to use a cell phone. And if you're already, especially if you're already cell phone challenged, and some of your users might even be more challenged than you, or your listeners. I can't speak for them.
Oh, some of the older listeners probably would be so yeah, definitely what you say is appreciated. So what happened was we tried it with a cell phone. It ultimately just simply could not be done. I went to the post office, did everything I had to do, and then when I came home, basically here we are the next day, and I get a warning from Microsoft, which owns Skype, saying that I tried to get into the Google Chrome, which is what we were accessing through the cell phone, saying somebody tried to get in. And so somehow this impacted the Microsoft. Either that, there's only two options of what could have happened.
Yeah, you want to stay off the cell phone as much as possible.
Pretty much, yes. This is the lesson I learned. This is what makes it so offensive.
Yeah, it's in other words, there might be people that are really good at it, but as I saw, Paula was trying to work something out and she was getting frustrated. And one of the she was even having problems with the site. If you didn't answer the question in 45 seconds and you're trying to read it and study the question, the site shuts down. You got to enter everything again. Yeah, that was on a regular computer, but with a cell phone, it's even worse. So if you're doing you don't want to do any business on a cell phone if you can avoid it.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Every time I turn on my cell phone, which I don't use very often, it wants to update my software. I can't go into it.
Yes.
So it's like if I want to call somebody, I turn it on, update, and you can't not update it. So it's like, what a bunch of crap is this? That means I've got to update it update it once a day, and I should probably do it before I go out because I take it with me when I go out. I should probably just update the cell phone, and it's very ball busting, and
it's a complete and total sap on your time. It is a time pit. It just drains you of energy and involvement. I mean, it literally sucks you in.
Now, also, this is like at football. We've had a challenge. We're getting to it, but we've had a challenge getting everybody to communicate because some people go by email, some people go by text, and there's not one central person who has all the phone numbers. And one guy who did a couple years ago, his cell phone went wacky, and now he's lost all those numbers. So he was like, I called him the commissioner. Now my doctor is becoming the commissioner because he's got a cell phone that works well, and we're going to try and put up a website. But one of the guys was saying to me, he says, "No, I don't text. I can't text." So why not? I mean, I don't really text. And he says, because people get emotional when they text. They get angry. It doesn't work. They say, in other words, they don't respond properly. If you start texting back and forth, emotions get bent out of shape. So he's just saying is, and keep in mind, these people aren't people that text each other all the time. It's not like a couple of lovers or a husband and wife. It's people that don't, and so the emotions get volatile on texting. So I'm not going to text. That's their reason for not texting. And this is just about, guys who are ostensibly their friends. You know, it's like, you wouldn't think they'd have issues like that. But no, I'm not going to text.
Yeah.
And then some people will insert inapplicable humor into the text, which is not good because it just like, oh, well, just say what you need to say, you know. It's like, you know, it's not, it's meant in good spirit, but it doesn't work. So yeah, it's like communication. Now this takes us to another level, which you know kind of suggests the art of life, is that I was writing my newsletter today, and I'm realizing something about time travel. And we have this incredible time reactor that Dr. David Anderson's invented. We don't have any access to it. We know very little bit about it. And what he knows about it, he's very, I guess what you'd say, stingy in sharing. But one thing you realize, if you could go back in time, like you've seen in any movie where you get the coordinates and you go back in time to some major event, and first thing is you're not going to understand the language.
Yeah.
And if you speak the language, if you speak Latin, French, Russian, which is most people are not going to speak those languages, but if you do speak those languages and you go back to that time, the Latin that you go back to in the year 0 is going to be a lot different than the Latin you learn in Catholic school. And the same with the Russian. You know, when you go back to the time period of, you know, Dostoevsky or something like this, it's not going to sound the same. And
English itself would be completely different from what you speak.
Exactly. So you're screwed. And then if, say, you want to go back and, you know, people say they very fixate on the Christian story. So let's say if you go back and you're going to go back, oh, I want to go back to the New Testament, the time of the New Testament. Now, let's just assume that history is the way the New Testament says it is, more or less. Let's say that that's a fairly accurate depiction. Let's just give that as a hypothesis. You go back into that time. Now, that New Testament is, let's say the mission of Christ is 3 years. You go back and take that part and you try and experience it. Or go back now. You go back to you know, seminal events and stuff like that. It's going to take you, that's 3 years. Now, what about all the plots and subplots? It's like, and you're going to go back and, oh yeah, I want to see when Veronica gave him the handkerchief to, you know, to wipe his face or whatever she did. You know, it's like, oh, but that's just one incident. What else went on? And what about the things that didn't get talked about? What about all the in-between times? You know, was he rolling dice with the publicans and sinners? You know, and then not so much that, but you're going to be like, what was going on? And you're going to spend a tremendous amount of time. Now, let's say that what happened in that time period was not at all like you've read in the New Testament, and the New Testament shows itself to be largely fictionalized based upon earlier metaphors and stories. Then you have an even more exhaustive journey of what was really going on and how did all that stuff get put together, who put it together, why put it together, and you're trying to understand the language, and you're lost. You're lost, no matter how intelligent you are, even if you're multilingual and super intelligent. It's like, what good is this device? Well, this necessitates, and it just kind of came automatically to me because I'm looking at the troubles in trying to work with a functional time machine, the logistical troubles. Well, in Radu Cinemar's works, he is being intuitively guided with different machinery that can sort of read his mind and do depictions and tell him, you know, and teach him metaphors, teach him stories, teach him history. So he's working with an intuitive machine, for lack of a better word, machine. It's something outside of himself. Mm-hmm. Now, I can compare what he's doing to a hallucinogenic function in the human brain, which I've experienced. So I can say, wow. And the only what you're in touch with, if it's going right, is what, and I gotta credit Aleister Crowley. He's not somebody I like to credit for whatever reason, or I don't often credit.
Well, for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah, but there's other reasons. You know, but one of the things I do often say is that he teaches you when you're dealing with spirits to test them exhaustively. And then once you've tested them exhaustively, test them again. And once they've passed the test twice, he says, then you dismiss them, you know, get rid of them. In other words, he's telling you they're not very valuable. Right. But what he does tell you is that the purpose of magic is to get into a conversation with your holy guardian angel. Now, identified with your higher self. That is that part of you which is the most creative part of you. And I mean this in the most positive sense, the most godlike, the most know thyself. So that is the innate intelligence inside of you. In chiropractic, as it was taught by, I think the guy's name was Palmer. Mm-hmm. I get him confused with the Palmer guy who wrote about the inner earth. But he taught that the body has a native intelligence that is completely capable of correcting itself. That native intelligence is going to go way beyond just correcting the body. So a hallucinogenic, and I do not advocate hallucinogens, but what it does, in the most positive thing it can do is it opens a window into one's potential. It does not give you that potential. That's something you have to get on your own. But it's like opens the door to all of these what Aldous Huxley called the antipodes of the mind. It applies in a more detailed sense to the stuff that Aleister Crowley talked about. It's like you're getting you're full on. You got the full power of the human being. You can give it different names, the fully activated crystal skull of the human mind, whatever you want, a metaphor you want to put on it. So with the work of Radu Cinnabar and the stories that come out of there, he's going into different vibrational frequencies. He's dealing with beings that are on a different vibrational plane of existence. And he's being guided or led to realities that are, he's basically being led to Shambhala in the inner earth. And this is where they're leading him to. And it's a guiding thing that's inside of all of us. It's inside the planet. It's inside the black hole that's at the center of the galaxy and universe and so on and therefore. These are like you can connect it with divine consciousness. So it's all of this is a game is trying to get back to that core of reality. So a time device is, if you have it, is going. David Anderson has a certain amount of genius that he's led to, and he's brilliant. What goes through that? What goes through him and what goes through his work and what he has to deal with in terms of villains and enemies? I don't know, but it's a game of high security, and it's high stakes security. So, but when we get to the stories of Romania and what can be provided, his device would best have something like that. And that's how it would tell you, oh, you want to go to the time of, Christ. Okay, we're going to take you back there, and it will kind of feed you what you know. As he said in his book, Transylvania Sunrise, the first book that he wrote, was that they had a device that could take you, show you the history of the world. Mm-hmm. But it only went up to about 400 or 500 AD. There was, after that, there was nothing that went on. But it was bioresonant with the person who was looking through the device. So you would see a different history that might have more Asian stuff in it than what I would see. I might see some Asian stuff, but because you're got Asian DNA, it might have a lot more. You might be a lot more interested in it than I am.
Well, that makes perfect sense, and certainly that's something they were aware of when the designers created the Assassin's Creed video game franchise, where they're going into so-called junk DNA and basically retrieving people's racial memories, which would be another way to time travel, so to speak, but different, of course. But anyhow, but please go.
What you're interested in and all that sort of thing, what you're here to learn. So it's like the trick becomes, how do you access that intuitive part inside of you? My Qigong teacher would always say, well, he didn't always say it. I only heard him say it once, but boy, did it strike me. You'd be doing an exercise where you might just be standing, and standing can be a very rigorous exercise where you're standing with your arms extended or in different positions. But what it does is it strengthens your fascia, which is your connective tissue. And if done properly, it will strengthen your connection with your etheric fascia, which extends out into the universe. But he said, focus on the abstraction. What's the abstraction? So if you're sitting there under a tree, with your arms out holding a invisible punch ball, and you're sitting on an invisible punch ball, you kind of like, and it's like you're just sitting there. Now, a lot can go through your mind. You're supposed to just be witnessing. Yeah, at first your fingers are going to get sore, your hands are going to get sore, and you blow past that eventually to where you're sitting there with these like your arms and fingers become like wire, and they can go through. And sometimes you can get a lot of energy and chi flowing through them, which feels real good. But then you're sitting there and you focus on the abstraction. What is the abstraction? It connects to the intuitive mind. What do you focus on when you meditate? You're trying not to focus on anything, but it's inevitable. You're going to focus on something, even if it's a purple dot or something. So it's like the intuitive process becomes critical in doing anything. And I'm talking about, time travel, which is a very exotic and over the top sort of adventure that most human beings are not ready for. They're wrestling with their own mind.
No, and I think that Dr. David Anderson is more than correct in not turning loose whatever technology he has for exploitation. It's simply the human race is not ready for it, or rather, the society is not ready for it.
Well, yes, and this brings it. It's like why. I mean, and this is my work. It's like this is my. I mean, it's been handed to me, and it's been handed to me over a period of. Like, I've known him for like 23 years, 22 years, almost 22 years. And it's everything I've learned has been over a very slow time period. And, it's a great gift. It's sort of added so much to not only my personal life and my personal adventures of just enlightenment, but it's also been very critical to my career. And to say nothing of my personal, I'm talking about my enlightened mind, but my personal day-to-day life, because I've established all these connections in Romania with what I refer to as his most critical spot, the chocolate in the cave. So, that's it's a very, I guess what you'd say, and one of the great sayings in Qigong is slow is better. Slow is better. There's nothing being rushed into here. So be it. But the intuitive process is critical. And when we get into the adventures with the Artilect, your intuition, or the Artilect's intuition, from what I've been able to perceive, is working overtime, because that's what it's operating on. There's a lot of intuition going on there with that function. There would have to be, like, what information is going to pick, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, and we'll certainly speak of that more publicly in the future. Definitely, with what we've been dealing with, it's hard to, how would I say it, imagine that the art elect has not been involved with, say, for instance, the selection of the young Taiwanese descended lady who is now working with the Trade Commission that I spoke of at some length in the transmission before last, if I remember correctly, the transmission before the latest. Just so people understand, I'm going to go into the chat room now, go over what a number of people are saying, kind of contextualize some things further for Peter, who's been helping us through the night. Maria Gregorich, I owe you so much. Thank you so much, honey, for being in there and getting everybody talking. Chris Collins is in there. Yes, okay, I remember now. This is the young gentleman with the long hair. And so he says the text is very bad to use. Tonality does not translate via text. Yes, so true. Atlantean Wizard says, what does that say about California that only 1% can afford not to be stabbed in the kitchen? It says everything you already know, and like Jameson says, what does that say about Americans in general? To go back up a bit further, Vicki Johnson said hello to everyone earlier in the evening. God bless her. She brings sunshine with her. At that time, Isaac Romero said, hello, Team Dietrich. Dat Dude 873210 said, still sounding clear. By the way, this was so important because, like I was telling Peter, using that cell phone, it's not just frustrating. I don't know if Peter grasped the enormity of this because this happened before he came on. Just my trying to get into my own system through the cell phone, unless there was somebody who was legitimately breaking into my Skype account, which I can't imagine. Well, whatever. But basically what happened was I was informed by Microsoft that there was a break-in problem of unusual activity. And so this happened the next day. So it took a day, and most of the time you expect people to respond fairly automatically. These systems, when you try and break in from another platform, you expect the system to give you the notification then, but it didn't give it to me until the next day, if indeed this has anything to do with what I was attempting to do at the bank. But it said that it's a Microsoft account problem, and Microsoft owns Skype, so it said there was unusual activity in the account Douglas Dietrich 1, which is my Skype ID. And so when I called Brendan in, and he was wonderful, he came in to look at it just before we got on air in the middle of his midterms, and he agreed that this was something that could be ignored. It probably had to do with what I was doing at the bank yesterday, almost certainly. And then I got knocked off Skype. So thank God the Skype call was not knocked off bandwidth, but rather I was signed out of Skype by Microsoft because they felt it was for my own safety, and they forced me to change my password. So that happened before you came on. Before you came on, I had to get knocked off, had to change my password. This is probably, unless somebody tried to break into my Skype account, which may have happened, this probably happened because I was trying to get into Google and Chrome, and it somehow set all kinds of bells off in the system from my cell phone the day before, which just goes to show you this is just maddening. It's not only is it difficult to use the cell phone and to get any business done on it, which they keep encouraging you to do. They keep encouraging you to live by your cell phone. And everybody keeps telling us when I go to the bank, they keep telling you, yes, you can do this through your phone or anywhere else. And the reality is not only can we not do anything through it, it sets off alarms that wind up fucking me up while I'm trying to commit to a transmission, while I'm hosting a transmission, which is just beyond frustrating. If people were hosting, something like that could throw your average person off completely. They wouldn't even be able to do anything the rest of the night. But in terms of the other things that are going down, Daniel Arola says, hi, HIGH from the super spreader state of Texas in the blue city of Houston in Harris County. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Peter, but you probably do. Texas is now 100% open. They have returned to normal there. No masks, no nothing. No lockdown, no masks, no nothing. I mean, everything is open like there's like nothing's going on. anyhow, I was asked by Sammy Romero about Meghan Markle. He wanted me to speak about what she was saying about racism in the royal family. Daniel is saying Meghan Markle is the reason why most Americans won't shut up about the British royals, because the Americans are the most prejudiced bigots in the world. It's the race subject that triggers them. And Dat Dude says, good point, Danny, and I agree. So Marcus Grix, of course, says he's living in Australia, and he says the link to this YouTube only popped up then. He says he's white and he doesn't have any of these thoughts. We were speaking of racism earlier, and he says this is a great look into the mind pattern of being black in this society. Racism towards Aboriginals in Australia is just as bad. And yes, that's certainly true. Bill Lyons says, thank you, Peter. By the way, Bill Lyons has mentioned that she is using her husband's account, and she says, I love Douglas, his honesty, and is so humble. Oh, thank you, honey. Love you dearly in turn. And of course, so everybody is doing well, and so the chat room is doing well, and I want to thank everyone for participating. So shout out again to Chris Collins. I'll be giving you a formal shout out later after solicitation. And Atlantean Wizard, and thank goodness he's in there as well. So aside from all of that, I guess what I'll bring up with Peter is some things about tonight that I was trying to bring up with the lads earlier, and that is, of course, that I finally remembered who Sammy Romero was trying to draw out of my memory for me. The last time that Peter and I were on, that all of us were on, including Pac One, actually, who didn't get a chance to talk on the last transmission before tonight's, it was Google Doodle, which is very, how would I say it? They're very dedicated to always emphasizing diversity. And so they dedicate their Google Doodles to various people on various days that are almost certainly no one the average American has ever fucking heard of. And so these people will always be people of various ethnicities and nationalities that did something to contribute to human progress, or culture. And the last one that we were on, and I was too defunct from dealing with sleep deficit at the time, when we were on Sunday night, they were honoring Masako Katsura because I believe it was her birthday or her death day. That's usually what Doodle chooses to honor someone by, is by their birthday or their death day, or some day in which they rendered some specific contribution to mankind. So she was born on March 7th. So yes, that was her birthday, was the date of the last transmission. People can look up Masako Katsura, a beautiful woman, and she was this woman who was nicknamed Katsi, but she was known as the First Lady of Billiards. She was this Japanese Carom billiards player who was most active in the 1950s, and she blazed a trail for women in the sport by competing and placing among the best in the male-dominated world of professional pool. So that's a pleasant lady to remember. Today, Google Doodle is honoring someone who is much more biting and much more relevant to what Peter and I are dealing with. And of course, today's day, I'm not going to overdwell on it. When Peter takes his leave for tonight, I might review a few things about it. But today is, of course, the Memorial Day for the firebombing of Tokyo. By the way, so people understand this, this was not the single deadliest air raid in World War II. This was the deadliest air raid in all of human history. Just so people get some perspective here, that so they can understand just how truly murderous the Americans were. Their firebombing campaign, hitting Tokyo and other cities, coupled with the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, are known to have killed well over 1 million Japanese civilians between March and August of 1945. Now bear in mind, all of these people who were burned alive, all of them, but that I mean statistically, demographically, like 99% were all women, children, infants, and the elderly, and the sick, and hospitalized. All the able-bodied men were at the front. Many young girls were in factories, thank the gods, within bunkered bomb shelters. But anyone else who was far more vulnerable was at home, and these were the people the Americans were bombing. Now, one of the things that I brought up in the past that most Americans have no knowledge of is, of course, they have no concept of just how important Taiwan was to the Japanese war effort. And, of course, Taiwan's main contribution to the war effort for Japan in the most immediate sense was its fact that it served as Japan's aircraft carrier, its unsinkable aircraft carrier. All of the majority of the Japanese air power was based out of Taiwan. And yet Taiwan was almost never bombed throughout the war. So you have a situation where you might ask why, and I've explained the very supernatural reason for that in the past. The men who were sent to conduct bombing raids over Taiwan swore that they had seen a woman flying through the sky, capturing the majority of the bombs that they dropped, the majority of the ordnance, so that it didn't hit the ground. All of these men were basically institutionalized or sworn to secrecy. If they were considered still functional after a period of institutionalization, they were released back into the war effort. But the Americans ceased and desisted with all bombing raid attempts on Taiwan. Now, of course, the Taiwanese themselves saw that same woman flying through the sky, and they said that that was Matsu, the guardian goddess of the island of Taiwan, the goddess of the sea who guards Taiwan. And so when it comes to that particular kind of supernatural intercession, that intervention into warfare, the Americans had no answer for it. And of course, the Americans really couldn't invade Taiwan because Taiwan is almost the size of Japan itself. If the Americans had dedicated an invasion to Taiwan, it would never have been a Marine Corps operation because there simply were never enough Marines. It would have to have been an Army operation, and it would have to have been literally one that was the size of D-Day in Normandy. And as I've explained to Peter Moon in the past, there were hundreds of D-Days throughout the Pacific, the majority of them successful in invading islands, but they were all called D-Days. Anytime there was an amphibious invasion, it was a D-Day. When it came to something like Taiwan, when you think about the fact that Okinawa, the capital of the Ryukyu's island chain, but obviously much, much smaller than Taiwan, and Okinawa required an invasion fleet the size of the invasion fleet of Normandy at D-Day. And that was a primarily Marine operation in which the U.S. Army went in and pulled their asses out of the fire after, of course, they got themselves in too deep. That was a situation where if you think of the fact that they suffered so many casualties before, in simply establishing the beachheads, before even getting on the island itself, none of that could have been accomplished at Taiwan. It's since it took all the efforts of invading Normandy to get into Okinawa, Taiwan was literally physically impossible. So it couldn't be invaded. They couldn't bomb it, and for reasons they never dared to emphasize. And you can look it up and actually try and find out why didn't America bomb Taiwan throughout the war. You're going to find absolutely nothing. And what you do find isn't going to make any fucking sense, the reasons that they'll give. So it's just a situation that, again, the war is simply completely unknown to most Americans, and what they do know is simply lies. And again, it's something that they simply continue to delve into. And yet the more they delve into it, really, the less sense it makes. Anything you find on YouTube is going to be extraordinarily detail-oriented, but it's detail that hides any context. So you're going to find everything about certain types of bombs, certain types of planes, and this is what Peter has been helping myself to prune and hedge from our book because, of course, I do tend to dwell on many of those technical subjects. And it's understandable why I do. This is definitely something that most people are interested in, and they want to know, how could the Japanese have done this? How could they have, done any of this that you say that they could have done? And so I go a long ways towards explaining such things. Of course, when it comes to what Peter is saying, he says we've definitely got to concentrate on many of the generalities. We don't want to delve too deep into the technical details because many people are simply unable to handle all that detail. But just so that Americans know it, I'll go into this more in Arc of Narrative tonight, albeit in passing. This is the anniversary of the firebombing of Tokyo, and this was something that you cannot confuse. And this is like what Richard Dolan was saying when he was attacking myself and attempting to ambush myself at the that conspiracy conference where I debuted as a public informant. And of course, it's our man, John Warrington, who has the complete video thereof, and our man, Daniel Arola, who has taken splices of it and put them on his Taboo Bros 2 YouTube channel. And you can see the ambush conducted by Richard Dolan and my response. Of course, I didn't even get very technical. If I had gotten technical, basically Richard Dolan was saying, and if you see Richard Dolan speak, I think this is a point that needs to be made. Aside from any of the personal contact I had made with Richard Dolan at the conference the night beforehand, where I had eaten dinner with he and his wife and specifically provided him with advice for taking care of his parents, because his parents were getting older and becoming very decrepit and suffering from the onset of senile dementia. He was not happy with having to take care of his parents, and I relayed some of what I had done for my parents. It was obvious he didn't want to take care of them at all, but I sat there with him at dinner and was trying to help him in that effort. And so his wife was in tears when he attacked me on the stage, because she really couldn't believe her husband's sheer, I guess you'd call it just depravity, to turn on someone who had just been eating dinner with him the other night and providing him advice for how to take care of his parents. And so when it came to what he was saying, you'll notice that with this incredibly smug look on his face where all the white guys surrounding him, and you'll notice, of course, he's given the seat of honor in the center of the speaker's platform. And this was called a speaker's panel, but there were two people who were put on either side of the speaker's panel who were considered unfit to be on the panel itself. And that was me on one side, and, of course, the very old Jordan Maxwell on the other side. And in the middle, of course, in the place of honor,
He would have been better than a lot of them.
yeah, well, there you have it. And so there in the middle, you have Richard Dolan, and you are advised to just review that, because look at his face, and you can see the smugness on his face when he's talking about what he truly believes in. He truly believes what he's saying. He says the Americans were able to bomb Japan with impunity. And he repeats it. The Americans were able to bomb Japan with impunity. And he's saying this with this smug smile of satisfaction on his face. Now, try and bear in mind what he's talking about, so you understand the seriousness of this. When Major General Curtis LeMay, the commander of the 21st Bomber Command, argued that incendiary bombing would be the way to go, it's because conventional bombing was not going to kill people. It was incendiary bombing that would set wooden cities on fire to kill all of the civilians that he wanted to kill. And when the Japanese houses were set on fire, and bear in mind, this was why reconstruction in Japan for the Americans to help with was so easy, and why Japan rebuilt so rapidly was because of this wooden housing. This is, very cheap, inexpensive housing that is easy to build. You can actually build such units overnight. But to give you an example of how the Americans tested this, the Americans built entire wooden cities in the desert of the United States. And the Americans made the Japanese build them, who they were keeping in internment camps. So that you understand this. These people who were kept in internment camps, who were descended from the Japanese, many of them didn't know how to build a Japanese home any more than an Eskimo who grows up amongst white people knows how to build an igloo. So they had to get Americans to teach them who had studied such construction. And so what the Americans did was they had them build entire cities in the desert, the Japanese slaves, as slave labor, and then they forced them to furnish them the way they would in Japan, to the point where they had tatamis on the floor on which they would sleep. Most Japanese had learned to sleep on a bed, but they remembered their parents sleeping on tatamis, so they wound up basically making these entire furnished cities in the desert, complete with tatamis on the floor, so the Americans could test how they would burn. Now, I dealt with the records of those cities that Japanese built, and they specifically had baby cribs in the majority of these empty homes. Baby cribs and sick beds for the elderly. The Americans targeted only the most vulnerable. They weren't interested in killing anything that had to do with the military because they couldn't take the Japanese military on head to head. So the only thing they could do was kill women and children. And when the Americans set these cities on fire, just so people understand again the horror of this, the human carnage was appalling. It was temperatures on the ground reached 1,800 degrees. This temperature was equal to that of the surface of the sun. And so when the Americans killed all of these people that they did, none of this, of course, impacted any Japanese industry. The industry, of course, just kept building the weapons that would have taken America out if the war had continued. So when it came to breaking the morale, it didn't work, but the Americans had succeeded in killing over 1 million, almost exclusively, women and children, seniors, the hospitalized, and all of these died horribly, burned alive. Now, Richard Dolan made a big point about being a Jew and how offended he was that his people had suffered so much under the Third Reich. But he had nothing but satisfaction at burning alive non-white women and children. And I noticed this a lot from a lot of Jews. So that is a point that I make and stand on. The majority of Jews love burning other people alive. And they take great satisfaction from it. And you can see what they do in Palestine. But they want you to wail all day about my father putting them in ovens. But if it's a non-white person, well, fuck that. If it's a white person, they'll put you in an oven. Only they'll put you in alive. Is every Jew like this? No, only the ones like Richard Dolan who get the airtime. This is the culture that we're dealing with. This is your enemy. But they have total control of the media. When Derek Talley's on, he spouts their shit. Because he doesn't know any better. This is the kind of crap I've dealt with all my life. When you had Mark Zubrin come on Coast to Coast AM, he would use the term Jap. And he's Jewish, of course. Mark Zubrin writes about colonizing Mars. But when he talks about World War II, he'll say, yeah, we beat the Japs. And nobody drops anything on him. George Norrie doesn't say, hey, watch your language. But if I were to say kike, I'd be cut right off the air. But people like Mark Zubrin, Richard Dolan, can get up there and say, yeah, we roasted all these Japs alive. By the way, just so you know this, all of the incendiary bombing had to be low level. This is why they lost so many planes. There was no bombing with impunity. This is why they had to take all those islands so those damaged planes would have places to land. A lot of those planes never made it to those islands, and people who were stupid enough to parachute onto the islands themselves, the people below would rip them apart alive. The only lucky ones were caught by the police or the military for interrogation. But as for the rest of these courageous bombardiers, because they were bombing so low level in order for the incendiaries to work, they would tell you that they could smell the burning flesh of the Japanese. And because they considered the Japanese not to be human beings, they would say this is what gave them an appetite for eating once they flew back to base and were able to get their hamburgers and everything else they were eating. It was because their appetites were so whetted by all that Japanese burning flesh that they had smelled by flying low over all of the flames that they had caused. Your average American is not only a mass murderer, but a cannibal, whose appetite is whetted by the smell of burning human flesh. This is what Richard Dolan was so smug about when he's up there saying we bombed with impunity and could do anything we wanted. Anyone can read this. All of this information is available to anyone who looks up the incendiary bombing raids on Japan. So, when you're dealing with this level of insanity, the only hope is for what Peter and I are doing to make this accessible to the public so that they realized they lost the war. There's no other way to get the Americans out of their murderous addiction to this delusion of victory that carries them into losing war after war after war in which they bomb other people. Koreans, Vietnamese, Afghans, Iraqis, every person that they can, based on this concept of winning through bombardment. All of this is what has to be brought to an end. So in terms of the person that the Google Doodle is honoring on this day today, they're honoring Dr. Wu Lian-te, who was this distinguished scientist, a Cambridge-trained Chinese physician who at the age of 31 was sent to Manchuria in the severe winter of 1910 to fight this terrifying pneumoniac plague, which at that point threatened the entire world and claimed a death toll that, at its most conservative, its first strike or first wave claimed at least 60,000 victims. The successful ending of this third plague, as it was known, this major bubonic plague epidemic which sourced from marmots, almost certainly a bioweapon, which was meant to take down the Qing dynasty. And it was not deployed by the Japanese. It almost certainly was by the Russians, perhaps in conjunction with other Western powers. But the Russians most definitely wanted control of the Manchurian railway. Dr. Wu Liante was one of the men who brought that plague to an end. He basically established the modern Chinese health system. He established the Manchurian Plague Prevention Service. And, of course, he's one of the first men to actually identify the plague as sourcing from marmots. And what happened was he invented the surgical face mask to reduce transmission. So his masks were made of several layers of cotton and gauze to filter inhalations, and are widely considered the precursor to the N95 mask, which has been used so widely during the COVID-19 pandemic. So he was the man who basically created the N95 standard we use today. So in terms of Dr. Wu Liantin as the surgical mask pioneer, more than 100 years ago, which helped to knock down a highly contagious respiratory disease within months, a bioweapon engineered by the Russians and the West to destroy the Qing dynasty, which he transitionally worked for. And for his work to control the pneumonic plague, as it was known, pneumonic plague, which is a very strange term. You never hear that term. He was nominated in 1935 for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. That's a first for any person of Chinese descent. He ultimately died of a stroke in 1960 at around 80 years of age. Now, the Russians were trying to use that plague as a pretext to annex Manchuria. That's why the Japanese were brought in to stop the Russians, because the Qing were too weak to stop them. Otherwise, all of northeastern China would be Russified today. Their way of expediting that invasion was to soften all of the population base, eviscerate it with a weaponized plague. That was Hirohito's first encounter with a bioweapon in action. And it was the work of Dr. Wu Liante that enabled Hirohito to learn how to control these breakouts of plague. Matter of fact, there's a book written about Wu Liante simply called, in the English, Plague Fighter. And of course, the legacy was that as the Japanese troops advanced, Wu resettled in Malaya and never saw China again. He became a Malayan national. So if you actually look up Wu Liante, even though he's ethnically Chinese, most everyone's going to say he's Malayan. It's all bullshit. He's pure Chinese ethnically. And of course, his fame is in bringing the Manchurian plague under control. One of the things he had to deal with was several taboos concerning the human body, and he made certain to overcome these taboos by ordering the cremation of these bodies so that they would not spread the plague. Of course, China's always at risk for another plague, and that's what brings us to today in what will be my arc of narrative for much of the night concerning what we know now about Wuhan. The diplomats warned of a coronavirus danger in Wuhan 2 years before the outbreak. And basically what happened was the Chinese apparently, under communism, were experimenting with Wuhan virus, which is what they were calling a SARS weaponization. We've got this released now through American diplomats, and there are records that they were trying to warn the U.S. government about it and by the time it went through all the bureaucratic channels, it was brought before President Trump on January 15th, within the last days of his administration. Perhaps it was kept from him by conspiracy. By the time it reached his desk, it was too late. But it was something Trump always suspected anyway. We know that. But nevertheless, this is proof, and it's out now. So we know now that the Wuhan Institute of Virology lost control over a weaponized virus that's then impacted the rest of the world. So Dr. Wu Liantan, everything that happened in Manchuria, all of that is relevant today. We are dealing with an almost identical situation of a world in great power struggle. It's been confirmed by the U.S. Secretary of State that the Russians are running several websites to convince Americans not to take vaccines. And of course, they themselves are spearheading this effort because they're trying to promote Russia's rival Sputnik 4 vaccine throughout the world.
What a horrible name for a vaccine, Sputnik. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, God, I mean, that's, you might as well call it the Gulag virus. I mean, it's like,
thank you.
There's nothing good about Sputnik in terms of the American mindset.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, they have a space probe in the vaccine.
Well, it's like, you know, Putin is more astute than most world leaders in terms of understanding the American mindset. He's more astute. Like he understands the conspiracy theories better. But this is like that's one thing Bin Laden could not understand for his life.
No.
How Americans think. And Putin is, to even allow that is just so stupid.
They think of it as this great advance.
What?
They think of it as this great advance, like the Sputnik shot. They think of it as like that. It's like
yeah, but I mean, it's the public relations is just, you know, the public relations of the Soviet Union is, you know, and Russia is just, you know, our TV, Russian TV was kind of had a sharp edge to it. I mean, it was done professionally. It was, you know, it could pull people in. But when they start using a term like Sputnik virus, they're crazy. It's like they should get out one of those old, you know, Leonid Brezhnev to do a commercial. You know, it's like just, you know, Khrushchev pounding his fist on the table or his shoe. It's like, you must have the Sputnik. You know, it's just stupid. It's and this was the one thing I heard that was a critical tipping point with the Russians as far as their own revolution is when they started getting fed up, when as communication became more, and they knew that people in the West were making fun of them for being the way they were and not having toilet paper and using newspapers for toilet paper, and the idea they were making fun of all the women of wearing the babushkas, looking like old peasant women with the babushka, the scarf, you know?
Yes.
It's like, and when the youth understood that they were being perceived that way, it was the spirit of the youth that helped the overthrow happen. And those youth that rebelled in 1989 and thereabouts, they're now grown up. It's now their kids. You know?
Yes. Yes.
They become like the hippie generation of my generation turned into the yuppies. They've turned into Ruskies or something. I don't know. I don't know enough about Russia. And, you know, one of my dear friends in Romania, I've known her since she was a little girl. And she goes to St. Petersburg all the time. And she speaks Russian. And she's, you know, I can't wait to see her again and ask her about some of the Russian stuff. She'll have a completely different perspective because, you know, she's there on the ground floor when she goes to St. Petersburg.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. I mean, I look forward to what she has to say as well. It certainly this is like as you say, it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be based on anything that would be rational. I think we're really off the deep end with so much of the great power relations, so that people understand. Like I was saying before Peter came on, both Russia and China, which are kind of in this axis stuck together now with each other, they're siamized in this loose sense, a sun axis. It's like not a serious axis, it's an axis of convenience. They really don't like each other, and at the same time, what historically connected them was the Mongol Empire. That was the first time that either the Russians or Chinese ever learned anything about each other, was simply both of them falling under Mongol conquest. And it's that ultimately that was impacted by the Black Plague, because the Black Plague impacted Europe and Asia through the Mongol Empire being in between and expediting the spread of the plague by its very existence and by its making travel readily accessible throughout its empire. And of course, they first deployed the Black Plague as a weapon, and because they did so, it backfired, and ultimately it led to the end of the Mongol Empire. So we have a repeat now. The heirs of the Mongol Empire, this Sino-Slavic synaxis, that is confronting America, and of necessity, Asian India cannot meet with China on its own terms. So they're basically teamed up now with what they call the Quad, and so I'll explain a bit about that tonight. The Quad is, of course, Japan and Australia and America are helping Asian India to balance out China. So again, we see the lines being drawn in real hostility while we're dealing with the repercussions of the Wuhan virus. These are extremely dangerous times. We're probably going to see another world war, and it's complicated by the fact that we have a Cold War, a culture war, going on here at home. And, both Pac-1 and Jameson were trying to define cancel culture, which, of course, is this extraordinarily loose. It's something I don't even want to get into because there's so many different perspectives on this. What do you yourself, Peter, what do you know of this term?
The problem with the cancel culture is that it's been used by both the right and the left. Mm-hmm. So both are exploiting it as a sort of tool to attack the other.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I know of what?
Oh, cancel culture, that term. I was wondering if you had...
Well, from my impression of cancel culture, which is something that the media has been using very
all the time. You just hear it all the time.
Yeah, but I've heard it is mostly used by the Fox News people. I listen to Fox more than I listen to the other ones because it's less prejudice. Not to say that it's not prejudice, but what they basically, it's the whole idea of just canceling things out. Like we're going to take Lincoln and we're going to take his statues out and all the Confederate statues out and but not just the Confederate, anybody who stood for anything that was wrong. Now, let's say, here's an example of cancel culture. When they took out the statue of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, that was a big thing. They took it down.
Or Lenin in the former Soviet Union, or the like.
Yeah, they took out the Lenin was exhibited. He was like a stuffed.
Yeah, his body's still there. Yes.
It was a stuffed. I think they saved it, but they took it out of the Kremlin or wherever it was on display, and it's like, okay, we're taking the icons of the past and we're destroying them. They could do a cancel culture on the crucifix, which is not a positive symbol. They could do a cancel culture on a lot of things. But what they're mostly doing it now is on politically sensitive characters that endorse. Well, first it was those who endorsed slavery, and then you find that they had major flaws in their what we could call political correctness, which, you know, is every U.S. president there ever was. So, and so what do? You know, it's like you're canceling the culture. It's an interesting concept because there's a good argument to be made for why do we have these icons? But then again, like, and I think the right complains more about cancel culture than anybody.
That's the way I understood it. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So, but if you now take this, and this isn't just the right, because the left plays games too. And when I'm talking about the left, I'm not talking about the politicians you see on TV. I'm talking about who orchestrates the media, the decisions in the media, because they wanted to. There was a show, a movie, a docudrama on the Reagan years that really ripped into Ronald Reagan and showed the seamier side of him. And this was the biggest outrage. You heard, you know, the Sean Hannitys of the world, and it was endorsed even by the left. We're not going to show Reagan as he really was. This is an outrage. And Reagan, who just had such a nice personality, was a son of a bitch. He had both sides to him. He always remembered the birthdays of the people he worked for. Very sweet in that respect. He did some good things, like he refused to move into the governor's mansion in Sacramento, which was a piece of shit. And I remember I saw it, and when I first saw it, I just said, God, good for him not moving into that thing. It was embarrassing. I said, how could, you know, Jerry Brown grow up in a place like that? It was Reagan. He moved into a nice home in the suburbs. In other words, he was not. God, what a dump he would have been living in. So, and you had to admire that. You know, in other words, I'm a governor. I'm going to move into the governor's mansion. So, you know, I mean, and of course he did some real. You know, he was really a bastard when it came to certain issues in California in the 1960s. But he did, you know, kind of revive the economy after Carter had destroyed it. He brought back morale to the country. Mm-hmm. But like you go back into 1962 and you read the congressional transcripts of him. I read a whole book on his, I think it was called MCA, the Music Corporation of America. And much of it included the association of Ronald Reagan, where he was the head of the Screen Actors Guild. And he was also working on Death Valley Days and GE. He had a conflict of interest. He was illegally, he was in an illegal position. And then he was questioned about it under Congress. And this was all through this cozy relationship with, I think it was Lou Wasserman from MCA. And it was all this conflict of interest. And he was scrutinized under Congress in 1962. And almost every question they would ask, he'd go, I don't remember.
Yes.
And he skated. And of course, this was before he was governor. He was elected governor in 1966 of California. And his last movie it's a really interesting movie if you see it. It's 1964. It's called The Killers. And he plays the evil mastermind of this group of criminals in LA. They wear business suits, and Lee Marvin is one of his accomplices. I think it's Lee Marvin's in the movie. And somebody was theorizing that this was Reagan's last movie, and they were going to make him evil, because usually he was a good guy in the movies. And you know, they're going to show his true character in this movie. He plays an evil bastard in the movie. It's The Killers, it's called, and it's kind of funny. I actually watched it. It was entertaining, being that it was his last movie. So Reagan is, you know, but
they wanted to cancel. They canceled this movie about it. It didn't talk about any of this stuff. I'm sure it would have gone into other stuff, and it would have shown a corrupt side of it. But there's no way that the media wanted to show any detriment to a president. They didn't do, and this was during the Bush years, because if they attacked Reagan, they'd attack Bush. The media, I think the media is guilty of propping up George Bush is probably their worst guilt.
Yeah.
I would have was going to assign them guilt. They propped up Clinton when he lied to Congress. They propped him up. They propped him up, and they propped up George Bush. They propped up Obama, and the only one they wouldn't prop up is Trump. They wouldn't prop him up at all. But they're propping up Biden. I mean, Biden's on life support now. But so when you think cancel culture, it's like, yeah, I mean, how do you cancel the culture? It's like if you go back to the Soviet Union, they canceled the culture there for a few years until Putin came back and brought back, the KGB element. But they canceled the culture in Russia for a short time, but then they bring it back. And that's the same thing they'll do with America, and it's, it's like you have to change the culture. It's like sort of like communism with Mao. They canceled culture. They had the Cultural Revolution, and that was the pits.
Yes.
Because you lost everything.
Yes.
You'd lost everything. So are we going to have a canceling of American culture? There's a lot wrong with American culture. And there's a lot of people that grew up with American culture that think it's not so bad. Like, where do you draw? The question becomes, where do you draw the line? And then if you have, and I will go back to Eldridge Cleaver, the Black Panther, who fled the United States because he was under, I don't even remember what the charges were. But the Black Panthers were under the gun. And he escaped to Algeria, and he ended up going to all of these countries, which you couldn't go to on your passports: North Korea, North Vietnam, Cuba. And he'd go to these countries because he was glad-handed, because he was an enemy of the American establishment. And he said, all of these people bitched about the United States, and they talked about it with rancor and derision. And he said, it was very obvious to him they had no idea what the United States was. And he had issues with the United States because he was a black man living in a time of great prejudice. And he fought the war with the Black Panthers in Oakland, and he'd been through the mill. But he says, you know what? As bad as the United States is, it's so much better than all these other places. And I read this in Reader's Digest. And he says, I went back to the United States and I served my time in prison, which, whatever the time was, he got off on probation. It was not, he said, that was the most pleasurable alternative to him. He did his time. He went back into being an American citizen because he said it was better than living in those countries, and that these people were just clueless. It was just hate the United States, hate the United States, hate the United States. So that becomes an issue where, yeah, the United States is bad, but how bad is it? I'll give you another example. I have a very dear friend who I brought up before. I met her just before I did my Montauk investigation, and she told me I was going to get a lot more than I bargained for. Saw me years later and said, I'm really impressed. I thought you were going to get killed. I didn't think you could survive this. And we became very good friends. And she then, as synchronicity would have it, she was a teacher by profession. And she became a teacher at Brookhaven National Laboratory. And her job was to teach English to the foreign scientists. They would have scientists from all over the world come to Brookhaven, and they would go to her for language courses on how to speak English. They spoke some English, but she was teaching them. And she said, almost uniformly, all they did was badmouth the United States. And she had to like straighten them out. You don't even know what you're talking about. Inevitably, they did not know what they were talking about and she could give a real soapbox speech if she wanted to. And she's one of her characteristics is to rip into people in a public instance. And I'm kind of neutral about it. I get a bit of a kick, not too much of a kick out of it, but she'll just rip them apart. Or an individual if they're just spouting a bunch of nonsense. But yeah, inevitably these people were scientists that were just, their mindset was to hate the United States. And, they didn't know what they were talking about. And it's okay to criticize the United States, but they didn't know, they weren't making criticisms. They were just spouting generalities.
Right. It was just regurgitating a screed would be the term for it.
Exactly. So it's like, and I have my own issues with the United States and what they've done to the Montauk Indians and a whole bunch of stuff. But it's like, where do you draw the line? And we have, I think where you draw the line is, and this was the medicine man of the Montauks. He basically pointed out that almost a high percentage of the presidents of the United States have Montauk Indian blood. So what this means is we're still being run by the pharaohs of old. But the pharaohs of old, or at least part of their blood, it's like we are who we are. It's like you can't, like say, what are you going to do? You're going to repair yourself? You're going to destroy your body to do that? You're going to destroy your human body if you see that you've done wrong? If you've committed crimes and you're a sinner? And what are you going to do, kill yourself? That's not the way. You have to take the vehicle, the body that's there, and you have to improve it and rehabilitate it from the inside out. So, like what does a sex offender do? In a real circumstance, the sex offender is going to be labeled, he's going to be identified, and this isn't necessarily how they're treated. They're kind of protected to a degree, but they're going to be labeled and everybody knows that they're there, and everybody's going to be on watch for them. So that's kind of what cancel culture should be,
Right.
Abraham Lincoln with his flaws. George Washington with his flaws. We might put up statues of the people that he killed, that he genocided, or the slaves that he dealt with badly.
Yeah, representative.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm just throwing out alternatives.
Yes, and this was how I understood cancel culture. It was mostly, from the way I understood it, yes, it was mostly basically a conservative complaint, and what they were talking about was what they held value in was being canceled, quote unquote, and therefore they used the term cancel culture. Of course,
but erased, not only being canceled, erased. Like, okay, it's an interesting phenomenon.
Right. Well, certainly this is what I argue against when I, of course, have argued vociferously against Holocaust denial. And it also shows that these people have no understanding of the original Nazis themselves, who were quite proud of what they did and felt that what they were doing was for the security of race and nation, and justified under the circumstances of race war, which they felt was being waged against them. by the Jewish diaspora, either those that had committed themselves as commissars within Judeo-Bolshevism, because of the huge Jewish intellectual influence on the Bolshevik movement and their service as commissars within the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's own form of a kind of middle class, a middle class with machine guns. And in terms of the United States, it was the business elite that managed to have a large influence in the Commonwealth nations. Not so much so in the United States at that time, but was later to become more and more influential with time. Just so that people understand this, the younger listeners won't remember any of this, but Peter Moon will. And that was after World War II. There were many programs that made the Germans more and more sympathetic characters. And so you had a very sympathetic portrayal of Germans in the media, to the point where there was a series of DC comics, probably about 5 issues long, maybe half a dozen issues long. And this is DC, which puts out Superman and Wonder Woman. They had their own series of comics, which I have all 5 or 6 somewhere in the house, or somewhere in the Hoarder's Crypt, that were about the German soldiers in World War II, and speaking about World War II from a sympathetic perspective, or rather the German perspective, and the fact that that the Holocaust was certainly portrayed in those comics, but it wasn't denying them, but certainly portraying it in a context of the war. So overall, all of that disappeared as soon as there was more and more of a Jewish influence on media than had ever existed before. And when that happened, there was more and more of an outrage presented over the Holocaust, and this became an indoctrination in which Americans had to live by this, that this was something Americans placed, exactly as Mahmoud Ahmadinejad in Iran said. It's very true what he said. He said that basically the Americans placed the Holocaust above God. And this was how the Americans perceived the entire world, is through that filter. And at that point, the Germans were vilified to the point where you get to Inglourious Bastards, where these people are portrayed as people that must be killed, must be annihilated, and you must enjoy doing it. And by the way, as I can never overemphasize enough, because my son made me suffer through it, the people who produced, several of the actors who were involved in Inglourious Bastards, produced the Green Inferno, or Emerald Inferno. It's one or the other. I've tried my best to bleach it from my mind, in which they show South American Indians as butchering and cannibalizing Westerners, and portraying them as evil subhumans that need to be annihilated. And you might wonder, why on earth would Jews have anything against, Peruvian rainforest dwellers, and want to drive their audience to go out and exterminate them and annihilate them? Well, aside from investments that are to be had in the expansion of industries into the denuding of the rainforest, there's the fact that in the film they compare them to Palestinians. That these are Palestinians. That the Palestinians are like this, and so they've even gone so far as saying, choose the side of civilization. You can look up these fairly recent Jewish commercials about rally with Israel, choose the side of civilization, in which they consider themselves civilized and the Palestinians to be therefore savages, who are kept, of course, they're kept in a state of primeval savagery by constant and chronic Jewish bombardment, and of course invasion and occupation of what territories that they have. This is the kind of madness that the Americans support. Unfortunately, it came to its apex under President Trump. We're going to see what happens now, but obviously Netanyahu is not happy with the turnout of the elections. Of course, we don't know what his fortune's going to be, since he's under investigation for everything. At the same time, the Israeli government is so corrupt, it doesn't matter what he's under investigation for. He seems to escape everything. But when Peter Moon asked, while I was so suffering from the sleep deficit the other day, about why is it that someone like Mark Zuckerberg is promoting Holocaust denial and has used Facebook specifically as a platform for Holocaust denial? And by the way, this is not something that, I'm making up. This is something people can look this up. People can look up Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Holocaust denial, use those tag words, and you'll find what you need to know, is that Mark Zuckerberg will do nothing to stop Holocaust denial and promotes it throughout the Facebook platform.
Well, it was a freedom of speech issue, yet he went and censored Trump.
Yeah, yes. Well,
I mean, what's worse, Trump or
Holocaust denial? Well, you see, Mark Zuckerberg then pulls the Jewish card, and says, well, I'm Jewish, so obviously I'm not Judeophobic. This is but, it's nothing to do with that. What it comes down to is, as I've explained before, at great length, the Israeli government under Netanyahu, of course, just like you cannot stereotype a race or an ethnos or a nationality. Obviously, there are many liberal progressive Jews who are totally antithetic to the Netanyahu government. He commands literally barely over 50% of the vote. I mean, this is a guy who consistently wins just by the slimmest margin, the razor's edge. And so he's basically president for half of Israel, half the population of Israel, the Russian-speaking half, all of the Russian immigrants, more than anything else. But in terms of what they've aligned themselves with, is Netanyahu has aligned himself with Viktor Orban, the Polish government that has basically completely remodeled the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Poland, so that nothing evil or negative is said about Polish people, that it's all blamed on the Germans, so that the Polish collaboration for ethnically cleansing Poland is completely covered up, which is Holocaust revisionism to a maximal extent. All of these extraordinary right-wing radicalized movements, these insurgencies out of Russia, to convert all of Eastern Europe back into satellite status. They're all basically considered the next of kin, these right-wing movements by Netanyahu and the radicalized right of Israel. So this is why David Duke was in such a good relationship with Netanyahu's son. I mean, to the point where people, and again, you can verify this yourself, people have said Netanyahu's son needs to be committed because Netanyahu's son has been cavorting quite openly with American neo-Nazis. All of this is now supported by the radicalized right of the Israeli Netanyahu dynasty. So Mark Zuckerberg is of that ilk. So that's the best context to put it in. The only one that makes sense is that Mark Zuckerberg is a Netanyahu kind of ideologue or doctrinaire loyalist who feels that the Jewish mission is to basically now deny the Holocaust on behalf of all of their right-wing allies and only use it where it suits them politically, which of course has always been the case. This is basically now a situation in which you are either for the right wing of the Jewish neo-nationalism, their sense of neo-nationalism, or you're considered an enemy, basically someone as good as a Palestinian if you happen to be Jewish and just you want to say no to all of this for humanitarian reasons, like George Soros, which is why George Soros is consistently and chronically vilified by so much of the Jewish-controlled media and press. He's Jewish, and he was exiled by Viktor Orban of Hungary because he was born in Hungary, born in Magyarország, and he is considered an enemy of the state because he was funding the opposition, the liberal progressives, to Viktor Orban's dictatorship. So this is where we're standing in the world right now. Now, the person who may have had it right when people go into any sense of understanding this, because when I describe something like this, any mature person knows the adult world is a million shades of gray. But then you get these people who ask incredibly naive questions. And you get people who say, well, how can you talk about someone like oh, who's that guy who used to have that Politically Incorrect? He was that Jewish guy who was running that show named Politically Incorrect. I forget his name.
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher. And by the way, he's infamous for having black girlfriends that he would just revel in abusing. He would have black girlfriends all the time that he would just consistently, publicly berate them and tell them how stupid they were. And they would hang on for as long as they could stand it for the money, and then they would just, of course, just leave. But that was his thing. This was his thing, was to do that. And so he's obviously a repulsive human being with all kinds of issues. But Bill Maher's obviously, quote unquote, liberal progressive. So if someone looks at someone like Bill Maher, and then they look at someone like Netanyahu, and you see these political extremes in the spectrum, and you say, well, Bill Maher's over here promoting cancel culture, because Bill Maher would be one of the people who would be talking about taking down the statues of the slave owners.
He's from what I've heard, I don't listen to him, but he's kind of like really fed up with the left, from what I've heard.
That could be too. I mean, I'm sure he's
not too far. Yeah, but he's what you're talking about with his racism is very interesting, because I had a personal friend who helped him put his Politically Incorrect show together, like as a producer. Yeah. And I mean, you know, he came on to her, but he wasn't like Cuomo.
At least he wasn't.
No,
bad,
he wasn't.
yes.
He wasn't. You know, he wasn't like obnoxious. I mean, he was. You know, border. I mean, he wasn't like Cuomo at all.
Yeah.
You know, but no, she just. You know, she didn't. You know, I mean, he has.
He has more common sense than Cuomo. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. No, he's just not. He's not a. I mean, he's got a gift for entertaining people.
Well,
and you know, sometimes I will tell you this. Sometimes, and I can't speak for him because I don't know that much about him, but some people adopt that posture just to create a reference point to get entertained. It's entertainment. He may not even believe any of the stuff he says politically.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense.
Might, but it's a game to get ratings and stir controversy.
Yeah, and
yeah. Go ahead.
And that could feed into people saying that, well, you see, there really is a unity among some kind of like Jewish cultural front or something. But
he is Jewish, isn't he?
Yeah, of course. I mean, God, yeah, painfully so. When you, but the person who may have had it right to an extent would be someone like Carl Jung. And Carl Gustav Jung, of course, was the Third Reich's answer to Sigmund Freud. And he was, of course, the Aryan psychotherapist who was developing an alternative in terms of psychotherapeutic modeling and theory to what Sigmund Freud had done. And so the Third Reich, through Carl Gustav Jung, went into symbolism, and the idea was that Sigmund Freud and what he had pioneered was basically degenerate and obsessed with sexuality and excrement and filth and penis envy, etc., etc. And this was all the product of a Jewish mind, and that Carl Gustav Jung,
Jewish or not, it was an infantile approach and a cocaine-ridden approach.
Yes, yeah. By the way,
Jung's is like, wow, he's dealing with archetypes.
Thank you.
I mean, whether you like him or not.
Yeah, but right,
yeah,
right. By the way, just so people understand this, what Peter Moon's alluding to is the fact that Sigmund Freud was very much addicted to cocaine, and he was also someone who smoked to the point where he had cancer. Of course, they had to replace his lower jaw with a prosthetic device. I mean, this was not a happy camper by the time he died. So, but he's, whatever the case may be, he did what he did, and he kind of pioneered a concept. Carl Gustav Jung took it to what the Nazi Party felt was a purer and more wholesome and holistic plane. And so Carl Gustav Jung, of course, was very much a part of the Third Reich. You would never know that by reading his memoirs, because he basically scrubbed all of World War II from his memoirs. But everyone knows it who does any serious investigation. They know that Carl Gustav Jung was very much a part of the Third Reich, and very much a part of its ideology and its conceptualization, its formation of its own culture. And his conclusion about when people ask these naive questions about, oh, so how can someone be like this, like Bill Maher supposedly presents himself as, and as someone else like Netanyahu, etc. And these people are at different ends of the political spectrum, etc. And it's such a small culture, and there's comparatively so few people in it. And Carl Gustav Jung concluded basically, the Jews are an insane race. And so his conclusion was that the Jewish gene is pathological, that it produces a pathological genome that is an insane race. This is not necessarily what I'm propagating, but it certainly goes a long way to contextualize a lot that goes on.
Okay. What I would say about that is that this goes back to, and I've talked about it before. It goes back to the Exodus in the Bible, and the disease called Zarat. Zarat is the wrath of God, and it had to do with the loss of melanin in the skin, and pigmentation, and it was a disease they called leprosy, and they kicked people out of Egypt. This was the Tutmosis IV, who's identified with the biblical Moses, and these were exiles. And this is it became a game of white revenge in the white man's gene. And this goes beyond the Jewish religion, because it goes into just sort of a anti-melanin campaign. And this is sort of the disease you see. So it's like, where do you, and then there's books by Ralph Ellis that go in that show how the Jewish and Egyptian hierarchies were one and the same, and then they've been divided throughout history. And you see this division with Moses being the high priest of Egypt, and it kind of like, it's like certain pharaoh had different names and whatnot. It's there's a lot of misdirection in history, according to the work of Ralph Ellis. So, it's like,
is that the ideology of the Nation of Islam? Because this is essentially what they say, right? Or what's the disambiguation?
They go into the white devil, and that's not incorrect. It's not incorrect, but it gets, things get so convoluted. It gets like, what is this genocidal impetus? And it goes back deep into the Bible. Jews were a genocidal race in the Bible, according to the Bible.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
Yeah, and Jehovah was a genocidal God, and it's kind of like, it's like, and then people take identification. You have, and I was looking up the word identity. It's like, it's basically to establish a likeness to. Do you want to be like that? Do you want to be like this? Do you want to be like anybody who behaves this way? And it's always best to just step back from the nonsense that goes on in society and just be your own person. Individual identity as an individual, rather than somebody who is a Dodger fan or a Yankee fan, or what is this? Who cares? It's like, just go be yourself. Enjoy the game. Enjoy your life, rather than to attach yourself to this karmic wheel of mutual destruction. And this is just so damaging to everything.
Yes.
That goes on. And it's
that is something we can agree on, all of us. I think we should all learn to agree on this, is that there has to be a way beyond this. There has to be a way beyond.
And this is the predicament of humankind, because it's dead set on well, it's not everybody. You basically find people don't want to destroy each other. Like when a couple of my Jewish friends talked about going to Israel, and they said, it's like people like each other. The Palestinians and the Jews, they can like each other. Just the common people. But when it gets into all the politics, it gets crazy. Not even the Knesset can agree on things. There's probably much more factionalization between the Jewish politicians than there are between the Jewish and the Palestinian people, because it's a government oppression the Palestinians are fighting against. It's not the Jewish people that are just people. People are just people. They tend to get along. Unless they're being directly oppressed. But this like killer gene or whatever you want to call it, degenerate gene, it's like this applies to so many aspects of human beings. And as I said, my friend TrueAught was dealing with a frequency that could direct this at the pineal, I think the pineal gland, to just kind of like, wow, subdue those primal tendencies to just be, voraciously reptilian and destroy. He was working on he says he has a device that will, can actually alleviate a terrorist and change them by changing what's inside of their brain. It's how much of it is genetic, how much of it is, orientation or whatever. I mean, it would have to be genetic to some degree. So it's like this is humanity waking up, and it's these are issues that are good to discuss, because it's very easy for people to hear information about where the Jews have been have unjustly treated others, and they can. Even in Europe, it's very vogue to hate Jews because they killed Christ, especially in Germany. And they feel this very vehemently, and because it's largely Catholic. And you'll see pictures of Moses, statues of Moses with horns in famous European churches. And it's like, yeah, it says he has horns in the Bible, but they're also depicting him as the devil. And at least from their reference frame. And so, in other words, there is such hatred because it says in the Bible that the Jews killed Christ. And then this gets taken way, I mean, they're believing in this stuff. Like, what's the point? What is it really accomplishing? Their religion is corrupt. And it just happened. But it's almost like a matter of, oh yeah, Jews, yeah, it's not healthy. And aside from whatever drawbacks Jewish people might have. But if you read, like, I'm just learning. In fact, I had a conference on Sunday with the World Genesis Foundation, and one of the board members is Romanian, and he comes from an area in the extreme northwest of Transylvania, where there was a Jewish community there. And there was and I think the roots go back far more than they say. And this Jewish community has a big, it's Hasidic, and it has a big, made a big splash in Brooklyn. It's got a big community that's Romanian Jews. And they are completely anti-Israel. They're anti-Israel.
Yeah.
And they're Orthodox, Hasidic. So there's so much complexity within the Judaic world itself. It's not very well understood. And
yes, many Hasidic Jews or certainly elements of them that have that kind of community will not set foot in Israel because they feel that it's established by secular interests that are obviously to them not Jewish in that sense. So yeah, it's an extraordinarily complex issue, and that's the one thing that we always fall back on. But then again, that's what brings us back to Carl Gustav Jung. When he gets that complicated, it's almost like his answer it's almost like a sound explanation. It's one of the few that makes sense, and it's not even necessarily a negative. It's just basically, Well, the Jews are an insane race, and that is.
Yeah, but you can say that about most anybody. And with regard to cancel culture too, I wanted to say before I go, is that this is what was done with the Native Americans. Their culture was canceled. Their buffalo were killed.
Yes.
And so you can say cancel culture isn't right. Well, their culture was canceled. Their treaties were corrupted.
Abrogated, yes. All abrogated.
They became corrupted. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which I don't think calls itself that anymore, is been corrupted. And it's just like, so yeah, their culture was canceled. And now if the culture we have is canceled, it's, you could say it's, what do you call it? Payback. But who's doing who's delivering the payback and who's receiving the payback? It's kind of like, what's going on here? It's genetic rage. The people who have the rage would be better to relieve themselves of the rage and going out and find and become involved in, what do you call it? Gainful employment. And I don't mean that sarcastically. I mean gainful for their soul. Gainful for their soul. Because it's, revenge is, is a low evolutionary mechanism.
Yes.
I mean, you can understand somebody trying to, tip the scales back into an injustice that's done. But when it just becomes, it ends up becoming counterproductive to the individual. And I don't know if it's fair to point out the QAnon shaman, but this guy, or as Tucker Carlson calls him, Chewbacca guy.
Yes.
Chewbacca guy. I mean, this guy is, even if he's let off the hook, what he's been through and all the threat of imprisonment for a decade or more is got to be so psychologically devastating to him. And he has a very good argument. He's saying, look, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. But he's become the symbol for something. And, meanwhile, they're letting murderers go in New York City. We'll come back in 10 days and you'll get your debit card. We'll arraign you. You'll get your debit card of $200 to entice you to come back and get arraigned. So yeah, but QAnon shaman, he's a political prisoner right now. And after this blows over, he might have to suffer in prison for a few years, and then if the next tide comes in and it happens to be Republican, they'll let him go. Nobody will care anymore. He's got to be held up as an example by this current administration. But the point is, this guy got himself involved in sort of, let's go get the Democrats. Let's go get them. I don't know that was his motivation. I really think he was motivated to save the country in his own mind. But it ends up, let's go get the Democrats. Let's go, and maybe he wasn't going after them personally, but a lot of people were, so, they would have drugged those Democrats out into the street. They would have drugged them bodily out into the street.
Yes. And
they might have gotten a Republican or two just for good measure, just to make it look even and balanced, fair and balanced. But yeah, and so, but he was swept up in that wave, which was, not good for him. Not good for him. And this is why people that inevitably get into situations like that, they might just get tapped by the opposing party who has the power. So it's not necessarily in their best interest. Sometimes they can't do anything but believe in their just cause, and if that's the way they feel, so be it. But it's generally, when they get older, they tend to regret their actions when they get more. But let me report before I go.
Sure.
Breaking news from Albany, New York. Surprise, surprise. Cuomo groped female aide in governor's residence. This is a new one. It seems like every day a new woman comes up. And it says, this is the most serious allegation yet made by a series of women against the embattled Democrat. She's not named, but the source said, alone with Cuomo late last year when he closed the door, reached under her shirt and fondled her. The newspaper's reporting is based on an unidentified source with direct knowledge of the woman's accusation. The governor had summoned her to the executive mansion in Albany, saying he needed help with his cell phone. There goes the cell phone again. And he says, I have never done anything like this, through a spokesperson. The details of the report are gut-wrenching, Cuomo said, adding that he would not speak of the specifics or any other allegation. There's an ongoing investigation. So it's like he's sounding worse and worse. This is a little outrageous. This isn't holding her and kissing her too long or misunderstood kiss. You know, this is like feeling her up in a very, you know, help me with my cell phone, you know. I can sympathize with him needing help for his cell phone.
It had to be that. Yeah, it had to be that. Yes.
Yeah, but you know, he probably did need help with the cell phone too. But this is a man who is very lonely for intimacy. You know, he was married to one of the Kennedys. I think one of Robert Kennedy's kids. It was one of the Kennedy kids. He was his kids are Kennedy Cuomo kids.
Oh my God. No wonder he's lonely.
And so he's lonely. And really, if you're a governor and you have all this altitude and importance, you're not going to have an easy time, especially if you have his personality. But you're not necessarily going to have an easy time finding women because you have all this altitude and it makes it awkward for them, you know. And if you have a personality like his, it's, you know, it's even harder. You know, Gary Hart would have had an easy time. He was, you know, he was easy. He was human. Jerry Brown had a human side to him.
Right.
Cuomo is condescending. He's condescending.
Well,
and
I think it's a combination of that and just the old school Italian. It's the old school Italian is just not. It's just Neanderthalic. It's like the people who raised Mike Tyson, you know, that whole Italian crowd with Customayo that took this orphaned black child and turned him into a bipedal pit bull. This is like, you know, it's what you see on Goodfellas and The Sopranos. I mean, this is just old school Italian. It is like, it is sad. It's just so, you know, this is how they communicate, and they were considered men because of it. So he's doing what was supposedly this male thing to do, this well, this is where it's gotten him. And the tragedy is none of it had to be like this. I mean, nobody needs to behave like that. But then again, this is how many in that community felt they had to convey themselves to be considered men among their own kind, or else they might be considered like swish or fey, or somehow not up to the masculine standard. This is toxic masculinity. This is something.
Well, yeah, he cannot interface with a woman, and then I also heard that his brother. I didn't see it, but a friend of mine told me that Chris Cuomo, who's getting paid $6 million a year from CNN, and is that he had said that, you know, he was sympathizing with, I don't know whether it was Black Lives Matter or whatnot. But he was telling people, and this Don Lemon character he's on with frequently, he says, I'm black on the inside. I'm white on the outside, but I'm black on the inside. This is Chris Cuomo saying this stuff.
Yeah.
Like
God.
Yes. I can't imagine anything more offensive, you know, to, you know, I mean, I'm offended and I'm not black. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm offended that anybody would say such a thing. it's like, you know, I don't know what. It's like
it's just so bad. Yes, it's just
I'm a flying monkey on the outside, but I'm
yes.
you know, Dorothy on the inside, you know. It's like I'm a munchkin on the inside, but I'm a flying monkey on the outside. It's like he says the most outrageous things. And I guess when you sit there and spout bullshit,
as a career,
seriously, when you spout bullshit, pretty soon it's like you'll think people will believe anything.
Yes.
So it's just like, okay, Sean David Morton is a good example. You know, people will. I can just keep saying stuff. I can start, you know, pushing stocks. I can say this. I can say that, and the next thing you know, you're not dealing in truth, and you end up paying the price for it. So I can't imagine that his media career will take off, because it looks like his brother's going to go down now. It's hard to imagine it not happening.
Yeah, at this point it's over. It's game over. There's just too much going on. But, you know, glad you were able to report that, and that's certainly, well, in a sense, a victory for humanity. But I look forward to. I will, of course, as I said before, God willing, and the river don't rise, as my dad used to say, you know, cross ourselves and knock on wood. Hopefully everything goes smoothly tonight. We don't get, you know, it already started off bad with the fucking, Skype signing me out for my own security because of my trying to get into a Chrome through my cell phone the day before. But hopefully the rest of tonight goes smoothly, and then I'll, stay up until the home delivered meals arrive, at which point I, take them in, tuck myself to bed, sometimes shortly thereafter, or sometime whatever. I wake up in the middle of the night or the next morning, I'll give you a call. Obviously not if I wake up in the middle of the night, but if I wake up
when you call me. And
what's that?
When you see the inefficiency of cell phones,
yeah.
And it should give people confidence that no matter how much we have interference from computers, their incompetence will always leave us plenty of room for not being vulnerable.
Yes.
Because of that, it can't be. They're smart. And sometimes it's amazing how smart they are, but sometimes it's amazing how inefficient they are.
Oh yes, it's just awful, and it's like Peter Moon said. It's usually what Peter Moon said to me was go into a Starbucks whenever you need help with your cell phone. You go ask a young person in Starbucks. Of course, I was doing the equivalent of that, and it just was not happening. It was
when you really need it. But as I say, try not to use your cell phone for any transactions of any kind. I mean, they're saying that they have the website I have. They're promoting being able to do it on your cell phone, so that you do. I wouldn't even want to think about trying to do videos and instructive videos. It might work for an influencer where they could just record the video and then upload it to the site. It might work in certain cases like that where people are sitting around and doing their diatribes, but it's just too much. It's too much. Anyway, so good. I will. Getting the rest of that diatribe about the Japanese airplanes.
Yeah, we'll go over that together, and I look forward to that. And again, all my love, and share that love with Paula. And we'll be speaking again sometime, if not tomorrow, because I sleep throughout the day. Meaning today, by your definition, today. If not today, because I sleep all through today, then tomorrow. Definitely. Okay. Which would be Friday, right? Friday. Yeah. It would be Friday at the latest. Right. We'll be speaking on Friday.
Okay. Have a good evening.
You too.
The rest of you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that was Peter Moon. Don't forget to go to skybooksusa.com and, purchase whatever feels relevant to you. Good night to Maria Michaela Grigorich. I'm going to conduct the solicitation soon. I am concerned by something Jameson said because he's the only one with me tonight, unless Derek Talley comes back from driving. You said you needed several pills to keep you up till 8. You mean 8 a.m. in the morning? Are you holding up okay now?
Yeah. I'm just gonna, it's complicated. So psychologically, I'm sort of at war with myself, as I always am. And well, part of my whole spiel about destroying the world around me is because I realize I don't do a good job at destroying myself. So I figure if the world around me is completely destroyed, then I'll have no choice but to die.
Well, we don't need to dwell on the negative. In terms of that, it's, when you fall into that rut, it's kind of like passing gas in public. It's not something we need to hear. You can say something like that. And as a matter of fact, of course, as I always recommend, there's always counseling, which, of course, now I have to actually...
Yeah, I do see a therapist, which is a good thing. It does help.
Good. I of course have to see.
But there is no remedy to being a human fuck up.
Well, no need to denigrate oneself either. At any rate, I noticed that Maria Grigorich, aside from her saying goodnight, and after the help she did, Conspiracy Kitty has joined us. She was saying, so what are we talking about tonight? Hi, Douglas. Oh, that's Shauna Bando. Yes, and Richard Berjostek was there earlier. German civilians were treated no differently, right? And in terms of the bombing, I'm sure he was referencing. And so Dezo says, bless you, Douglas. May God continue to protect you and the ancestors guide you. You speak the truth, full stop. Bless you, Dezo. Thank you so much. And, and thank you to, Atlantean Wizard says, can't wait to purchase or read your book. Hopefully the 1st of May. Bless you. Thank you so much. And he says, let's go. And there we are. Conspiracy Kitty says, not true. I got banned on Facebook last time just for posting a pic of Hitler with no text. Right. And so there you go with that. I mean, that's all true, of course. I mean, yeah, there's all these things but that has nothing to do with Holocaust denial. See, promoting National Socialism and Holocaust denial are two different things. Not to say that Shauna Bando was promoting National Socialism, but just putting up a picture of Hitler is deemed such by the average hoi polloi, right? By the unwashed masses. Just putting up his picture is deemed such. So it's just one of these things where you can't win. But in terms of the Holocaust denial, it's a totally different trap. These are people saying the Holocaust didn't happen because they're trying to deprive the Jews of what they feel is, well, unfortunately, for many modern or postmodern Jews, it's become the definition of their culture when there's so much else they should be paying attention to. That is simply one aspect of their history. It is the most recent aspect of their history, and really it was kind of a karmic balance. But aside from all of that, the horror of the Holocaust is something that is simply denied by people who have nothing but time on their hands. These are people who, you've got to have something better to do than to spend your time trying to deny that something didn't happen. Kind of like the Russians saying the Dark Ages didn't happen. The denial of history is not the way to move forward. You don't fight history, you use it. And so that's the important thing to bear in mind. At any rate, so it's around this time, usually the chat room gets a lot more quiet, and I do invite people to get actually a lot more active. Because it's when I begin my monologue, I'll be doing my solicitation, then the shout outs, then the prayer requests, and then we will just go into the arc of narrative as best as I can for tonight. And I want to, of course, ask Jameson to hold the stage for me until I return. I'm still going to get some calories in me to stand through that period of time. So if Pac 1 can rejoin us, that would be wonderful. And let's see if he is still up. If he's not, I can most certainly understand. So let's see now. Let's ask him. Okay. Are you still up? Are you still... No.
I'm here, Douglas.
Oh, there you are. Oh, good. I was hoping you and Jameson could hold the stage and tell us how your teeth are progressing. I'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. I'll be listening to you half the time while chewing. Just going to get some calories in me to do the arc of narrative for the rest of the night. But I'll be gone for about 10, 15 minutes. Then when I come back, I'll be listening. And then if I feel the need to participate, I will. But honestly, for the next 30 minutes at least, I hope the two of you can hold it. And again, I want you to repeat where people can contact you to purchase your, what would you call it? I hate to use the word roach coach. I don't think it's that. He said, hey. It's the trailer, essentially, right? And your business, essentially. And you'll be starting from scratch here in California. Honestly, I'm so excited for you. And I'm thinking of what kind of names you can come up with. And, of course, as I said before, you know, there was this one young lady I was helping out who thought she made the greatest fucking tacos in the world. She was this white chick, of course, and she was just, you know, she was totally psychotic and wound up finally, thank God, with some lesbian lover who kept her all doped up on pharmaceuticals. So she finally got out of my hair. But she was like, it was just uncanny. She kept showing up in my life again and again like a stalker. And it's just something I paid the price for having sex with someone once, and then I paid for it for the next 10 years. But her name was Maureen Dragian O'Brien, and she was trying to open up a restaurant, and she had these delusional ideas that this would franchise out and become something. And I said, well, you know, what people are into is that they are into kind of a postmodern thing like wraps. Wraps are nothing but fucking burritos. And you might remember that franchise called Wraps. I don't know if you remember that, but they were producing the green burrito wraps, and they were just like saying this is organic because they had enough of the, you know, of the different ingredients to make it green, and it looked kind of more vegan and vegetarian that way. And so they called their franchise Wraps, and that was a big thing for a while. It certainly was here on the Pacific Coast. And so I was telling her, if you're producing tacos, you just can't say that they're tacos because, of course, people will go to the barrio for that, where they'll get the real thing. I'd say you'd have to come up with something gimmicky that's organic for all of the Silicon Valley types, especially in San Francisco. So I said, you just call them folds. And she was like, folds. And she was like, she ran with it, didn't credit me at all, and totally fucked it up by adding something stupid that ruined it, calling it cyber folds, which was totally fucking stupid. And I think the one gay guy that was a friend of both of us, Michael Matthews, said it best when he said, yeah, I don't care how crotch-grabbing great the taste of Maureen's folds are, but they're just not going to compete with anything they've got in the Latin barrio. It's where people are going to go rather than this franchise shit, unless she has enough investors so they add some, you know, just different ingredients to it, like bits of sushi salmon or something to make it more like Californian. But anyhow, there you have that. You could run away with that name now since it's fallen into public domain again. But at any rate, I'll leave it to it and let people know what's for sale, and both Jameson and yourself can take it from here. Thank you so much.
Okay. No problem, Douglas. Yeah, so over the past 6 years, I've established a mobile taco truck business and tamale business. I run, because I live in Michigan, I run the taco business typically I do catering all year, but my mobile business runs from April to about September, depending, and I might do some events in October, depending on, you know, if it's not too cold. But I've built this business for the past 6 years. My tamales I do year round. I do upwards to 120 pounds worth of masa, which 30, 60, 90, probably about 120 dozen tamales a week. I supply restaurants and various just other local customers that I've established through the years. So I'm selling the whole business for $45,000, and that includes my mobile truck and also all my recipes. I am relocating, so I do plan on continue doing a mobile food business, but it will not be the same as what I'm doing here. It will be, as you know, Douglas said, more of novelty type food, something that's, you know, not authentic in terms as, you know, authentic Mexican, but like authentic is in how I make it, or, you know, my interpretation or whatever it is that I plan on doing. So I can be reached at facebook.com/El Lucha Taco. That's ELLUCHATACO. And just, you could message me and I could give you details or whatever. I did have a gentleman reach out to me this week when I posted, I believe it was yesterday I posted it, reach out to me with interest. He's supposed to be coming up here from Florida this coming week to check everything out, and, you know, I'll give him the rundown of everything, and if he's interested in it, you know, then it's his. But for the most part, I plan on moving by July, so with the time I have between now and July, I was going to continue running my businesses, but if I can sell them, you know, I'll be happy with not doing anything and just relaxing and prepping myself for my move and everything. I'd rather focus on doing that. But yeah, so if you ever need to get a hold of taco business and something that's already established, go ahead and contact me. And I, as I put on my post, you know, 45,000, you could easily make that in one summer. You can do some numbers with a taco business. Especially the mobile business with all the events and stuff. So you could easily get that by the end of the summer.
All right, great. I mean, that sounds good. My question is, do you have any plans set in motion? You know, I mean, I'm definitely hoping you manage to sell your truck and, you know, be able to have that extra cheddar. But do you have a contingency set aside in case that doesn't happen?
Oh yeah. I for the move, let's say I don't sell my business, I already have someone who wants to buy the truck itself. I'm not in a rush to sell the truck. If I can still do my business, I'd sell the business with the truck, but not just the truck. So before I move, I could sell it to him. I also have when I first started my business, I started with a hot dog cart, and I used to sell tacos out of it, you know, and I used to have tents and coolers and stuff. So I got a hot dog cart I'm also selling, and I also have a ice cream bike. It's like a three-wheel bike, you know, the big trikes with a big ice cream chest on the back of it.
Oh yeah. I used to see those back in the day when I used to go to middle school in Manhattan.
Oh, yeah. So I got one of those too. It's newer. It's nice and candy apple red color. But yeah, you know, I that's one thing I started doing when I got into my mobile business, and, you know, essentially I grew up in the restaurants. My family, I've been working restaurant game my whole life. And when I finally decided to venture out on my own, that's one thing I did. I just, you know, because I had no overhead. I didn't have an actual business where I had to pay rent and consumers and water. It was, you know, I make the one investment into my business, which, you know, would be the hot dog car, or, you know, when I did the trailer or whatever. But I would always make sure that if I had extra money before I went out, because I'm not a really party or anything anymore, but, you know, before I go blow it on bullshit, you know, I'm going to invest it into my business, or, you know, whatever I can to help make myself more money, you know. So that's, I guess it helped me establish a business mindset. So even I could leave everything behind me right now, man, you know, and not sell it. I guarantee you, just, you know, a couple months in, I'd have everything right back, you know, out of state. That's just how I am, though. I'm not afraid to go talk to someone, or, you know, inquire with businesses, you know, where they get their produce, or who's their distributors. You know, it's things like that set the standard, because basic people not basic people, but, you know, just regular people, they don't think they don't know, you know, so therefore they're not going to say, they're just going to think you got to figure everything out by yourself, and which you do, but it takes a long time, you know. So I guess to say I already have it figured out, you know, so it's just not something you lose.
That's an incredible, that industriousness is an incredible thing to have on your belt, because, man, I definitely couldn't do it, man. I honestly, that would have been, I'd wind up being dead if it was a life or death thing, because, man, that is not something that comes easy. to be able to, talk to people, reach out like that, and figure that shit out, and have the discipline to maintain it.
Yeah. Well,
Get a lot-
man, the main thing too was, I hated being in those restaurants because I was always in the kitchen, in the back of in the kitchen in the restaurant by myself cooking. You have no conversation with people, and after a while, like when I opened up a restaurant, me and my mom and her husband, we all went in. When I moved out, I lived out in Wyoming for a while. Moved back. When I moved back, I helped invest in a restaurant, and with my mother and her husband, and when we opened it up, that's when I started coming out from the back of the kitchen a little more and talking to people, and developing those social skills, because I wasn't, I was, pretty much just someone off the street, which, I could talk to people, but it wasn't, the right way or, whatever. So started working on that, man. And then by the time I started hanging out with Luce and, learning, easier ways to do things, and, going out more. And that's how I actually started getting my passion for the mobile stuff, is we used to go do events and talking to people, and I loved it. I was like, man, I love it. I'd crack jokes, and have you ever heard of a walking taco?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So a walking taco, I'm sure you've had one, but you didn't know it's called a walking taco. It's a festival food, right? So it's a Dorito bag with taco meat, cheese, lettuce, tomato in it. It's a walking taco,
Oh,
and,
yeah, I've had one of those.
So right, and they used to call them like Frito pies back in the day, because they used to make them with Fritos, So we would do things like called dancing tacos, So like at the end of our nights, if we were at festivals and people were drinking, or we'd tell them, do it, you get a dancing taco, and they were like, oh, what's a dancing taco? Like, you dance and we'll give you a taco, So people be all drunk, like, hey, nothing sexual, just like doing stupid shit, dancing. We'd record them and put them on Facebook and just dumb stuff like that. But that it helped me build a way to make your business an experience. You know what I'm saying? When you go to something that's good, you say, oh yeah, those are good tacos, but that's where it ends, right? Those are just good tacos. You say, yeah, I went to this one taco truck and I got good taco, but you say, man, I was just a fucking taco truck, man, and this guy, man, he was cool. I learned about the ins and outs of the, his backstory, or he was joking around, or one of the things I used to do, it kind of I stopped doing it because I kind of offended somebody, but they asked for no tomato, so I was like, I don't really care for Tom either. Between me and you, I heard he's a fruit, and but because tomato Tom, but just dumb stuff like that, man. It's just the experience, you give someone a good experience, be funny, listen to them, whatever, man.
Hey,
and
everybody.
that's really how a lot of my word of mouth got out about my taco truck, man, is that I'd be fun at the festivals and stuff. Sometimes I'd go to just these crazy like raves or whatever, man, and I'd be the only food truck there, and it'd be out in the woods, and I'd buy liquor. I'd buy half gallons of everything before I even went out there, and I'd sell shots, $5 shots all night long, dude. And then just to, if someone's hanging out and they're being cool, like, you want a shot, man? Like, yeah. And you'd be surprised how many people I've seen around. They're like, oh, you were that dude that was at Pat Ferris's birthday party, man. What, it's crazy, man. The taco guy, just, it's giving people an experience, something to remember besides just good food. So, yeah, that's
what's up. So, I was thinking about the thing we were talking about with the cancel culture, and I'm starting to realize that the whole cancel culture thing is honestly a misappropriation from the right to sort of make paint themselves as the victims.
Well,
and it also feels like it might be a slap in the face to indigenous Americans, which makes the name even more outrageous, because indigenous Americans have their cultures completely, literally wiped out.
Yeah.
So in a way, it seems like a double pun, and it's the whole thing, that seems even more insulting now that I think about it.
Yeah. Well, Jamo, so in the way I look at it is like the whole the term or the title cancel culture. I feel like they're trying to what it's doing is we're already in a divided state, right? We already have liberals and conservatives, and we already have just all these different sides, right? But it's almost like, how do you take it one step further to create a fractal of that division? You know what I'm saying? Now we're adding cancel culture, where both sides, everybody, see, what you have to understand too is cancel culture. What they're trying to say cancel culture is, they're trying to say it's this Generation Z, it's Gen Z, which would be the younger, like late 90s, you know what I'm saying? But that's bullshit, because as we know, and as we've discussed all night tonight, as Douglas and Peter, this is something that's been here. But the only difference is now you got everybody, like, you got the news drawing attention to it, so automatically the public and people who are watching it are trying to say, oh, they're the ones that are responsible. They're the ones. No, they're not. The people that are propagating it, the people who are putting it on the screen in front of you and showing you and like making it the trend or the topic, those are the people that are behind cancel culture. Those are, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are the ones that are making it relevant.
So what happens now is Russia and China, they get to have they get to watch Americans sacrifice their own younger generation with that stupid blame bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Well,
how insidious!
Douglas said it best. He quoted the author from Canada who said, "World War III will be an information war, and everybody will be an equal participant." You know what I'm saying? We're all part of this war, this information war, this war of whether it be fake news or whatever it is that the title is going to be for it at the moment, and everybody just kind of falls behind. Like, you get people all the time who don't fact check. I've been guilty of shit. I'm guilty of it. I'm not saying that my shit don't stink, because I've shared shit and not read an article, and then someone's like, yo, are you serious, bro? Did you read it? And then I go and I read, like, damn. And that's why you don't just post it. But we're in a society where you scroll down your timeline and you see your friend shared an article, you're going to automatically share it. And your friend probably didn't even read it. But that's where we're at. And it's the information. There's all these different websites. You see Huffington Post and all these news sites we do know, and already know they pump bullshit. Well, then you got these extra sites that can be, fake 24-hour sites or whatever, just
bullshit. 9 times out of 10 they're fake. And the thing is, they can character assassinate innocent people who have nothing to do with anything.
There's websites I can go on right now and take your Facebook, your Facebook Facebook.com, whatever your fucking whatever that shit is. What is that? The website.com shit for your Facebook individual shit. Take that and put it into into a fake website, and I can write a fake article about you. It'll have your picture, a link to your Facebook, all sorts of shit, and it'll look legit. That's what they do it all the time. And I think remember a couple months ago, Derek shared a post about a kid in Flint, Michigan that slapped his mom or something on Thanksgiving, or something like, and they got arrested for it.
Yeah, and that turned out to be a fake story.
Yeah, it was a fake, but yeah. Well, not only was it a fake story, the website that came from is one of the websites, because someone from Flint made that. It's a website that you can go on and create your own news article, and it'll have its own link and everything.
And so you could spend time slamming all the people you don't like.
But eventually people go to the site and be like, oh, it's bullshit. But the fact that you would be still spreading it, and people who don't look at it, and people who are just, who are still look at it and think that it's still legit, there you go. Well, but that's where we're at.
Well, this could also cause people to become targeted individuals in their own communities. They can create their own targeted individuals without the CIA having to do it, by deciding to use someone as a sacrifice and fuck them over using that shit. And that person wouldn't even know it. The person wouldn't even know it unless they invested the time and energy to look on sites like that. And I myself am not this kind of person who even knows, who bothers to find out about that stuff. I tend to look at people's posts, and when they post news stories, I'll look at the news story. And if something feels off, I'll start to look at the source of the news story about the company itself, what they seem to have. And, I can usually start to pick out whether this is one of those alternative media sites, what they're stick is, you know, what's their angle, because because it after a period of time, it's easy to start picking these things apart. I mean, I've even picked apart articles from, you know, legitimate sites, you know, and where the journalists just seemed either too lazy or posted information that just seemed really sketch. And this happens all the time too, because our quality of journalism and information dissemination is done. It's done. It doesn't exist outside of this show. It doesn't exist.
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, look, the whole thing with reliable websites and news sources and stuff. The problem with it still is exactly like Douglas said the other day on Sunday when we were talking about that CIA Stargate bullshit. You know, it's like, and even Peter said, you know, they don't put information out that they don't already have an agenda for, that they don't want you to know. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really, I guess like, knowing someone who has parts can tell you and has the resources, like, you know, like Douglas has, you know, plenty inside, and, you know, can break everything down for you. He knows the sources. He knows, you know, and when you don't have that and all you have to rely on, and that's also another reason that we are where we're at with everyone, like who watch news that's targeted directly towards one group, you know, one side.
Yeah, and then the other problem is I find that a lot of these sources, even if you are getting multiple angles on something, like some kind of mystery or something, you know, I find a lot of times they only have a limited vantage point of angles. So there will be many things that could be better put into context that, you know, they usually won't. I could probably give an example, because I was watching some show where they were talking about the Mothman incident, and, you know, I remember reading what John Keel had to say on it, and it was something where William Shatner was presenting the story and about how these people and how one guy claimed that, you know, it wasn't a Mothman that people were seeing, it was an owl. And I was thinking, well, what if both are true? You know, I mean, what if it's possible that, see, I attacked it from an angle I didn't see anyone attack it at, and I was thinking, what if their water was poisoned? Because they had a munitions factory they had a munitions factory that was leaking all this toxins into the river at Pleasant Point. So who's to say some of that shit couldn't have gotten into the drinking water? So if people were seeing owls, they wouldn't be seeing owls. They basically, this could have had a psychogenic effect. Now we also have to take into mind that this occurred at a time when the MK Ultra project was still going on, and we don't know the breadth and scope of that project. But based on what John Keel wrote, there were a lot of strange people coming in and out of Pleasant Point and doing shady shit with like electronic equipment and whatnot. Overhead wires and whatnot. So
yeah, well, and you know, JMO, like when you're talking about the poisoning of the waters and stuff, you know, with all these plants, you have to think about this too. I mean, look, the Industrial Revolution, there's still infrastructure pipe infrastructure that's old, you know, it's 150 years old. You know, how many, you know, not just because it's where I'm from, but how many Flint, Michigans across the United States are there? You know, nobody knows about it. Nobody's investigating it. No, you know, it's just that's why everybody's drinking water is full of so much bullshit. You know, they say that, oh, it's for cleaning it, purifying, all this other shit. Well, then how come at the stores they sell water purifying, you know, containers and everything that get you down to, you know, 0.00, you know, particles of anything, pure clean water? What's so hard about doing that at a treatment center then?
And the thing is that there are websites. There's a website that does there's a website called EWG. I think they're called, I don't know, I can't, let me see, I kind of remember, I don't know what the acronym itself really stands for, but these people are supposedly working, the Environmental Worlding Group. basically, what they do is they do research on people's water based on where you live. You can type in like your area code, and they'll tell you how many chemicals you have in your drinking water that are above the federal health guidelines. And now, when I decided to do this for West Virginia, I found that they had over 27 chemicals that are above legal limits alone. So, and that's today. So we don't even know what the
how fucked
up it was during this whole incident with the Mothman prophecies shit going on. And that bridge could have just been shoddy construction, you know, which more or less likely was. But the point is that I think that, you know, I haven't seen anyone attack it from the angle of these people having been mind controlled of some sort. There was another incident, another paranormal incident that occurred, I can't remember where these people saw these metal goblins. I think it was North Carolina. I'm not certain. Don't quote me on that. But it's one of those southern states. And basically, these people were hysterical, and they were shooting at these metal goblins that seemed to just keep coming up and popping up. And one of the theories said that these people were hallucinating something, or that they weren't seeing something right. And I started to think about it, you know, from a rational perspective. You know, the entire mind control program could be driving people to push this whole alien narrative, because, you know, that will cover up the fact that we never lost. That will cover up the fact that we got our asses whooped by Japan.
Yeah, dude, that's all it is. Well, that's all it is.
It's what they wanted to do. So I think they were using, you know, certain technologies, certain frequencies, and, you know, Peter Moon's book, what is it? The Montauk with the Montauk Project goes into, you know, how they were using what do they call it? Those oh my gosh, what is Wilhelm Reich? Negative orgone. Yeah, they were able to use a certain devices that emitted a sort of negative orgone for mind control. So, you know, with all the chemicals we have in water now, we don't know how controlled the public is. And it's scarier now because there's more people than there were before. So you got a lot of fucking crazy ass people who their brains are not functioning right.
Yeah, look at lead. Look at lead, how it affects the DNA. It affects your genetics. You know what I'm saying? So look at how much varieties of problems there are, like genetically, with people with autism, or just, you know, deformities, and any small thing that could be, you know, from not even just, you know, a lot of people blame it on vaccines or, you know, whatever, but it could be from your grandparents fucking, you know what I'm saying, drinking the well water that was poisoned from the fucking the factories over by the train. It could be any of those fucking number of things that have cycled through the genes, you know, that have been passed down.
It could also be the industrial paint that they used to paint their houses with that used to have lead in it.
There you go.
Back in the day. I mean, there's a shitload of things, and I think a lot of these, what they do is they target something like vaccines because it saves people's lives, but they also target vaccines because they realize that if they do that, it would turn everyone's head around away from other things that are going on, such as, you know, fracking, which seems to release more radiation into which seems to be able to, you know, in certain areas where they do oil fracking in the United States, the radioactivity is more than 200 times the accepted limit. Because of all the what do you call it, uranium that flies up in the dust and whatnot, and that stuff's not meant to be just flung about like it's just, you know,
right,
like scattered, like it's just dust, you know,
like
and like
you're spreading someone's ashes and shit.
No, yeah, exactly. It's not meant to do that. It's so you have people who are contaminated all across the country by things every day of the week that they're not even paying attention to. Um, what about some of these household cleaners we have? How many of these cleaners have certain contaminants in them that can not only damage your brain but can damage your DNA?
Yeah.
Look at the back of some of these chemicals that you have in certain cleaners. Here's an interesting one, right? Now I always told my mother and sister, my family members not to buy bacterial soap because that stuff is bad. And I didn't quite know why until I started to read up on the fact that, if you have cats, you don't want to use antibacterial soap because one of the chemicals they put in antibacterial soap could cause cats to get sick because when they lick themselves with it, their bodies aren't able to break down that particular chemical. Who knew?
Shit.
You never know the stuff
Right.
until you start to look into this stuff.
Man, I'll tell you what, hey, listen, check this out. Small story. Back when I used to like live in, we pretty much would shower in a fucking pan, in a house with no electricity and shit like that. I used to use antibacterial. So I used to go to the dollar store and buy the big jugs of it, and that would be like my body wash was antibacterial soap because I could use it on my head, face, arms, my ass, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
That's
go
why
on.
now. Yeah, that's why nowadays I try to just stick with like the pure ivory, and if it's like the dish soap, I try to get the stuff that's like made from plants or plant extracts and whatnot. I mean, so there is some method to the madness of Brendan Zogut's organic lifestyle. I will say that much. And it's something that is worth the discipline, honestly, when you start to look into how many things are fucking poisoning you. I mean, listen, I, by my own choice, ingest enough poisons to kill an elephant. I don't need any more toxins leading to me to further die.
Yes, well, thank you for that. And both of you did great. And honestly, I really appreciate your speaking about Flint, Michigan, and everything else concerning the water poisoning and the possible hallucinogens in the water. Definitely an important point. And, honestly, so you did emphasize again what you've got on sale and where people can contact you, right, Pekwa?
Yes.
Oh, good, good.
Yes, sir.
And so glad about that. And of course, it's just God, did you hear Peter saying, "Oh yeah, I listen mostly to Fox News, because they're like, yeah, let's buy it." Oh my God, it's just, oh my God, what are you going to do?
Well, the thing is, I could kind of, with him, I get a different feel from him. Like, I don't get the feeling that he's necessarily conservative either. It's just like with him, it's one of those things where, given the way his mind works, with a Scientology background, it's like I'm able to just roll with it.
Yes, yes.
But there was something that you guys did point out, which was a sort of bond between religion and the purification of race and the racial extermination. And now I wanted to bring up something that, before the Hebrews adopted Yahweh as a god, he was a part of a pantheon of, I think, like 40 other gods. And there was a period of time when the Hebrews recognized him as the primary god of the pantheon of gods. This was a period which I think is called Hedon. What is it called? Let's see. It's hedon theism or something like that. It's sort of where like people will acknowledge one god as the primary and the lesser, and consider the gods lesser. And once they transition from that to just Yahweh, that's when I think that was the reflection of the sort of bicameralism, of the two hemispheres of the brain becoming one. And so once that happened, I think that's when things became a lot more discriminatory. In fact, there's a god by the name of there was a god that was one of Yahweh's primary sons by the name of, I think it was Baal Zeban, and later on he would become the demon Beelzebub as their way of sort of turning their backs on the other gods who were of the minor, who were supposedly minor gods of the Hebrew pantheon. So, I mean, this goes to show you, you know, with that mindset, once human beings started to adopt this mindset of a sort of monoism, then that's where we start to see a lot of discrimination, a lot of superiorism, a lot of I'm superior to you. We're superior. Our belief is superior to yours. And everyone just goes fighting, because, you know, I don't know, because humans are just fucking stupid like that.
Right. I mean, obviously there are, I've heard any number of theories. When we go back that far, it's very difficult to exactly ascertain. But the one thing that seems quite certain is that the Judaic religion is derivative of many of the desert religions before it. That would only make sense. Yeah. So obviously, the Abrahamic God is going to be descended from some kind of synthesis or at least a singular entity from those pre-existing pantheons. In terms of,
course, I personally seem to see him as one of the I personally seem to lump him together with the 11 Edomite gods because of how horrific he was.
I can actually see that. And certainly I've emphasized that, of course, that to any follower of Christ, the Old Testament God is obviously not your God, or it should be obvious that's not the God of
I would have to agree with you there, because what Christ was the embodiment of God existing as man, as being one with man, which is something we didn't see before Christ. Because before Christ, God was always this external thing. And we were just trash before God. But whereas when Christ comes, every person redeems themselves through their own actions because they are as God, as he says. So, you know, even as someone who's not a Christian and someone who's a supposed Satanist, I can still say that I do respect the figure of Jesus Christ.
Who is this? Who was this?
That was.
I'm sorry. I'm half distracted by something else that I'm doing. But I was just you were saying somebody who was a Satanist, the supposed Satanist you were talking about?
Oh, yeah, myself.
Oh.
You know? Yeah. Well, I'm a polytheistic. You know,
I was wondering what you were talking about.
I deal with like well, I mean, I don't like the title Satanist. Satanist, because I don't really consider myself at this point I'll just call myself a polytheist.
Yes, and that's fine. Yeah,
because I believe in everyone's God. It's just a question of which ones do I want to work with. You know, if I want to work with the Greek gods, I'll work with the Greek gods. I want to work with the Egyptian gods, I work with the Egyptian gods. I want to work with demons, I work with demons. You know, but you know, my thing is like, whose God is the supreme God? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
It doesn't matter to me.
Right. It's probably better to start off with that than to say all of the details that people don't necessarily need to know unless they get to know you better concerning the what you're working with or attempting to work with. Of course, you do know. I would hope that it does help to work with such forces when you're not turfed. So hopefully you're not trying to attempt these rituals when quite high. Because that could be
no. All my things are conducted in the morning before I'm actually sufficiently different.
Right, altered. The word you're looking for is altered. Yes. Okay. And such being said, so that people understand it, let's talk a little bit on the positive side. And I hope that either one of you gentlemen, both of you, have some insight into this. The Pope, of course, met with the leading cleric of Iran. And this, of course, is something profound. And when it comes to what Peter Moon was saying, do understand, of course, Peter Moon comes from, there's a lot about Peter Moon that is simply a product of his environment. And the reality is he's of a different generation, and he is white. And
he's also of a different ethnos. I mean,
yes.
When he was speaking about Reagan,
yes.
I had to bring up the fact that Reaganomics, what were once gangs that were what were once black militants who were protecting their communities from police brutality and white violence were turned into gangs because of Reagan introducing, crack, cocaine, other things into black communities, shit that we brought back from Vietnam and whatnot, so. And things that they were filtering out of South America with those fucking with the CIA and whatnot, and their terrorism outside of American borders. So what was he can say that to some degree because of his experience as a male who's not of color, he can say there was some good to him, there was some bad to him. As a person of color, I can only see the bad in him because of all the damage that I have to look around and see within my own community. So,
yeah, so that's obvious. Well, he's pointing out that the man was charming. That was truly everything he was advertising himself to be. That's an important distinction. In other words, he said he could be a son of a bitch. Sometimes, of course, we don't hear all of that when we hear something that sticks with us at first, and then we concentrate on that. But in terms of the Pope, I want both of you to address this because I think it's so important. Peter Moon, of course, was as a white Protestant American of the older generation. This is one reason why he listens to Fox News. I mean, honestly, it's the reason him and Jonathan Shalimar, who's no spring chicken, who's also white and yet into the New Age and living on Mount Shasta, where, of course, that's MAGA country if ever there was any. It's like Isaac Romero said, oh my God, it's been left like Portland is, like he said, just like Oakland, just kind of like, that's when that's when Peter comes in and says,
did he say I'm not getting anything about
Iraqi.
right.
It's the Iraqi cleric.
Yeah.
But you'd swear to God the fucker was Iranian. Just he looks like the Ayatollah Rollo Khomeini. They all look alike. By the way, just so people understand this, Iraqis are Arabic. Of course, there are different ethnicities within Iraq, so people get a little bit more of the geography here, like Africa.
Southwest Asia. This is Iraq's Ayatollah.
Yes,
so, yeah.
Yes, it's the Ayatollah who's in Iraq, but he's Shiite, which means that he's of the same religion that is the state religion of Iran. So people can understand that. In other words, if you go to the southern, all right, let's get this out of the way. All of the borders on your fucking map, from Africa through into Southwest Asia, are all fucked up because they're drawn by a bunch of Europeans sitting at coffee tables who were just basically splitting up the world. And whenever these fuckers occupied some place and managed to kick the other European power out, those lines would be, they'd be redrawn with straight edges, and none of them are natural, and none of them make any fucking sense. So Iraq's borders are completely fucked. They have nothing to do with anything, and they encompass multiple nationalities and religions, which were desperately being held together by one strong man who the United States took out and fucked over all of us by doing that, because we're all left dealing with the mess. So when the United States invaded Iraq, just remember that predominantly it's an Arab ethnicity that was in that nation, and you have predominantly Arabs into the Arabian Peninsula and then into North Africa. Iran is a different race completely. Indeed, Iran is simply the ancient Greek word for Aryan. And then you go a bit further up north, and where Iran and Iraq collide, and that's when you get Azerbaijan, which was at war with the Christian nation of Armenia. And the Azeris are the people who gave you Garry Kasparov. And the Azerbaijanis are Turkic Caucasoid Muslims that are half occupied by Iran. So what you see on the map of Azerbaijan is half of fucking Azerbaijan. The rest of Azerbaijan is subsumed into Iran, and they seek reunification. So at some point, there's going to be war between Turkey and Iran over that, because the Turks ally with the Azeris because they're both ethnically Turkic. And of course, the Turks stretch all the way into Central Asia, which takes you to the ones that are being killed by the communist Chinese. Those are all Turks. And so they're Caucasoid and they're Turks. So they're white, but they're not considered white by European standards because they're Islamized and very different in their lifestyle. So, but at any rate, in terms of the
white is white.
not really.
So,
Yeah, I mean, no, not really.
It's so absurd how there could be like.
Well, I mean, no,
gradations.
it's just like, no, black is not black either. I mean, there's different types of blacks. There's Kushite. There are Nilotic. And they are not alike. Yeah, there are different types of whites.
Granted. But all right, well, maybe it's because I'm an American black, and here, if you're black, you're black.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit whether you're Nilotic. They don't give a shit whether you're Kushite. They don't give a shit whether you're mulatto. They don't give a shit whether you're mixed or not. They don't give a shit whether you're American Indian black. They don't give a fuck.
I get it. I totally get it. And at the same time, whites in America want you to respect the fact that they have tribes, that they're Irish or English.
I'm Irish. I'm English.
Yes.
I'm Germanic.
Yes. It's
and the minute I say, well, white is white, I get a 30-day ban from Fuckerberg.
Yes.
Fucking,
Well, you should have said instead.
KKK.
Yes, should have said instead the Holocaust never happened. Then you'd still be there. Yeah, he'd be promoting your shit.
Yeah. It's okay if I diss white folks. I just need to insult the Jews while doing so, and he'll be happy.
Yes, there we are. you know, the strange thing about it is, it's you can't insult the Jews on Facebook. That'll get you banned. But you can deny the Holocaust, which is just the most offensive thing imaginable. But that is like, this is how insane the situation is. Oh God! So
I tell you, I pray for your species.
Well, don't look at me when you say that.
Well, not your species. I'm sure you guys will somehow,
How we need humans to survive, obviously. So then we have that.
Yeah.
At any rate,
then I pray for both of your species.
at any rate. So, moving right along, when I'm talking about the geography of it, where all of these people collide, the Turks, including the Azeris, and the Armenians are kind of landlocked, but in terms of where everybody collides, the Iranians and the Azeris and the Arabic peoples and the Turkish people out of the Anatolia, basically you have the Kurds. And the Kurds are in the middle of all of this, so they're the largest minority in between all of these disparate peoples. And the Kurds need their own nation, and of course that would be Kurdistan. So certainly they deserve their own nation, and within that you have some of these minor ethnicities that are survivals from the biblical era, and that would be the Assyrians and the Yazidis. So of course I had placed up a photograph of a young lady before who I had helped during the time that I was in Iraq, and that was, of course, long before the war, that the Americans understand. That was in Gulf War I, the war between Iran and Iraq. And during the period of time there, I got to know the Yazidi people. And the Yazidi people are Luciferan. So to those who don't understand, that is true Satanism. So when I speak of my Satanism, it is the bond with the Yazidi people. And they are a people who worship Malus Tal.
Iblis.
Yes, Iblis is how the Arabs interpret Malik Tauj, the peacock angel, which is, of course, the proud Lucifer that fell to earth and needed his anchor upon the world, and that was the Yazidi peoples. So for people who have no comprehension of what that's all about, that would take some time. But in terms of the Yazidi people, just understand this, that Lucifer is not an entity the overwhelming majority of you understand. And in terms of that concept of Satanism that you have from people like Michael Aquino, that's a very different thing indeed. Indeed, Michael Aquino and his co-religionists, as I've emphasized quite in depth before, I've articulated how his co-religionist, General Paul Vallely, who helped him co-author the book Mind War, both of them were responsible for establishing ISIS. And of course, you can look this up and verify it yourself. General Paul Vallely said, I helped to create ISIS. And he spoke about how proud he was for doing this, how he had helped establish ISIS, and that ISIS, of course, one of its primary objectives was the extermination of the Yazidi people. So for those of you who don't understand why that would be, it is because Michael Aquino and Paul Vallely and all of the Satanists were out to exterminate the true Luciferans, because the Yazidi people, unlike so many Satanists, there is no sacrifice that needs to be made by them of any part of themselves, or bartering of elements of their soul when they deal with the peacock angel or Lucifer. They do so organically and naturally. It is within their very genes. And for this, they were forever hated and loathed by many arcanists who have to bargain with the devils and the demons to get what they wish in this world. The Yazidi people never had to do so. And as a result, of course, by annihilating them, then Lucifer, or the peacock angel, would lose his anchor in the world. It would set the cosmos in the sense of balance into chaos.
All right.
It would set the cosmos off its axis. And so those people are essential for the survival of us all. And that is because, of course, as I've explained before, just like in Africa, where the concept of demons is very different, the concept of demons is demons can be your ally. And this is based, of course, on the African concept of retributive justice. So in other words, the Africans recognized demons as of the infernal, but it's also recognized that they are vital for retributive justice, that there is no retributive justice without their participation. And as a result, many Africans who are practitioners of the occult in the African sense align themselves with devils and demons in such a manner that is more organic, somewhat similar to the Yazidi, but the Yazidi specifically as their patron angel. It is Tavush Maliak, the peacock angel. Their protector is the fell angel himself, the leader of all devils and demons. And so there's not the pettiness of retributive justice in the personal sense. It is far more along the lines of this kind of symbiosis with that which represents the pride and the material on the earth. And they too should have their own nation in which they can worship in safety. But they are certainly the target of much hatred and much persecution. The fact that the Pope went to speak on their behalf, as well as the Christians in Iraq, with the major cleric in Iraq, is what is so profound. And you can look this up and verify it yourself. He did speak on behalf of the Yazidis, as well as those who were of the Christian faith and the Muslim faith, of both Shiite and Sunni. That's the other difference in Iraq, is you have a shatter belt region where in the north they are Sunni Arabs, which means that they're Arabs along the lines of the same Islamic religion as Saudi Arabia in a general sense, and Turkey, whereas the Iranians are Shiite, which is a very different form of Islam, and their interpretation of Islam is radically different from what you would get in textbook Arabic Qurans. And it's much more based on bloodlines and people who claim to be descendants of various imams that fulfill the role of saints, in a sense, that in the Roman Catholic Church. Whereas you don't have saints in Protestantism, so you don't have them in the Sunni religion either, that kind of equivalent. So in terms of the Shiites, southern Iraq it's all Shiite. So that is where the big battles took place, like Darfur. Oh, no, what am I thinking of? Not Darfur. What is it? Fallujistan. Darfur, of course, is in the Horn of Africa, and that's where the big genocides were taking place in southern Sudan. And different story. But in terms of the southern Iraq, Fallujah, that was where you had Sadr City, and Sadr was this big Shiite dude who just kind of like was running the place and trying to create a separate Shiistan that would align ultimately with Iran. So this is why you have Iran's deep penetration of Iraq. Iran is at war with the United States and Iraq, has been for decades now, since the fucking invasion of Iraq. And the only way that any peace can ever come would be like the Pope doing what he's doing. And so what Peter Moon said, and again, this is to just put him in context, he's an older white Protestant background, even though he became a Scientologist. I'm talking about his kind of background. And so he, like Jonathan Shalimar, the New Age white guy who lives on Mount Shasta, they just all feel more comfortable with Fox News and Trump, and it's just where they're at. I mean, this is like their, it's like their world. That's what they're comfortable with.
In a sense, the parallel, it sort of parallels Carl Jung, what Carl Jung says about the Jews. It's sort of, I guess that's
kind of like a Jesus,
white American male equivalent.
Yeah. It's just it's just my gang brother Beaver calls it old white man's disease, and so it's
the article does mention, though, the Yazidi. They mentioned they only dedicate one paragraph. I noticed they only dedicate one line to it.
Thank you.
Which says a lot more than everything else. Sheikh Farouk Khalil, a member of the Yazidi Spiritual Council, said Francis promised him he'd pray for the protection of his persecuted minority. Read that how you will, but it seems like I would kind of interpret that as there being more protection than just prayer involved, meaning that he sees that there's more at stake right now.
Well, Pope Francis understands the importance of the Yazidi people and their importance to the cosmic balance. And
yes.
and the fact that the cleric understands that as well. without someone to worship Lucifer specifically, then the angels themselves are ill-served, as is the Christian God, because Lucifer and the fellow angels that we recognize as devils and demons are very much an important part of the cosmic ecology. Their work with the carrion of the universe, the souls of the damned, and the, shall we say, the composting thereof. All of that is what makes that which is spiritually higher in the universe even possible. So without an understanding of that, you have no understanding of the world at all. And so that's very important. Most people don't understand. This is why people say God is the source of all things, good and evil. Why do bad things happen to good people? That's the reason why, is that whether it's suffering or whether it's something positive, all of that leads towards people making decisions that will render them damned, it may feel like an eternity, but is not necessarily an eternity. People do recycle and are redeemed. So the entire cosmic ecology requires that those entities that work with the damned process them, compost them, so to speak, recycle them, that rebirth eventually happens, or redemption. All of them are just as necessary as any angel that provides you some wellness in this world. So always understand that, and with that importance, of course, the fact that an entire race is dedicated to Satan, to Lucifer, you can imagine what it must be like for them in the middle of these Islamic cultures that have often persecuted them, but until ISIS, never really sought to exterminate them en masse. They've been terribly damaged by the ISIS experience. I'm very glad that they're still alive. I hope the young lady that I was working with is still alive, and very much, of course, concerned for her. So I definitely, thank you for...
Well, it's all the more reason why I think that it's idiocy for anyone who's truly devoted to working, I guess, from a monotheistic perspective with all of these entities, to acknowledge Aquino as if he was something good. Which is why I'm disgusted every time I hear occultists bring him up as if with the queen. Oh God, it's just disgusting.
Well,
if anything, he's more dedicated to the destruction of the very entities we work with.
Yes. So, he himself said that, in the sense that he said he was a former Satanist, and basically, this is because he took to working with that which was rebuked by even the devils and the demons in hell, which is the anti-gods, the extra cosmic entities outside of this universe. That represent entropy, the entropic entities that would disintegrate the divine creation. So
now I have a question about that. Is there a way to distinguish these beings from something that might be considered primordial, or perhaps chthonic? Are there differences with these?
They would be different in that, of course, it's not Tiamat, and it's not any of the gods that you're speaking of ancient Babylon or Sumer. These are, of course, entities that are completely clipothic, but of the different tree, the tree that's not of the tree of life and death. It would be clipothic only in the sense that there's no other comparison. As I said, it's Arsha, the tree that is the anti-tree. The antimatter reflection of the tree of life and death is what they found. The Department of Defense, in its search for the ultimate evil that they could align themselves with using computer modeling, so they were able to three-dimensionally graph what they could only two-dimensionally graph in the days of the Middle Ages when they wrote all those grimoires. So definitely something to remember there. And
it does seem to strike a parallel to me as the lukewarm idea.
And
whereas
yes,
whereas the Klipot would be cold and the Sephiroth would be hot.
Yes. Okay. There we are. And so you understand it well enough. And aside from all of that, is Pac-1 still with us? Oh God, did he go to sleep? That's always wonder about him. He just kind of disappears on us, and you know the. I do hope he's still there. If not, he might have to go take care of his kids, though. God knows he's a family man, and I'm just so glad I don't have to deal with any of that. I would die.
Yeah, well, I think a death sentence would be more merciful than to having kids.
Yes, yeah, though I agree. I mean, I'm right up there with you. The kids are terrible. That's why is he just trying to find something here? I'm wondering which file I stuck that photograph of the young lady in, but I can't seem to find it. At any rate, I'd best do the solicitation and move on into the night. I was surprised at how Peter just wanted to talk tonight. But so, like I said, so you've got that. He's got that background. He was talking about the Pope in the past, saying, "Oh, the Vatican Church, this is all, they're on their way out. They're just not like, they're historically over, And I disagree with that. Obviously, with what the Pope is doing right now, shows us that they understand the future, and that their Vatican Church will be in for a renaissance of its own that might take it through another 1,000 years. It's been through 2,000 already. It might go through its...
And as you mentioned, the new renaissance may be in Africa.
Oh, very much so. With much of the Catholic Church's its following, it's definitely its future is Africa, to the point where they considered a black pope in the College of Cardinals. That was back in the days when my father was alive. At one point, they considered voting for one, and but of course they're very talk about conservative. I mean, it's just hard for them to move forward, but they'll probably have to move forward fast. The Vatican II was a way of moving forward, but it was kind of, well, many people would say it was the wrong way. And this is why you had people like Brandon Young, who are practicing Catholics, who instead are more involved with the Opus Dei, which is this kind of, you get all kinds of crap about it from the... Dan, what's his name again? Dan White?
Oh, Dan Brown.
Dan Brown novels. Yeah, that's it. The Dan Brown novels. And that was a Freudian slip on my part, calling him Dan White. And so they think that Opus Dei is like this all-powerful conspiracy. It's just the Catholic laity that feel that the Vatican II has betrayed the church, and so they are, from the lay perspective, trying to preserve the traditions of the church, like Latin Mass and a more I guess reactionary kind of medievalist perspective on the church and its practices. And so it is through them that you'll see a kind of... This is what appeals to people in Africa, by the way. Africa, the kind of religion, which, whether it's Catholic or Protestant, the African perspective is much more into what we would consider a medievalist kind of experience. Very ecstatic religious communion with the divinity, very... based very much on the sense of faith and healing through faith, faith healing, in other words, a sense of a belief in miracles, a sense of a visceral connection with the very, very personal. How would I say it? I could go on for hours, but
ritualistic.
Yeah, it's definitely. Also, there would be a lot more homophobic, a lot more.
Which is the problem.
Yeah, a lot more. There's just a lot more the way you would think old school Catholics would be, or Protestants. The third world. The southern hemisphere, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, wherever you've got the kind of Christianity as interpreted in those parts of the world, it's all very much extreme. It's extreme by today's standards. So when by the standards of the West, and everybody going into the kind of moderate kind of worship that they go into in the West, where they think it's all about understanding each other and opening up, and that's obviously the world we live in. When you think of some of those faggots like that, who was that idiot who wrote the pink swastika? I do such a great job of just bleaching these people from my minds because I never want to remember them, and I have to look up the stupid title every time I think of that idiot's name. Honestly, and that's by Scott Lively, and Scott Lively and his gay lover who co-wrote the book. They both started this anti-gay movement in Africa that's led to the genocide of tens of thousands of people. And they're able to do this because there's that homophobic reaction in Africa. They have a very, they're very reactionary. And so it's...
there is an element that goes to Black culture of this sort of hyper masculinity, which is also doesn't help us when it comes to coming to understand everyone and incorporate everyone who is persecuted into the folds. Mm-hmm. And that's my honest critique about my own ethnicity.
Okay, and so aside from all of that, can you send Pac-1 a message, ask him if he's still with us? Just curious about that. And if not, I'll just start into everything as much as possible. And
let me see if he's on Facebook.
And we can shut this down. I just had open a few files on the... And let's check into the live chat. I'm certain nobody's... usually everybody kind of shuts down. Oh, there we are. Wonderful. Now, why isn't this showing up on the screen? Here we are. Oh, good. Conspiracy Kitty is starting to speak more. That's Shauna Bando. She says, I love art too. I do drawing and digital art. And that's wonderful. And she says, art dancing tacos called strippers. Yes, that's cute. Yes, that's adorable. Yes, laugh out loud at walking taco. That's sexist. And so she was talking a bit with Daniel Arola. So, good. And then so she's continued to talk. What do you know about Tartaria? For some reason, that seems to be an obsession with a lot of people these days. And she says, gonna lay down on the couch and listen and fall asleep. Can't chat, but I'm still listening. Have a lovely evening. All hugs to Sexy Douglas. Good night, Shauna Bando. Love you dearly. And so there we are. She's been studying Zoroastrianism too, and Aryan Caucasian roots of the Vedas and the Indians stole. What do you know about Tartaria? Yes, there we are. Okay, cute. And she says, I love Douglas's humorous truths. And she says, most Satanists are really just selfish. They worship themselves. When you come to the Anton LaVey Satanism, yes, that's what it is. Basically, you're making a god of yourself in the Anton LaVey arcana. And that would be very similar to what Ayn Rand was saying, except she does that without the faith. I mean, it's a faith in something. It's a faith in your ability to just dominate the world around you by dint of considering yourself superior and more deserving than everyone else. So Ayn Rand was, of course, Jewish and trying to create a capitalist version of atheistic Marxism. In other words, rather than atheistic communism, which was created by a Jewish person named Karl Marx, she was going to create an atheistic capitalism. That was Ayn Rand's intent. The fact that anyone could follow Ayn Rand or find her ideas appealing at all is very depressing. I remembered the name of the individual I had brought up several transmissions ago when I was talking with Peter Moon about the guy who was the publisher of the Godzilla fanzine called G-Fantis. I think it was called G-Fan. It was called G-Fan. His character was called G-Fantis that he created later on, which was cute and very quirky. That he put into as kind of like a running comic or storyboard within his magazine, drawn by different artists, but he had conceptualized it. And yeah, one of these days I might outline the quirkiness of that, just because it bears going into, I don't know, it shows us something. But anyhow, the guy who published it was J.D. Lease. So J.D. Lease was the high school teacher who married one of his very young students, well, certainly very young compared to he, and her family hates him with a passion, and he converted her to atheism, and that's one thing, but then he's a big Ayn Randian, which is another thing completely. and he broke off contact with myself because I didn't tolerate his Ayn Rand. I never really attacked him on it, but he just felt I wasn't along with the program, and so he decided to break off contact. It was really fucking sad. But it's amazing. People's beliefs dominate everything they do. And so many people, they make their choices in life based on that. And we'll assume that Pac-1 is no longer with us for the night, which is
I couldn't reach him, so he didn't get back. So I think he's probably down for the night.
Okay. Well, let me see. 11:45. 10:45 would be like 12:30. Yeah, it'd be pretty late for him. Oh my god! So let's see how long we've been on, and we've been on almost 6 hours. So we've got 6 hours left. Best get into it. So now I'll do the solicitation. If you wish, you can get yourself something when you get back and I'm done with the solicitation. I might grab a refreshment or two, because
Gotcha.
Basically all I've got is this tea, and when I'm done with that, I'll have nothing to rehydrate myself with, so I'll have to go grab something.
All right, so I'm gonna go on a quick run while you do the solicitations, and I'll be back.
Yes, thank you so much. Look forward to it, your return, and in the meantime, let's get started with this, the worst part of the night for me, which is the solicitation, which I hate with a passion that I cannot begin to describe. And God knows I have to find it first, because I do my best to fucking forget it. And so let me dredge that up there, and it should be, let me see, the last time we were using it was, of course, the latest transmission proceeding tonight, which was on Sunday night. And all right, do I have, there we are. Oh my god, I keep willfully missing it. Oh, I can't stand this. And Mein Kampf, My Struggle, Be Thine Own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And, of course, when you contribute via PayPal, indicate myself as friend or relation. Very important to do that, or they will take out of your contribution their cut. To prevent such, there is only one selection. You can't say I'm either friend or separately a relation. Instead, it's the same category. It's just friend or relation. Just say it, and we're all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all part of an extended electronic family. So when you are helping myself out with a contribution, make certain, of course, that it's understood that well, exactly as I just said. Honestly, this whole subject gets me so frustrated, considering what I was just trying to do the other day with getting some money out of my own account into the fucking PayPal, and what that did with leading me to being forced to change my password tonight on the basis of somebody trying to get into my account via a separate platform, which was my own goddamn cell phone, which I had never done before. It's I tear my hair out. I mean, it's just maddening. At any rate, we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com, where you would be using the yellow donate button, just so you know. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone and anyone, moral and our fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/john.war, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it not for he and I, all the videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, John_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And of course, you would indicate him as friend or relation when you do such, because otherwise they'll take their pound of flesh out of your contribution unto he as well as they would mine or anyone else's. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Just as John Warrington did, he was of course a man who took it upon his own initiative to download into his personal hard drive the majority of whatever had been published on YouTube by myself, and through his services we were able to reconstruct my legacy online whenever I was scrubbed from the internet, no less than thrice. That's 3 times, the latest time through the Lena Shea conspiracy. And in terms of the what can be done with your own accord, like he, acting as the Akashic, the bridge between the Akashic records and this material plane of existence in terms of our data matrix, and therefore rendering himself, in a very real sense, my creator, you too can spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And confer while there a footnote on mine biosire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can basically enlighten yourself as to the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and thereafter, with your newly acquired information from both pages, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And aside from that, just encourage others to, if at all possible, relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, encouraging them as well to indicate themselves as friends or relations so that I can receive the totality of the contribution without Peter Thiel, the man who developed PayPal, stepping in to extract his pound of flesh. And now, this is because people are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. And in this case, you would simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and press the red donate button. So the red donate button will enable you to render contribution without needing to declare myself anything. You don't need to declare myself friend or relation in that case, and you would have no need to worry about any goddamn middleman. So mayhaps the red button is best for you. In either case, you would have to use the yellow button anyway after that to reward yourself, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, when magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, who seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth, you can, we have our, I guess there be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. And of course, it goes sans saying, subscribe to his channel Bizarre HD at youtube.com/user/ Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. Of course, George Knight himself being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Legally Still at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, aside from, shall we say, the spelling of my name and its pronunciation and all of the corruptions thereof, very important to remember that the other production that is being, it's the other cinematic documentary currently under production by our man George Knight, is entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hannibal Technology. That, of course, is trailered upon his channel, the Bazaar HD channel, and indeed, aside from everything he's done for myself, and he may even appear towards the morning when we usually drag him on when he's available. He has, of course, done much to spread the word, bring awareness unto others, and of course he pays the price for that by dealing with the various people who take it upon themselves to just engage in basically time-wasting exchanges with him that I believe hopefully he's gotten the hang of, to simply extricate himself therefrom rather than losing himself in the mire of their ongoing engagement. Of course, back of course to my case, indeed the last ̔ son of Dietrich, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Departments of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And remember, even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Wednesday and Sunday, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com, and donate. Above all, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation, so that Peter Thiel doesn't take his blood cut from your contribution and render it the lesser. All sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. You reward yourself after your contribution, whether it's by the red button to avoid any middleman, or the yellow button to use PayPal, in which case you indicate myself friend or relation by pressing the yellow button anyway, even if you've used the red to make your donation, at which point the yellow button will take you to showsdd.com, and on that homepage you will register yourself into the archives, which you can access forever after at your convenience. So that will enable you to basically explore the depth and the breadth of my work. And of course, we have shout outs, as always, to Eric Lastic and Solomon Sheikh, who are the regular sponsors and donors. Stephen Myers as well, who didn't seem to leave a message with his latest contribution of $50. And certainly appreciate beyond all measure Chris Collins. And Christopher Collins is a young man with long hair, as he reminds myself, who sent a good 20 United States dollars into my account. God bless him, without whom I would be left with nothing. And he obviously indicated myself friend or relation, God bless him, so that it would not be butchered by that faggot Peter Thiel or some member of his staff taking their blood money therefrom. So, good man, Chris Collins. And a massed prayer request to maintain in thought and prayer the mother of Debbie Hewins, who is suffering tremendously. She's been through a lot. That is Nancy Hewins. And she was... They were running diagnostics for the potential of Alzheimer's. She now has a pulmonary embolism, and hopefully she is still alive, and they will deal with that, and she can move on in life among us, and in better health than she is at present. So that is Nancy Hewins, the mother of Debbie Hewins, is suffering from pulmonary embolism. Let's pray that away for the wonderful Nancy Hewins. And, of course, I'll won't ask Jameson to hold the fort just yet. I think I can go ahead. And we'll start off with Into the Gentle Night, speaking of things, but let me confirm that he's there. So, my man Jameson, you are there, right? Just confirming that.
Aye.
Wonderful. And let's check into these wonderful people in the chat room. I think the last one to say anything was that wonderful Shauna Bando, who was saying, her hugs to Sexy Douglas. I do encourage other people to come in. Oh, and thank you so much, Jameson, for blocking that idiot Julian, what it was, the guy who started into the religious trip about vaccines the other day.
Yeah, that piece of crap. I think he was just a regular troll, just using another pseudonym.
Yeah, I mean, that's all too possible. It's certainly something I seriously considered, and it
because they always say the same thing. Oh, I've been listening to you forever. Oh my God, Douglas, how could you say this? Oh my God, Douglas, how could you say that? It's not vaccines. It's something else. It's just the same pattern. I've seen it over and over again.
Thank you. Yeah.
And it seems like it's clear to me that they don't change the pattern. So, I mean, it's the same people.
Yes, they're just locked. They're locked, and the brain it can't work. It's stuck on the
creative thought does not exist for them.
Yes, thank you. It's just they're programmed. They're fucking programs. They're the product of these mind control programs. I mean, it's it's awful. And it's you know, and it's so abysmal to look at. When you look at something like that, it's you know, it's depressing. That people like that exist, that there's nothing to their lives other than to show up and say the same things over and over again. It's just awful. And so, but anyhow, thank you so much for handling him. I see that you blocked him, which was you went to his channel and actually blocked him, is what it seems that you did. So that's fabulous, and really appreciate it.
No, I was able to block him in the chat.
Oh, good. I didn't even know we had that power or that capability to do that. So
yeah, we do. We could hide the user from the channel by right clicking, you know, and seeing the options under each person's name who's posting in the live stream.
And by the way, I want people to understand that I suspected this was going to happen, and sometimes it's just a form of insanity where somebody puts you on a pedestal so they can knock you down. And so this individual had the name Jean Yuri Schultz, and it seemed like I don't think there was anything on his channel, so it was obviously just created for the sake of entering a comment. But it basically, Jean Yuri Schultz was saying something quite complimentary. At first, he was saying how when I spoke of Christ, it changed his life. So he was saying that this was basically on the February 3rd episode, and that was a Wednesday. And he said, "Your history on Christ was life-changing. Thank you for bringing me closer to truth. Believe more in your quest. Fantastic new doorways. Very grateful." Now, something like that is just, you know, very positive to get this kind of just feedback. And then, of course, you know, the moment I saw that, you always have to be cautious because people can turn on you in a dime. And people with agendas, which he obviously had. And then what he said on the transmission for... well, it was Sunday, the 21st of February, and it was in the last week of last month. He basically said something about the vaccines, just asking about the vaccines, saying, oh, you know, I'm 52 and not sick at all. I fear disturbing my system, you know, talking about his vaccine. He's been working throughout the last 18 months. Now, of course, this is someone who is probably Richard K. Cole at this point, because he's admitting his age, and Richard K. Cole calls himself Gunner 65 because he was born in 1965, which means he's 1 year younger than me. So at 52, yeah, he's 1 year younger than me. So this is probably Richard K. Cole. Yeah, and yeah.
Oh,
then,
man, he's as dumb as they come.
Yes, yes, yeah, and it's, you know, but he appears in all of these guises, and this is his life, and he just comes back again and again, and you know, it's
he was probably triggered because I think because I think Peter Moon mentioned. I don't know if it was Peter Moon or yourself, but you guys mentioned like Randy Allen Kramer.
Yes.
He was, and so I think he was like, "Oh, that's my name. I gotta go do something."
Yes. Yeah. Then he started flipping. He started going into meltdown, and then it was just like, you know, how can you say anything about the vaccine? I mean, you know, Jesus Christ. I mean, I've gone into vaccines and such, you know, and I'll have to cover them briefly tonight too. It's just an inescapable subject, and you know, after a while, I'm certain people can understand. After a while, you just stop giving a shit, because you know, how many times can I go on about them, and then have Peter Moon and Crystal River, you know, say, "Well, I'm not going to take him." Yeah, I'm not going to take him. Yeah, and you know, it's like after a while, what are you gonna do, right? Like, it's like this is what Lena Shea couldn't get, because she's like, well, she's young. She's young. At the same time, she's probably programmed, and you know, certain she's a product of her programming, but she's like, her mind can't understand gray areas in the world. It's like, you know, she couldn't stand the fact that, you know, well, you know, Peter Moon and John Shalimar are basically Trump supporters. And, you know, what are you going to do, right? What am I going to do? Just going to say it to everyone. You know, you're my enemy. It's there's not so far you can go. It's like, after a while, there has to be some level of cooperation. There has to be some level of compromise, because we're coexisting. If anything, That should be a positive. It should be a positive.
Well, compromise because that's what adults do.
Yes, thank you. Because, well,
apparently,
well,
people haven't grown up and they don't process that.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Well, she is young comparatively speaking. And, oh my God, I just wish that you know, just wish she, oh well, you know, somebody just flipped the switch, and it's just so funny. And the person who flipped the switch was that piece of shit, Zachariah Garrett. You know, that's the guy who flipped her switch. He came on and just basically,
the guy with mutant head growths.
Yes,
and shit.
Yeah, the guy with all the mutant head growths, or maybe he was the
I
only
don't do drugs. I don't do drugs.
Yeah, yes. I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs. Yes, it's like,
well,
why would anyone care?
How do you? It's like, how do you explain the skin coming off your head?
Yes.
If you don't do drugs, it's obvious he was doing the crocodile.
Yes, or something. Either that, or it might all be in his brain. It could be something that he saw in his mind's eye, and maybe nobody else could see it. I mean, this is what happens to people like that. They see things like, you know, if you do enough speed and crack and shit, I mean, fuck, look at what happens to Noreen. She sees like fucking little miniature jet fighter drones coming out of her pores and shit, you know. And it's well, I mean, she doesn't even need drugs for that. That's what makes it so fucking scary. She's not even on the fucking drugs.
Damn.
Yeah.
I can understand if she was popping that Benadryl.
Yes, you'd be hoping, Jesus fuck, you'd be hoping that it'd be something like that to explain it.
I mean, because then you will see spiders everywhere, and you'll understand why you feel like you're cracking to pieces.
Yes. And by the way, for people who don't get it, for people who aren't crackheads, you know, people who do the speed and the meth and you know, whatever they call it these days, there's different names sometimes for the same type of drugs, but there's different types of chemical compositions that make these, you know, more or less, they're all bad. But they used to call it crank because you'd smuggle it in the crankshaft of the motorcycle. It's a terror. But, you know, honestly, the drugs that people use, that especially those that deprive you of sleep, that's when you start seeing the bugs coming out of your skin and you feel the creepy crawlies under your skin and shit. It's the sleep depriving drugs, the speed shit that, you know when you see it, it's some white person who's putting way too much sugar in their coffee. and they look like they got a really bad complexion, and their eyes are pinned, and you know, they're moving around hyper, you know, it's just like
and the skin always looks dehydrated.
Yeah, that's right.
They always look abnormally dehydrated. Yeah. Like, you know, like if you blow on them, they'll just crumble into the wind.
It's awful. Yeah. And so with Zachariah Garrett, he and Brendan Zogit said it best. I mean, you know, we kept telling him, why don't you go to a clinic? And, you know, he couldn't go to a clinic because, or had gone to a clinic and they couldn't find out, you know, whatever. But he had TMJ ultimately and said he had to lose his job. He was doing as this telemarketer, and you know, all this shit comes with heavy drug abuse. So the fact that he reacted so upset by my saying he had drugs, I mean, you know, honestly, granted, with Jameson and me, we're not normal cases. Somebody could say we're doing drugs and we're doing hookers and everything else, and we would just laugh. It doesn't matter to us. But you know, even your average person,
we're not baseline human anyway.
Yes, certainly not acceptable by any social standards in any normal conventional definition of the term. But aside from that, you know, even your average person, why would they care if somebody say you do a bunch of drugs? If you're not doing drugs, why would you care? You just say, that's not true, and you'd move on. You wouldn't care, right? You wouldn't even dignify it with a response. You wouldn't give a shit because, you know, nobody cares. I mean, no one's going to fire you and shit because some idiot says you're doing drugs. But no, he came back.
I mean, usually if you didn't do it, you would probably say something like, so?
Yeah, if you didn't do it, you'd make a joke about doing it. Yeah.
It's like if someone calls you gay, it's like, okay.
But your average person, they couldn't handle that because your average person is insecure anyway. Oh my God! So Shauna Bando mentions her son is autistic and he's very talented in art. This is the part, I'll have to make a joke about Jameson Reese. George Knight. George Knight. Some other time when George Knight was saying he was talking to that receptionist about the euthanasia program, and her son was autistic, and he was trying to tell her they meant well. I could have put that in context for her. It's a lot of people did. Well, they're not me, so they just can't do it. I mean, this is why Hitler was able to do what he was able to do, right? He could say it so that he could say it just right. But when it comes to what was the other thing? Yeah, that thing. Oh my God. I wanted to bring that up in front of Peter. Remind me to bring that up in front of later. It'd be interesting to see what he would say. But honestly, that whole thing about, the kid, I'm really pissed off I missed that. If I had been there while Derek was telling the story, I had honestly assumed as soon as I came back and you heard me.
Yeah, the kid with the urine.
Yeah. When you heard me, what I was expecting was some horrible story about some young girl got gang raped. And that's what I was, because I heard everybody saying, faith in humanity and all this stuff is. And I'm like,
honestly, okay. I was just so tired that I was the story didn't captivate me as being even relevant. So I was just like,
yeah, we were both just rather out there. And then when he went on about it, yeah, but it was later on. Like I said, I woke up later. That was when I fell asleep because at the end of the transmission I crashed because you and George Knight heard me. I was pretty much that was it. Yeah. I was getting nauseous. Then when I fell asleep for a while, then when I woke up, then it was on my mind. It was like, wait a second. This boy went to sleep with a bunch of white boys and they all made him drink their urine. Well, for one thing, just so people understand this, obviously this is something I don't approve of and something that I don't encourage people to do unless they get off on it. But just for what it's worth, urine is sterile. It's a very rare case when urine is not sterile. Okay, so
urine doesn't have any bacteria in it.
Yeah.
But that aside, how do we know that they didn't also drink each other's piss?
Yeah. Well, the whole story is just so bizarre. First off, like I said, when do a bunch of boys get together to sleep together? What the fuck is that? That's like, okay, now I see this at the estate. But these are all gay kids, okay? These kids are gay. Yeah. They're like openly gay.
Straight guys don't sleep over. They hang out after hours.
Thank you.
They hang out and they walk around outside and get into trouble and shit.
Yes,
I mean, the only time young guys sleep over is if they're sleeping with girls.
Yeah, one would assume.
Based on that. Well, I mean, that's if they're straight.
Yeah, really. And like I said, I'm the last person on earth to be promoting gender roles, but Texas?
No.
Yeah, I mean.
No, but I mean, seriously, my son asks, I'm going to have a sleepover, and be like, son, we need to talk.
Yeah.
Let me get to know you better. What's your preference?
Thank you.
I mean, look. If he's gay, that's fine.
Right.
Let him do his thing.
Right.
But it's like, all right. Just show him wear protection.
Yes.
There you go.
There. Thank you.
Just tell him the speech. Wear protection. Don't get any STDs, and you and your boyfriend do whatever. And if it was like daughter, you and your girlfriend do whatever. Just use the dental dams or something.
Yeah.
I mean, shit.
That's thank you.
But it's kind of strange that the mom's just like she doesn't think anything of it.
Yeah, especially since he's like, what? I mean, if I understood correctly, you guys were saying he was the only black kid in the neighborhood, right? I mean, or something like that.
He's the only black kid in the football team, and okay, so first of all, if he's the only black kid in the football team, obviously she's not in a place where there's a lot of other people who are African American.
Yes.
So I mean, the first thing that goes to my mind is, okay, I'm a minority. I'm surrounded by people who can completely kill me, rape me, do whatever, and bury me, and nothing will happen. Do I really want to let my son just go whoopsie doodle in their world?
Yeah, thank you.
No.
Something.
So I'm starting to think she didn't give a fuck, and I'm starting to think that all this was a matter of getting some kind of press so she can have a legal case to get some money.
Yeah, either that or she's
juicing him for opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Either that or another nuance might be that now that it happened, she has to make it look like she cares because she.
Yeah, because she realizes, oh shit, the courts would be able to say something because I let my son go. Because any judge would look at it like, ma'am.
Yes.
Let your son do what?
Thank you.
And you're black?
Yes, thank you. It's just
maybe you shouldn't have a son.
Thank you. There is. It's just bizarre. The story does not make sense. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
And and football teams. I mean, really, that makes it even worse because that I didn't even know that part. Football teams definitely do not have sleepovers. Okay, it's like
they don't have sleepovers. I don't recall the last time when I was in high school, I heard the football kids talk about sleepovers.
Thank you. Not unless it involves cheerleaders.
All they talked about is I bang this girl, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, you're fucking dreaming, right?
Right. Yes, that's right. It was like, what's her name? What was her name again? The black chick who almost certainly, I know for a fact, she had to have sex with George Bush Jr. because she kept referring to him as her husband several times.
Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah. And he definitely had a fling.
Yeah, and there was several times they brought up and I don't know why they brought this up, but I remember at some point they brought it up as like a positive that she had past relationships with several football players at her school. And I was like, why would they bring that up as a positive? But they were bringing that up to show that she was, I don't know, social or something. But it's like, well.
Yeah, I guess they were bringing up to show she wasn't like a human robot who was running the entire White House, who's running the entire office, which is it's completely possible she was actually running that. She was actually the president. So it's actually it's possible that we did have a first black female president.
Actually, to put that into context for people who just don't get it. George Bush Jr., when he was interviewed about Kim, it wasn't Kim Jong-un, but before him, one of the Kim people. And it was Kim Jong-il.
Kim's papa.
Kim Jong-il.
Yeah.
It was Kim Jong-il. That was his actual fucking name, by the way. It wasn't a rapper's designation like he be Illian. The guy's name was I-L, like Kim Jong-il. And so Kim Jong-il, when George Bush Jr. met him, and then he started talking about him, and he started leaning forward emphatically and saying, my reaction to him was visceral. He was trying to emphasize how revolted he was, how disgusted he was by this man. And he kept leaning forward, and Condoleezza Rice physically restrained him. She grabbed his arms. She had her arms around his, and she grabbed both his arms with her hands and was clinging to him to hold him back from getting over emphatic. And that the only person who could get away with that is a physical intimate. Nobody does that other than a physical intimate. So it was so obvious she had sex with him in the past and was certainly physically comfortable with him to that level. And as for their bringing up her past relations with football players at her university, that's they're not known to be choosy people. I mean, they're they're known for these one night stands and everything else. It was just bizarre how they were portraying her and trying to make her, as Jameson says, more human. And she was otherwise just such a, just uptight and uncharismatic character. But she had a great deal of power on the basis of her relationship with George Bush Jr. And for those
that actually could have been the reason why they brought it up to sort of downplay how much power she actually had.
Probably, yeah. And don't forget, George Bush Jr.'s, it was his brother. His brother was married to his brother, that awful piece of scum.
Jeb Bush.
Yeah, Jeb was married to a very dark Latina, very dark brown, caramel colored. And the Bush family, only referenced her obliquely. They called her the dark one. And he made certain that he got divorced from her as soon as all of the Cubans voted him in. In other words, he married this Roman Catholic, dark Latina so that all of the Cubans would vote him in as governor of the state. And then as soon as he was voted in, he divorced her. And she took her kids with her, and he settled them in a hacienda in Mexico and made them promise they would never bother him again, and just pays them like a stipend, which is probably some exorbitant amount of money. And I'm sure they're happy with the settlement. But, that's an example of him. After he got rid of her, then he, I think, married white so that he could, be accepted by the rest of the Republican community, because he was hoping to run for president. I mean, of all the people...
Well, this is the idiocy of Jeb Bush, though. He doesn't realize that even the Cubans who are darker than I, and probably have more African features than I do, would consider themselves white.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
Because the guy who I used to be friends with talked about how, he knew a lot of Cubans when he used to work in Florida and whatnot, and how they all associated as white.
Yes. Well, yeah, there's this obsession with whiteness in Mexico as well, especially in the northern part of Mexico, where they consider themselves more of cholo, as opposed to, that's the old term, of course, as opposed to the more down towards Mexican City and the like. But it's a very different world than what many people understand. But there's this obsession with whiteness throughout so much of it, and that's in even in Africa there are a lot of people who use these skin whiteners, kind of like skin.
Yeah. Well, it's sad to say, but that even happens here in the United States. Although it seems to be more prevalent amongst women who are from Africa.
Right.
They seem to think. They seem to see lightness as being beautiful. I don't quite get that, but
it's it's our programming, right? We've got this dominant.
It's program.
Yeah, and we've got this dominant image.
Sometimes I like them dark, sometimes I like them light, sometimes I look. Well, then again, I'm a guy of all women.
There we are. Yes, there we are. Yes. When he's not,
I like a whole spectrum.
Yes, I can understand that, and
that's why there could never be one. There could never be one. I don't understand people get married. It doesn't make any sense to me. How could you just settle for one?
I know. I can. Who knows? Maybe someday.
I mean, some days I'm interested in women who are from India, and then other days I'm interested in women who are from Namibia, and other days I'm interested in women from Sweden, and it's just like, hey, variety is the spice of life.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, of course, I told Judith I would give it all up for her, which she wanted, and then she just rejected me after she got me to sign over the insurance to her. I've never had a chance to change it, but there's no one else to really change it to at the moment. But we'll see what happens in the future, if anything. But oh my God, it's amazing how I'm treated. Honestly, I cry myself to sleep. So aside from all of that, let me try and articulate some things for people. I might rush you off and get some hydrating agents, some liquids, and let me finish this tea and then rush off and do that. Then I'll get into dominating the rest of the night with a monologue, calling on our dear Jameson when necessary. But other than that, if you decide that you sound like you're hanging on pretty well, but if you decide that's impossible, just let me know. And other than that, Let's see now. What you have some stories, right? You might have some stories prepared just to hold stage for a bit. What did you and what did yourself and Pac One talk about the time that I left you both on stage?
We just talked about like his business, and I, talked about something I bumped into when I was watching something paranormal about like how I, started to think that the whole Mothman prophecy was their water being poisoned, because when I did searching on Point Pleasant's drinking water in West Virginia, they have over 27 horrible chemicals that are above the acceptable limit. So I'm thinking if it's that bad now, and they claim that they're treating it, of course, which is bullshit. Imagine how bad it was back then when people were seeing moths, the big Mothmen, and it's because I was watching the shit with William Shatner, and he's covering all these monsters and shit, and so I'm like, all right, this seems entertaining just to pass the time, and some guy suggested it might have been owls, and I'm like, well, maybe it was owls. Maybe but what do owls look like when you're on LSD? Think about it.
Yeah, well, of course, but usually it's hard to tell, because there are times when people share the same hallucination, but usually you would think
there are shared hallucinations, and this has happened. There was a village that was in oh my god, I don't know if it was some European country where it wound up that the town's drinking water was poisoned by ergot, and everyone was sort of having the same hallucinations, and they were just going bonkers.
Wow! Oh my god!
And I think the CIA was doing research on that. And I think they might have had something to do with it.
Yes, that makes sense. God, that's just awful. That's just awful. Where was this?
Oh my gosh, I gotta look it up. It was one of those. Oh god, I don't know if it was Sweden or something like that.
Okay,
it was somewhere. It was a very small town, though. It wasn't like a big place.
Right, of course it had to be. Well, at any rate.
But yeah, they had later determined that it was ergot poisoning.
That's just awful, and to think that somebody would be involved with that, but it goes to figure, right? I mean, it makes perfect sense. All right, people, I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to leave Jameson holding the stage. I will go mute, and he will carry you through the next several minutes. I'm going to grab some liquids to refresh myself with throughout the rest of the night. I'll be back at 5 to 7 minutes. Jameson Reese will speak about various subjects that come to mind.
Let's speak about how the human race is just fucking nuts.
Try to be positive. Oh my God.
Oh, well, maybe some people might find this positive. So scientists are using human genes to make monkey brains bigger. I don't think very much positive can come from that. All right. So, in an experiment that could portend a real-life Planet of the Apes situation, scientists spliced human genes into the fetus of a monkey to substantially increase the size of the primate's brain. And it worked. Researchers from Germany's Max Planck Institute of Molecular Cell Biology and Genetics in Germany and Japan's Central Institute for Experimental Animals introduced a specifically human gene ARHGAP11B into the fetus of a common marmoset monkey, causing the enlargement of its brain's neocortex. The scientists reported their findings to this in Science. Now, I will say one thing. Given how smart the general human population is, I don't think we have much to fear from monkeys having bigger brains. Not if it's using human genes. The neocortex is the newest part of the brain to evolve. It's in the name of neo, meaning new, and cortex, meaning, well, the bark of a tree. The outer shell makes up more than 75% of the human brain and is responsible for many of the perks and quirks that make us uniquely human, including reasoning and complex language. Not long after our hominid ancestors branched off the evolutionary tree, our current chimpanzee cousins, their brains underwent a rapid expansion, nearly tripling in size over the span of 3 million years. Hominids' brains grew so fast that they became cramped in the slowly evolving craniums, causing the distinctly human folding of the neocortex into wrinkles. Scientists believe this was the result of a number of evolutionary factors, but the expression of ARGHAP11B, I'm not going to spell every letter out, something unique to hominids may have given a boost to the brains of our ancestors and close but now extinct relatives, the Neanderthals and Denisovans. Previous studies have shown that the ARGHAP11B, when unnaturally expressed in mice and ferrets, also cause an enlargement of the neocortex. However, this was the first time the gene was used in a non-human primate and with typical human levels of expression, further suggesting the gene played a key role in our evolution. Now, ARGHAP11B arose in our ancestors some 5 million years ago when a happy little accident was made copying the everyday gene, ARGHAP11A. In an evolutionary mistake, a single substitution of one nucleotide base, the molecules that encode DNA with another led to the loss of 55 nucleotides from ARHGAP11B, like a computer reading an incorrect line of code. The mutation caused the neuron-producing cells of the brain to make more of themselves for longer periods of time, resulting in a larger neocortex. We found indeed that the neocortex of the common marmoset brain was enlarged and the brain surface folded. Michael Hyde, the leader of the study, said in a press release, its cortical plate was also thicker than normal, he continued. Furthermore, we could see increased numbers of basal radial glia progenitors in the outer subventricular zone, and increased numbers of upper layer neurons, the neuron type that increases primate evolution. The scientists call these human-monkey hybrids transgenic non-human primates, who will hopefully replace the human race, which may be enough to ring the alarm of any doomsdayer. It certainly raises a lot of ethical questions when doing experiments on primates, let alone when introducing human genes into other animals. For this reason, the researchers limited their study to monkey fetuses, which were taken out by C-section after growing for 100 days. Allowing the experiment to go past the fetal phase and let the human genes carrying monkeys to be born would be irresponsible and unethical. Oh, fuck that. I mean, why half-ass an experiment? Why not just go all the way with it? Come on. Of course, we know they didn't exterminate all of those monkeys. We know that they have some of them walking around smart as fuck. I mean, come on. Who's going to waste perfectly good science? But this is what they say they did. Study co-author Wyland Hutter said in the press release. Of course, they have to say whatever they feel the public wants to hear in the press release. We confined our analysis to marmoset fetuses because we anticipated that the expression of this human-specific gene would affect the neocortex development in the marmoset. Yeah, you'll have monkeys with depression, and you'll have to give them antidepressants because they'll start to wonder, why the fuck do I exist? Like the rest of us, Huttner said. In light of potential unforeseeable consequences with regard to postnatal brain function, we considered it a prerequisite and mandatory from an ethical point of view to determine the effects of ARHGAP11B on the development of fetal marmoset neocortex. which seems like doing half the experiment and saying, okay, I'm afraid to sign up what the real results are. I mean, seriously. But we'll buy what they say, because why not? All right, now here's another example of humans and their hubris. A Dyson sphere can bring humans back from the dead, researchers say. Of all fucking asinine ideas. Imagine this. In a far, far future, long after you've died, you'll eventually come back to life. One round of torment is not enough for these humans. Seriously. They want to suffer so badly, it's just mind-boggling. So will everyone else who ever had a hand in the history of human civilization. Oh, well, if that's the case, then if they're only looking for people who've had a hand in human civilization, then that's all the more reason not to get involved in the human species and not have a hand in it. But in this scenario, returning from the dead is the relatively normal part. The journey home will be a hell of a lot weirder than the destination. Here's how it will go down. A megastructure called a Dyson sphere will provide a super intelligent artificial agent, quote-unquote AI, with enormous amounts of power it needs to collect as much historical and personal data about you so it can rebuild your exact digital copy. And how do we know that has not already happened and that we're all just digital copies of something else that existed before us? We wouldn't know.
Oh my God. So, yes, whatever you do, clean your fridge. Yes, the green mold monster grabbed me. And I almost didn't get back alive. Yes, I know. It was drawing me in.
Now you gotta tell us what went bad, because this just adds to the amusement.
Oh, I don't know. I can't. It's there's so much in there, right? Whatever it was, I had to throw it away. Oh my God. This is what happens when you're a bachelor. Yes, this is why I need a chick take over some adult supervision. Move in with some chick. I'm just unfit to live alone. Need someone to force me to tend to such things.
Yes. Sounds like you need a cat.
Oh no. No. But I did manage to recover from the creature's grips these fortune cookies from the other day's takeout Chinese. So let's see what they say. I might even chew these off mute just to regale everybody. And not because it's a desperate night with nothing to say. I really ought to get onto my monologue, but it says here, a beautiful person is with you. Confide your problems. Man, I am fucked. This is the fortune's way of telling me that Jameson Reese is it, the one in my life or something like that. This is just awful. So of course in the back it's learn Chinese.
I consider it horrifying.
Yes, of course. You weren't meant for anybody to confide anything into. Oh my God. What would they confide in you? Oh my God. Maybe suicidal fantasies or something of that nature, I would suppose. At any rate.
Nuclear launch codes.
Yes, there we are. Yes. That's there we have that, and it shows you what fortune cookies are all about. Where did that tradition come from? Is that even a Chinese tradition, or was that something?
No, it's not. It's American made.
Okay. Yeah.
Made in California.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean that many things are, by the way, so people understand this. Things like sukiyaki, I think, or I think sukiyaki or egg foo young, something like that. It's actually a Californian dish and is not in China. It's something that developed here with just what the Chinese working the railroads could throw together, and they threw together something that became that staple of Chinese American takeout. So, just another sad story behind it. Kind of like what? They all have some kind of black roots or something, these various soul foods that are like fried chicken, the stuff like that. That's, I think. Yeah. Yes, these are all Oh my god. So let's open up this guayaki. Okay, I got blue for you. You know, I have different flavors of the guayaki cans in the icebox, so it's pot luck which one I get. I should open the whatever tastes best, the cold, as cold first. Let me see if I can get this open. Some of these like things, these plastic seals are like adult proof. Only children can open them. And if an adult tries to open them, okay, this is Mountain Dew, so it's supposed to have more. This has more caffeine in it than Coke, right? I think.
Yeah.
And it's the flavor.
Wait. Does it?
Major melon. It's major melon flavor. Yes. Disgusting. This is probably similar to what those people get when they drink that Faygo shit. It would probably be something like this.
Oh yeah. The insane clown posse soda.
Yes.
Right. That was made from that Jewish company.
Yes. It says this is dew charged with watermelon flavor with other natural flavors. That's it. There's nothing natural in this. It doesn't contain 0% juice. 0% fucking juice. Yeah, it tastes good though. That's what's so frightening about it. Kind of like liquid bubble gum. That is like, yeah. This is.
When I was in the Air Force, when I was in the Air Force, we used to be like, everyone used to be fanatics about this Mountain Dew Code Red, and I think we used to call them nut busters.
The thing is, yeah.
And so I found out that there was some truth about certain flavors of soda actually reducing male fertility.
Is that true?
So
oh my god.
Yeah. So that's awesome. Folks, drink more dew, please. I mean, drink gallons of it before you decide to make kids, please.
Oh my god.
Do us a favor.
Oh, that's awful. And it just makes sense. It's all a form of population control. We're finding it out.
Oh
now.
no! It was never anything deliberate like that. We would only wish. I'm fairly certain that if people making the sodas realized that it was, killing sperm count, they'd be like, oh shit, maybe we need to stop making it like that because we want more customers and more babies are more customers.
Oh, good point.
So industry looks at things differently. They want people literally breathing on top of each other. They want us to have like 50-story houses where everyone's like crammed into like, these 6-foot cubicles and everyone sleeps in these like pods and shit. It's like something from like it's like something from a Japanese horror dystopia.
Right. Anime dystopia. By the way, Veronica Barrera says, hearts and rainbows. God bless you, honey. Mwah. And love you dearly, Veronica. And yes, have to keep reminding myself to get her on at some point in the near future. She was so kind to send Derek that sleepy time tea. And after that, he never woke up again. He was sleep talking the last time he was on with us. No, it was wonderful. Hopefully it's helped him rest. I'd like to ask him about that. And hopefully he doesn't take offense at what I was saying. But oh my God, yes, he did bring that shit up while I was gone. It was like behind my back. Then he throws that shit out there, And it's not like he consulted me about the Irish Chang thing, with that rape of Nanking either. It just came out with it. And... so it's just weird. It's like, I guess it shows.
Well, you were there to put everything into context, so that was the good thing about it.
Thank you. He does force me to educate people, so that is important.
Yeah.
So, and this way, no one can say that, nobody can say that we don't have different opinions.
What he shows us is the common folk interpretation of history.
Yes.
And so this educates us as to where everyone else in the country is at, which is completely horrifying. But...
Yes, thank you, and particularly upsetting, when it comes from a Black African American male. Yes, then that's upsetting. Here, the other fortune cookies.
Upsetting, but not surprising.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's right. Upsetting, but not surprising. I almost thought this was two fortunes. Every once in a while, you get the two fortunes in one. This one says, be careful or you could fall for some tricks today. Thank God I'll be spending most of the day under the sheets and totally fucking asleep, thank God. Unless somebody's doing something, you know, in the, what do they, the astral or something. And I encounter succubus or something. But
You should be so lucky.
Yeah, good point.
I'm serious. Those are once in a lifetime experiences, and when you have them, you treasure them because they don't come again.
Didn't you share one of that with me and somebody once? I forgot. Laura Lee Solomon and myself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Because I think I was I had that experience when I think I was 15.
Wow, lucky you.
Man.
A child predator succubus. You lucky son of a bitch. Yeah.
Well, what I would hazard to say that was Lilith herself, but how do I know it wasn't? And I'm not talking about the fake one.
Lamashtu.
I'm talking about, no, I'm not talking about Lamashtu. I'm talking about
the real one. Lilith, yes.
Yes. Because there was something very, I don't know. It's like, I'll just say it was different because I've had, I would have succubus experiences later, but they weren't anywhere like that. It's like it would reach the point where I'd be awake and I'd see like a sort of female form materializing, and I'd feel aroused and I'd see something and I'd be like, "Whoa, holy! Am I fucking tripping balls?" And then after a while it would just like go away and it'd be like, "Okay, aren't you gonna finish the job?" You see, so it's kind of different what I experience now to what I experienced then. It's completely, because that was a full, vivid experience. That was probably some kind of initiation or something when I was 15. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. And that's certainly. You're not alone. I'm certain. Now, you heard what Justin White said about the experience he had, which was totally different and much more negative.
Yeah.
And, so you're very fortunate that yours was so pleasant, comparatively speaking. And so you had an early grasp.
Well, they usually are. It's the ones from the show directly that are more terrifying and predatory. That were, I would say, were more. Because there was a point after which where they just didn't fuck with me, and it reached a point where I could extract information from them if I wanted to. And they would say, and I hear like an almost electronic voice in my right ear saying, and I'd be like, okay, cool. Of course, how do I know that wasn't a hallucination?
Yeah, well,
I don't. Folks, I'm completely MK ultra fucked. My mind is fried.
Like I said, you're not alone. There are plenty of people. There are plenty of people who have these visions when they're young and growing up. They're very similar. So that's not particularly. How would I say it? It's not. What you've shared there is not particularly upsetting.
Unique.
Or it's not. It's not something to be upset about or.
No, it's something to enjoy. It's something to treasure, I think, because, when you're allowed a glimpse behind the veil and you're allowed to experience it in such vividness, you have to understand, while it's not necessarily uncommon, it's not necessarily common either. There is something unique about the vividness of it. The more vivid it is, you have to realize the more blessed you are.
Yes, thank you for that.
So I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. So the 5 hours we have remaining are wonderful Jameson, which the fortune cookie tells me is, let's see, what does that say again? A beautiful person is with you. Confide your problems. We've been doing that throughout the night. Okay. So Jameson is at least easy on the eyes. Like I said, he has the build of a Chippendales dancer, so ladies take note. Anybody willing to take him in, you'd probably have to take his cats too, I presume. Then, there you have that opportunity with that.
Well, you see, it's not what they see that frightens them. It's the energy that seems to come off of me.
Well, there you go.
Even males don't react to it positively. For some reason, humans find it very intense. Of course, cats, on the other hand, I'm like catnip to them. So,
well, there we are.
At least there's something that doesn't get frightened away by the radiation I give off.
Yes. But by the way, in terms of the what I should speak about, I guess, do you feel I should start with domestic before kind of moving into the international, the attack that we're under? I guess what I'll start off with is talking a bit about our man Joseph Biden and what he's doing in office. And of course, our man Peter Moon hates him, and which is too bad. But
he's not as abrasive a fellow as Trump was, I find.
Oh God,
because
no.
the thing about
no one could be. I mean, why
sorry,
even say that? I mean, oh my God, Trump is just horrible. He was horrible. I mean,
Trump was beyond horrible.
Yes.
He took stupidity and he made people love being stupid.
Yes.
Again.
There's just no words. There's just
how the fuck is that fucking humanly possible to make people want to embrace being dumb?
It's somehow he made it happen. So let's here's what I'll start off with. First off, I want people to know this is a big fucking deal. A BFD. All right. So Joe Biden now has his own big ticket new law to match the 2010 healthcare law, which once drew his notorious BFD whisper into the ear of Barack Obama himself. The $1.9 trillion United States dollar COVID-19 rescue plan that just passed Congress is more than a stimulus bill. It's also a deliberate attempt to lift millions of Americans out of poverty. And while many of its child tax credits, healthcare subsidies, and nutrition payments expire in months or years, Biden sees the bill as a stepping stone to making such benefits permanent. Just 100 days into his presidency, Biden has put a substantial down payment on his vow to tip the balance of the economy from the rich toward lower and middle-income Americans. The notion that it's the most sweeping piece of social engineering in a generation was reinforced by one of the most outspoken progressives in the House Democratic Caucus, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, who hailed the legislation as monumental. Despite total opposition by Republican lawmakers, this bill is broadly popular. Some 61% of Americans back it in a new CNN poll I've got up on screen now. Significant in a landscape currently so polarized that even, as the Colorado Democratic Representative Jason Crow puts it, apple pie doesn't poll that well. Presidents need to use their power at its apex, early in their terms, and big wins beget new political capital. Add the currently accelerating rollout of vaccines, and Biden has had a good start in the Oval Office. In the same poll, 60% of Americans also approve of the way he is handling the pandemic. Turns out that taking the pandemic seriously, basing decisions on science, showing empathy for the victims, and avoiding Twitter feuds just happens to be good politics. But then again, anything would be, considering the precedent. Once the virus, hopefully, is behind us, normal politics is likely to resume. When Biden wades into controversial issues in foreign policy and climate change, he'll get more dinged up. On the political fault line of immigration, Biden has only 43% approval as a crisis builds on the southern border amid an influx of undocumented children. To secure big changes on voting rights and climate, Biden may have to invoke the nuclear option of blowing up Senate rules. And at some point, the moderate president may collide with his own party's more liberal wing. But in his first primetime televised address tomorrow night, our new president will speak from a position of strength. Now, I'm going to go with the positive first and then explain what went wrong historically the last time. The Civilian Climate Corps, a new CCC, is a big government plan that all Americans can and should embrace. We have to make certain that the same thing doesn't happen again. The Civilian Conservation Corps, which was created at the behest of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, gave jobs to an eventual 3 million young men before it became a covert program for black genocide. Now, it was a rare case of presidential understatement more recently in the unveiling of this program, which I'm attempting to articulate, something that passed by all of you in the complexity of a stimulus package such as this. According to a paragraph buried in Joe Biden's long executive order on climate change, the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior had been directed to make plans for a Civilian Climate Corps modeled on the Civilian Conservation Corps, the original CCC of the 1930s. It would put underemployed Americans to work on projects intended to conserve and restore public lands and waters, bolster community resilience, increase reforestation, increase carbon sequestration in the agricultural sector, protect biodiversity, improve access to recreation, and address the changing climate. That alone, altogether, is plenty of justification for such an initiative in the country's current circumstances. But the potential of this idea, if the record of the original CCC is any guide before it was corrupted, go as far beyond the advertised purposes. A postmodern day CCC could be an attention-getting reminder of something that a great many Americans seem to have forgotten: the capacity of government to be an instrument of the common good. The upside, the light side, or that side which operated in the daylight, of the Civilian Conservation Corps, created in the spring of 1933 at the behest of the new president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, gave jobs to an eventual 3 million young men before the Second World War took over the task of fighting unemployment. Now, roughly 8,500 women participated in a She program, a play on the CCC acronym, belatedly established at Eleanor Roosevelt's insistence. The CCC left a legacy of trees, trails, shelters, footbridges, picnic areas, and campgrounds in local, state, and national parks across the country. Eventually, of course, it left black bones scattered to bleach under what sun could penetrate the forest canopy after They were parachuted live to die in fires that were set by Japanese balloon bombs. That will be covered in our book, but I'll briefly articulate what happened within minutes. As for the CCC in its beginnings, it had equally notable effects on the health and outlook of the men who served. Most were undernourished as well as unemployed when they signed up. They came home with muscles, tans, and, according to a letter sent to the Corps headquarters in Washington by a resident of Romeo, Colorado, an erect carriage that made them easy to pick out from the rest of the young male population. It asked proper posture, taught in an environment of military discipline. If you were to take a look at their uniforms, you would mistake them for a fascist paramilitary unit. Joseph Captor of Toledo, Ohio, was one who treasured the memory of his Corps service, and he did so because it was spent reforesting the shores of Miami and the Erie Canal. His gratitude stuck in the mind of his daughter, Marcy Captor, who is now an Ohio congresswoman and the sponsor of one of 7 CCC bills introduced in Congress last year, who has said, "I don't know anybody who wasn't changed and uplifted by that experience." Of course, she knows the white side of the story. Now, although Roosevelt sold the CCC as a jobs program first and foremost, it was shaped by his strong interest in timber and soil management, acquired over the course of efforts to revitalize hundreds of acres of badly tended farmland attached to his family estate in Hyde Park, New York. The CCC, in turn, raised the conservation consciousness of many of its participants. That's according to the book I'm sourcing this from, published in 2009, entitled Nature's New Deal, which is about the program as writ by the historian Neil Maher. No relation to Bill Maher, so far as I know, but the name is spelled the same, M-A-H-E-R. The CCC camps had lectures and night classes, as well as libraries. A corpsman named Robert Ross, assigned to a camp near Crystal Springs, Arkansas, used his off hours to investigate matters that he had, in his own words, been totally ignorant of: soil erosion, restoration, protection of the forests, the uses of land, the damage of forest fires. Less than 10% of the enrollees had graduated from high school. Many of them actually learned to read and write during their time in the Corps. However, and hundreds went on to jobs with the National Park Service, the Forestry Service unit of the Department of Agriculture, and other federal, state, and local conservation programs. The CCC had educational value for the people living alongside its camps as well. Many communities objected mightily to the anticipated arrival of street slum foreigners, corner holders, and bums. The hostility tended to evaporate once corpsmen came to town in person, proved unthreatening, and began spending their wages at local diners, shops, and movie theaters. The program was hugely popular everywhere, and Roosevelt promoted it as a morale booster in a time of extreme hardship, and as a vote-getter in election years. Among his administration's many groundbreaking policies, only this one escaped the anti-New Deal fulminations of Alf Landon, the Republican governor of Kansas, when he ran for president in 1936. Landon, like other Republicans, praised the Corps. He even tried to take credit for getting Congress to extend its operations to state parks. Despite his claim, the presence of CCC camps flipped several Kansas counties blue and helped FDR win the state in his landslide re-election victory. The revival of interest in the idea can be traced to two loose groups of CCC champions. One, whose ranks include the retired General Stanley McChrystal and the Starbucks founder, Howard Schultz, who are among the backers of an initiative called Serve America Together, sees a way to overcome the political, social, economic, and religious barriers causing such divisiveness in our country, as McChrystal and Schultz did put it in a joint op-ed, an opinion editorial column last summer. The other group, composed mainly of academic economists, is more concerned about the job-replacing effects of robots and computers, and the marketplace's chronic failure to meet important social needs. Those two streams of thinking converged and gained force last spring, after the pandemic abruptly terminated the employment of some 20 million Americans immediately, a number which has since doubled over the year. In addition to the White House plan and Representative Kaptur's measure, bills have been introduced by Colorado's Joe Negushe and Illinois's Bobby Rush in the House, and by Delaware's Chris Coons, Illinois's Dick Durbin, and Oregon's Ron Wyden in the Senate. Thinking separately, they have come to common conclusions about what a new CCC should be like, and what it shouldn't be like the genocide program I will articulate. The original core, besides excluding women, was racially segregated. Major point. With camps for black African Americans often placed in the most remote areas, America Siberias, according to Maher in the very book I'm sourcing, because of local protests in every region of the country, including the North, that nobody wanted the niggers in their neighborhood. This is what would make genocide so easy. A 21st century CCC would correct those fundamental defects. Racial segregation would simply be impossible. Most of the idea's backers agree that it should also pay a living wage, in contrast to Roosevelt's program, which only offered room and board, and $30 a month, the equivalent to about $600 in today's money, with most of it earmarked for families back home. Another difference. Cities and suburbs could be major work sites this time around. Because now we have urban wilderness, the wasteland and the frontier of the streets. Open Lands, a Chicago-based nonprofit that collaborated with Durbin on his plan, has drawn up a list of project categories, including brownfield remediation, the greening of schoolyards, the repair of biking and walking trails, and the planting of urban vegetable gardens and orchids. Senator Bob Casey, a Democrat of Pennsylvania with his own CCC proposal in the works, imagines a core that would build and improve parks in green-starved inner-city neighborhoods and reverse the loss of tree canopy that has made cities especially vulnerable to global warming. Casey has allied himself with the coalition of more than 100 organizations behind an economic policy package called Reimagining Appalachia. It proposes a CCC that would restore wetlands and areas scarred by coal mining while making room for ex-prisoners, victims of opioid addiction, like the majority of the white trash in these sewers of shit that secrete all over our nation, and others unlikely to be hired by any private employers. Along the way, Such a program could have the salutary effect of reminding rural and urban Americans that they have very similar and overlapping problems, including cycles of community decay set off by the exodus of well-paid jobs, whether in mining or manufacturing. The White House is focused, for now, on developing an administrative structure. It is likely to build on AmeriCorps, the Clinton-era national service program, and finding funds that, well, in the existing budgets of the Agriculture Department, the Interior Department, and other federal agencies to get a fledgling corps up and running. Putting more serious money into such a program would require Congress's cooperation and perhaps a degree of bipartisanship. That might not be outside the bounds of possibility. Although Democrats have been the principal instigators of legislation thus far, there are signs of Republican enthusiasm for the idea, aligning as it does with the Red Party's preference for work over cash relief. 7 Republican cultic senators, including Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Roger Wicker of Mississippi, and Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, signed on as co-sponsors of the Coons bill, which was comparatively modest in scale and tailored to Republican tastes, omitting all mention of climate change, for example. With that show of bipartisan support, it came close to being included in the pandemic relief package passed in December. The prospects for some version of a revived CCC are favorable. To realize an ambitious version of the idea, the Biden administration would have to bring a sense of urgency to the effort, as well it should. This administration, with its $1.9 trillion United States dollar American Rescue Plan, hopes to accelerate the pace of vaccinations, expedite the reopening of schools, give tens of millions of stressed-out Americans the wherewithal to finally pay their bills and get a frozen economy moving. There is little in this measure, however, to lift a vast number of Americans, including roughly 4 million who have been unemployed for more than 6 months, and more than 50 million low-wage workers whose annual median income, according to the Brookings Institution, is $18,000, who were already feeling disheartened and undervalued when the pandemic came along. Trump cultic Republicans, fixated for the moment on settling intra-party scores, will turn their attention back to Biden and the Democrats before long. The backward elements of corporate America and Wall Street have been quiet lately, perhaps out of a sense of pandemic-induced propriety, but they too can be counted on to get back to obstruction mode. The best things that the new administration has said and done, its commitments to racial and gender equity, its welcoming its attitude towards immigrants, its seriousness about climate change, all guarantee blowback. Biden and his party can take comfort in opinion surveys that show overwhelming support for many of their proposals. To go by the polls, however, wide majorities of Americans have come down on the side of progressive policies for years. Meanwhile, mounting distrust of government has led many of those same people to consistently not vote for candidates committed to putting progressive policies into effect. That dynamic will probably be with us until Americans without wealth or privilege see convincing evidence, more convincing than checks in the mail, however badly they be needed, of the government working zealously and effectively on their behalf. The old CCC told that story in Roosevelt's time for the white population. A new one could tell it in ours for all of us. Now, in terms of what went wrong with the original Roosevelt plan are what went right for the whites, but no one else. We've devoted a chapter in our book so far, the Roswell Deception. And let me see if I can access the PDF. And the updated PDF should be able to let me access the chapter in which we speak of Herman Perry, the black man who was to inspire many black African Americans to become conscientious objectors. Now, surprisingly enough, Peter Moon, who has emphasized that we should not try and make relevant for today much of what was historical, himself chose the title for Chapter 17. So far, it's Chapter 17. That number may change. He gave it the title, Black Lives Didn't Matter. Now, as he said, most African American communities were ambivalent throughout the war. Many among them were African American conscientious objectors. One of them, Robert Leonard Jordan, had worked with the Japanese merchant marines and said the Japanese were our colored brothers, encouraging his people not to fight on behalf of white America as they were still being enslaved by them. Or white Americans, I'll tell him about that correction. All of this came to a head and was driven home to African Americans when Herman Perry, an African American soldier building the Burma Road for Americans, was almost whipped to death by his white supervisor. And pulling out his supervisor's gun, he killed him with it and became the subject of the largest manhunt in human history. In order to build a road crossing the CBI, or China-Burma-India borderline, so as to send supplies to the Chinese during World War II, a huge construction project was undertaken. The soldiers, however, were deceived about their actual assignment. Told they were going to build airstrips, the 849th Engineer Aviation Battalion was subjected to harsh tropical conditions, unduly long hours, and extreme hardship. The workers of the 849th were all black, and there were about half a hundred white officers. While there are different sanitized versions, none of them conveyed the truth that Perry was whipped to within an inch of his life for alleged negligence of duty. Treated unfairly and subjected to injustice on all too many levels, Perry was driven to kill his superior and escaped, thus unleashing the biggest manhunt in the history of the American Army. He was, quite literally, an enslaved African American who fought back. Perry found a home with headhunters in the jungle and even found a native wife. As word spread of this black man amongst the natives, he became known back home to the black community as a folk hero called the King of the Lato Road. The army ferreted him out, ambushed him, and shot him as he escaped from his hut. Despite a severe wound in his chest, he began to recover in the hospital, although he was very drugged up. During this period, the army forced him to sign a confession, and this sealed his fate at his court-martial. Although his defense attorney never brought up the injustice, he did appeal, and Perry's execution was delayed. During this time, he escaped, and an even bigger manhunt was unleashed. After suffering multiple wounds, being captured again, and making multiple escapes, he was finally hanged. As news of Perry circulated throughout the world, it dampened the spirit of African Americans as far as participating in the crusade against the Japanese. As was alluded to above, this story was an emphatic inspiration for African Americans to conscientiously object to the war. It cannot be overemphasized how racist and segregated the U.S. Army was at this point in history. In the wake of Herman Perry and what was an extension of the 555th Triple Nickels Battalion, African American conscientious objectors were mobilized and were given what were called black parachutes. They were not black in color, but were only for black men. They were purposely designed to be so small that when they opened up, the drag force would be so tremendous that it would break every single bone in their body. As the parachutes would fall to the ground, the jumpers would be hanging limp, falling into the Japanese balloon bomb fires as they were being burned alive. The U.S. Army killed thousands of African Americans like this, and their bones are still out there in the western states where no one can find them. This was one major reason, but not the only one, why the U.S. Army deliberately obfuscated the history of the Triple Nichols Battalion. Now, before the war, when Americans were planning to attack Japan, they knew Japan would strike back. They worked through the CCC as a paramilitary organization to prepare their in-depth defense. Now, in terms of the documents that I worked with, which covered everything including the Port Chicago Mutiny, there were over 1,200 missions performed by the CCC. The Triple Nichols as a program actually had this second element of untrained black paratroopers, not like the professional smoke jumpers, who had black officers, but simply those with white officers who were supposed to be cannon fodder fighting on America's home front against the fires the Japanese started with their balloon bombs. That is what performed over 1,200 missions, in which each time hundreds of black men never returned. Now, the black conscientious objectors, of course, had a completely different view of the Japanese, and news of Herman Perry inspired their resistance, just as it was an indirect inspiration for the Port Chicago Mutiny. What people didn't realize in America was that the CCC, or the Conservation Corps program, was never intended to be permanent. It was never established as a permanent organization, and yet it had an unprecedented administrative assembly, Executive Order 6101, dated April 5th of 1933, appointing Robert Fechner as the director, who himself died on New Year's Eve of 1940, a year before World War II would start for the United States. Congress it regarded the CCC as a temporary relief organization. And in a vote of confidence, Congress extended its life as an independently funded agency. In which case, it was like today's postmodern U.S. Post Office being forced to pay for itself. Now, in terms of the last tally, you had 200,000 men in 900 camps across the United States. That's a lot of camps, and that's a lot of men. In late summer of 1941, because of a lack of applicants, or so they said, because of desertion, and because the number of enrollees that were leaving for jobs, which were coming back online thanks to full mobilization for war, the CCC lost 100,000 men, or half its manpower. The white half. And then what happened was, on July 1st of 1942, remember that the United Nations was established on January 1st of 1942 in direct response to the Pearl Harbor attack, which had happened weeks before. And the CCC was just dragging along, barely on life support, on a respirator, until it was officially taken off the books on the 1st of July in that same year of 1942. Now, before that period of time, at its height, because Roosevelt had established it in 1933, within 3 years, by 1936, in order to prepare for Japanese bombing of the United States, setting America's forests aflame, the CCC had built 3,470 fire towers across the United States. These were to become the training towers, the jump towers from which the blacks would jump off from on cords, supposedly to train for their parachute jumps to fight forest fires. The Vice President, Henry Wallace, the card-carrying communist, who had taken part in the hunt for the Messiah in Mongolia and murdered him. He was the one who had broke the tie to narrowly fund the CCC to be extended as a program twice. And by June of 1942, the vote was simply 158 to 151 in the House for curtailed funding of $8 million United States dollars to liquidate the agency. Once it was taken off the books, there were camps that had been built by the black men out in the middle of nowhere, literally out in the middle of nowhere, that no white man had literally ever seen. As I've said before, most people have no idea how massive and how empty the United States is. They have no idea just how there's places in the United States where no person has literally ever walked. We have many parts of the United States that are simply not even surveyed. And so most people have no idea of just how people can get lost in the United States, how we have unknown species in the United States, because they really have no idea that the U.S. government admitted in 1939, and this was itself 3 years after the 3,470 fire towers that I had described as being built. 3 years later, as war erupted in Central Europe, the U.S. government admitted that 503 million acres of the United States land remained completely uncharted. Even today, there are about 383 million acres of Western federal land that have never been surveyed. That's 17% of the entire United States. And to that can be added another 500 million acres that were surveyed quite inadequately about 100 years ago by Lewis and Clark. That's another 2.2% right there. You can compare that to a 1990 census revealing that 143 counties in 16 of the western states have less than 2 people per square mile. Living together, usually, or they wouldn't survive. That's less than 273,000 people in less than 950,000 square miles. That's 25%. A quarter of the entire area of the United States we know nothing about. Out there, the blacks built camps no white man ever saw. What records I was ordered to destroy talked about the creatures they encountered. Of course, no one listened to the report of a bunch of isolated niggers. These men were trained to jump off these fire towers and then sent with their black parachutes. Remember, Japan dominated all of Asia and monopolized the silk and the rubber. America had no rubber and they had no silk. What silk they had was for the whites. And so the Americans developed these small black parachutes. Not black in color, but reserved for the blacks. And then dispatched them by pushing them out of planes into the roaring fires set throughout the American West by the Japanese balloon bombs, where the drag force snapped the bones in their body as the parachutes opened up, and the black men, alive and conscious and in indescribable, unimaginable pain, fell into the flames below to burn alive. What bones that may have survived those infernos, bleaching in the sun, in branches and trees, and melting into the earth, never to be found or ever recorded. The white conscientious objectors were made into smoke jumpers to prove they weren't cowards to fight the Japanese balloon bomb incited fires. And they've got a museum dedicated to their service. This is where the Civilian Conservation Corps went wrong, when it went off the books and became a program of anti-black genocide for all conscientious objectors who refused to fight the Axis. This is what makes it more preposterous for a black man like Derek Talley to talk about the Axis through the eyes of Allied propaganda, saying, oh, of all the German priests, only a few of them protested the disappearance of Jews. Do you think anyone here in America protested the disappearance of black conscientious objectors? Did you even know that they existed? One of the missions of a new CCC should be to be on the lookout for the recovery of whatever remains might be found. If any there be, nature cleans its plate. And certainly what was left of the blacks that survived would have been devoured by any number of animals and insects to the bone and into dust. But here and there will likely be a skull or a femur, something that might be attributed to some lost hiker or feral human being who had run away from society until a DNA test would be able to prove it that of an African American. So in terms of where we're at and where we're heading, we must base ourselves upon the positive aspects of the past and do our best to create a more equitable future, working with history as it truly is, understanding that the Americans are the villains of World War II and rightly lost that war. There's certainly no way that a black African American can sanely defend America of World War II and say that somehow that it was fighting for any form of right. Black labor was exploited in Alaska as well to build the Trans-Alaskan Highway that would ultimately expedite the American invasion of the Kurils Island chain, so that they could retake that from the Japanese and then try to bomb Japan from the north. None of that was accomplished in time for when it was needed throughout the war, forcing the Americans to engage in a costly island-hopping campaign across the Pacific to ultimately launch their bombs against Japan in a genocidal conflict to destroy Japanese cities without impacting their war machine in the field or their industries at home. Far more Japanese industries were damaged by domestic earthquakes than were damaged by American strategic bombing. America finds itself at war again today with a different alliance of nations, the Sino-Slavic synaxis of Russia and China. A State Department spokesperson has confirmed that online platforms directed by Russian intelligence are spreading desinformatia, Russian disinformation about our coronavirus vaccines as distributed throughout the United States. The agency's Global Engagement Center identified no less than 3 Russian outlets that are playing up risks and doubt, including one sharing exaggerated reports that the Pfizer and Moderna shots carry a high risk of a rare side effect. The GEC, or the Global Engagement Center, also found the outlets were sowing more disinformatia over military conflicts, protests, and any divisive issue that they can exploit. Experts concur the reason for the anti-vaccine disinformatia campaign is to promote Russia's own rival Sputnik 4 vaccine. The Kremlin, of course, denies that its intelligence services are spearheading the disinformation campaign. About 1 in 10 Americans, more than 32 million people, are now fully vaccinated against COVID-19. But again, experts concur that number is nowhere near high enough to suppress the spread through herd immunity. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says March and April will be pivotal times for whether people can work toward ending the pandemic nightmare or will erase progress by ignoring safety measures, as the entire state of Texas has chosen to do. Around the world, richer nations are administering about 1 vaccine dose every single second. But most of the poorest ones have yet to get a single shot. A global vaccine alliance confirms these same rich nations are blocking efforts by developing countries to waive intellectual property rights on COVID-19 vaccines so others can get the vaccines they need. A World Trade Organization committee was supposed to have met this week through to today to discuss waiving these rights in the interests of public health. So the White House has decided it's time to inject a little hope. After days of dire warnings that new COVID-19 variants might sow a new wave of sickness and death, one of the top government health experts has brought welcome news of life after vaccination. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, unveiled guidelines for how the fully inoculated can visit others with the same lucky status as well as family members. Officials do remain concerned that new forms of the virus first discovered in the United Kingdom and South Africa are multiplying fast. But the United States vaccination drive is also gathering pace. Nearly 60 million Americans have now had at least 1 dose, and 30 million have had 2 doses, more than the 29 million total recorded cases of the virus. So new guidance was vital. But the announcement also gives hope to the rest of us by showing how something like normal life may be within reach. The light at the end of the tunnel is especially important since a flurry of state governors are fast relaxing mask mandates and restrictions on businesses well before experts judge the virus is sufficiently suppressed to make it safe. By convincing people that the end is near, officials might persuade them to stay out of crowded restaurants and keep their masks on for as long as will be necessary, which may be a lot longer than we would wish, or at least long enough to get that jab of immunity. The tragic reality is that anyone who dies from COVID-19 in the next few months might well have been just weeks away from a life-saving vaccine. That's what brings us to the early warning we got about this plague. Diplomats warned of a coronavirus danger in Wuhan 2 years before the outbreak. As I said, on the 15th day, the Ides of the first month opening this year, in its last days of administration, President Donald Trump's State Department put out a statement with serious claims, in which it read, "When they sat down with the scientists at the WIV, the American diplomats were shocked by what they heard. The Chinese researchers told them they didn't have enough properly trained technicians to safely operate their BSL-4 lab. The Wuhan scientists were asking for more support to get the lab up to top standards." To this day, scientists largely agree that the virus was not engineered to be deadly. SARS-CoV-2 showed no evidence of direct genetic manipulation. Furthermore, the WIV lab had published some of its research about bat coronaviruses that can infect humans, not exactly the level of secrecy you would expect for a clandestine weapons program. What they were worried about was something called gain-of-function research, in which the virulence or transmissibility of dangerous pathogens is deliberately increased. The purpose is to help scientists predict how viruses might evolve in ways that hurt humans before it happens in nature. But by bypassing the pathogens' natural evolutionary cycles, these experiments create risks of a human-made outbreak if a lab accident were to occur. For this reason, the Obama administration issued a moratorium on gain-of-function experiments in October of 2014. The Wuhan Institute of Virology, the WIV, had openly participated in gain-of-function research in partnership with American universities and institutions. Against domestic American law, they could not practice it here, so they went to Red China. But the official has confessed the United States government had evidence that Chinese labs were performing gain-of-function research on a much larger scale than was ever publicly disclosed, meaning they were taking far more risks in many more labs than anyone outside of China was ever aware of. This insight, in turn, fed into the lab accident hypothesis in a new and troubling way. It was clear that officials knew there was a lot of risky coronavirus research going on in communist Chinese labs that the rest of the world was never made aware of. The senior administration official in question has been quoted as saying, "This was just a peek under a curtain of an entire galaxy of activity, including labs and military labs in Beijing and Wuhan playing around with coronaviruses in ACE2 mice." Now, the ACE2 acronym for the mice Let me try and explain that to the best of my ability as a medical journalist, someone trained in such. ACE2 is, of course, an acronym for angiotensin converting enzyme of the second variety. Angiotensin converting enzyme 2, or ACE2, is a human interferon stimulated gene in vitro using airway epithelial cells. And it's found that that expression of the cellular entry receptor for SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, was very receptive indeed. So we're talking about mice that are bioengineered to manifest a protein coding gene. ACE2, C terminus, is homologous, meaning that whatever happens in the mice is zoonotically transferable to humans. And ACE2 C terminus is homologous to colectrin, ultimately responsible for the weaponization of the coronavirus. So think of ACE2 most practically for your own understanding as an enzyme attached to the cell membranes of cells located in the lungs, arteries, heart, kidney, and intestines. This is, of course, where the COVID-19 hits. So the mice are bioengineered to produce coronavirus from bats, acting as the transmission unit, the delivery platform from the bite from the bats, who are mammals as unto they, and they are mammals as unto us. And thanks to the ACE2 as the protein on the surface of the many cell types, as an enzyme that generates small proteins, then by cutting up the larger protein, the mice were the delivery mechanism for the end of the world as we know it. Because the ACE2C terminus is homologous to colectrin, responsible for the trafficking of the neutral amino acid transporter SL6A19 to the plasma, to the blood. And if I get any more technical with it, it's simply not going to make any sense. So, with all of these labs all over communist China, clustered around Beijing, the capital itself, and Wuhan, playing around with coronaviruses and ACE2 mice in unsafe labs, the senior administration official who has bequeathed upon us the information we now know suggests we are getting a peek at a body of activity that is not even understood in the West because it has no precedent here. Nobody in the Western world has ever been that reckless, that insane, that potentially self-destructive as the Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist dictatorship under Xi Jinping, which gave an all-out, no brakes, no safety mechanisms ride on the roller coaster of bioweaponization that gave us the Kung Flu Wuhan virus. Where we're at now, literally gasping for air. This brings us into what history can teach us about where we're at. As Jameson Rees says, this is the tip of the fucking iceberg. The mutations guarantee we're going to have to keep producing vaccines. We're not going to just need a vaccine for this. We're going to need a vaccine for every goddamn variant. So get ready to be a pincushion throughout your fucking life. And you can thank the communist Chinese for that. Without someone like myself as your Vulcan intervention, you're dead meat. Because none of the whites can do it for you anymore. You may not understand this, but you're sinologists. You're students of Chinese culture and geopolitics. The dragon watchers of your world. That world is gone. Nobody wants to travel to communist China anymore. Those days are fucking over. Everybody's afraid of being thrown into jail as a political bargaining chip. We are in a situation now where the men and women who used to volunteer to spend time in communist China to become the China hands that would specialize in rendering your diplomatic connections to the communist Chinese empire possible, don't dare to go beyond the Great Wall and into that hidden hermit kingdom anymore. China is throwing up its walls again, electronic firewalls and otherwise, barriers of sand in the South China Sea. Whatever's going on in China, you're going to be less and less able to understand. There's no one to interpret it for you. Only someone like myself with intrinsic understanding of the culture and the history can even hope to give you what you hope to understand. This is war, and I'm the only weapon you have to fucking win. If you don't use me, it's not my loss. It's yours. And when you lose the fucking world. In terms of more recent Asian plague outbreaks, in 1855, the so-called third pandemic of the bubonic plague broke out in Yunnan province, China. Another outbreak, or rather a continuity of the third pandemic, depending on which source is taken into account, sprang up in China in 1910. It went on to kill more than 10 million people, many of them in Manchuria, ultimately wiping out its population base and ethnically cleansing northeastern China of the Manchus, the dynasty that had ruled China for hundreds of years. This was the Manchurian plague of 1910 through 1911, before my mother was even born, and when Hirohito was a very young man who began to understand immediately the fact that this was not natural. When in the autumn of 1910, the press in China began to report that a rare and deadly pneumonic plague had reached Harbin, which would later be the site of Japanese biological warfare experiments in the extreme northeast of China, then known and someday again to be known as Manchuria. In the autumn of 1910, when this was taking place, it was largely confined to China's northeastern provinces, but cases were reported sporadically throughout the empire. In Tianjin, or Beijing as well, the capital, and along the Beijing-Hankou railway line, stretching down into central China, reflecting the scale of the epidemic as transported by modern transportation. It is, of course, difficult at this point in history to attain any precise statistics about the death toll of the plague. However, all reports suggest that immediately 60,000 people died, with an unprecedented mortality rate of 100%. There was no survivability, which for any disease is almost impossible, because without survivability, the disease cannot spread. And yet it did. As a point of comparison, this places the death toll of the Manchurian plague in the same region as that of the more familiar Great Plague of London from 1665 through 1666. One of the reasons the year 666 was remembered with such fear and ominous foreboding. It truly was the year that the British put down in writ that the dead began to walk. A subject for another time. In terms of causation, from what the public knows, as opposed to what Hirohito knew about the weaponization, the one thing that is known unto everyone with any interest and research capability, and of course training to understand such phenomena, the plague originated it certainly originated in the Orient, amongst the Tarbagan marmot, which was hunted for their fur in Manchuria, and made, therefore, the perfect experimental animal for carrying the weaponized disease. As the German chemical industry developed new dyes, sheep marmot fur could be manufactured into imitation sable, imitation mink, and otter fur. In other words, this was the fur of the future, faux fur, dyed by the Germans for the sake of fashion without extinction of mammalian species that were being hunted into mass death by industries all over the world. Consequently, the value of marmot fur itself rose from a few kopecks a skin to a ruble, causing migrant Russian hunters to flock to Manchuria. These migrants, however, were inexperienced, whereas local hunters, many of whom were from the region's Buryat or Mongol-Turkic or Turco-Mongolic ethnicity, could identify and avoid diseased marmots. The migrant hunters collected unhealthy marmots, infecting themselves with the plague bacilli the diseased animals carried. The spread of the plague was in turn exacerbated by the bitter cold of the northern winter, which caused the hunters to huddle together in huts, quickly spreading the airborne pneumonic plague. Manchuria's extensive railway network further aided the rapid transmission of the disease by facilitating the movement of large numbers of migrant workers returning home for the New Year festival. From Kalar in October, the plague spread to Erbin, where later the Japanese would perform their human experiments, where 13 cases were then reported to be fatal. And by November 8th, the city had a death toll of 5,272 fatalities. Quarantine and control had been put in place in order to prevent the spread. However, by January, Mukden, the industrial city, the industrial hub of Manchuria, today's Shenyang, comparable to Communist China's Stalingrad, had over 2,571 deaths, soon spreading south to the capital city, then known as Peking, where an additional 5 cases were found. Thus, the plague quickly spread throughout towns and cities along the railway lines in Manchuria, thriving in areas defined by dense population, high human mobility, and poor hygiene conditions. Subsequently, cities throughout Manchuria experienced high death rates, such as Quancheng near Jilin, which reported over 200 deaths per day. Then, the Manchurian plague. Due to the popularity of the relatively cheap, third-class tickets offered by the South Manchurian Railway. Most cases of plague infected cities along the rail line first, then spread further to small villages, with some being reported as far as Tientsin. There were fears it would spread further, especially to Peking, as workers traveled home and shopped for Chinese New Year, which in that year, by the Asian lunar calendrical system, coincided with the Gregorian calendrical date of the 30th of January. The worst-hit areas were the crowded provincial capitals Changchun, Harbin, Mukden, with deaths of up to 150, 130, and 60 on a daily basis as reported respectively. The majority of infections fell on poor, middle-aged Chinese who lived in crowded conditions with poor sanitation. Very few foreigners contracted the plague. If so, they were medical staff. Through carrying out recommended procedures, isolation of infection in most cities and villages died out within a fortnight, or 2 weeks' time. By the middle of March, Manchuria had resumed normality, with plague existing only in hospitals. Schools, factories, and businesses, including the whole of the South Manchurian Railway, were open, working harder to recover lost ground than ever before. In terms of the geopolitical responses, as the Russian and Japanese empires were both influential railway powers in Manchuria, responding effectively to the plague dictated cooperation between their authorities and Qing dynastic China itself, still dominated by the remnants of the Manchu dynasty, the Manchu race. In November, Chinese and Russian doctors visited the Chinese district of Harbin, or Fujian, to assess the situation. With no cure available, preventing the spread of the plague required isolating plague patients, suspected cases, and persons who have been in contact with plague cases in train carriages. If no symptoms were noted for 5 days, those quarantined were released. Indeed, Chinese magistrates had to request more Chinese Eastern Railway wagons from railway authorities in order to accommodate the ever-growing number of infected persons. Moreover, Wu Liante, who was born as Wu Liande, the ethnic Chinese doctor in charge of the response, received the Qing imperial permission to burn the dead bodies of victims. Thus, thousands of bodies were safely disposed of through mass cremation. Similarly, Russian CER authorities organized sanitary zones, monitored the population, and burned lodgings that had been in contact with the plague. As a result of these preventative measures and the end of the cold winter, the epidemic was over by the end of April 1911, which was the same year as the foundation of the Republic of China of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, which would be the foundational republic of both the nationalist and communist republics. In terms of consequences, as a result of the plague in Manchuria, trade and commerce, especially the fur and food trades, were greatly affected. One newspaper, commenting on the soybean trade, stated that the plague caused a loss estimated at $7 million United States dollars worth of Chinese silver dollars, something which would be probably close to $7 billion today. Furthermore, the plague brought additional economic consequences. One financial newspaper documented the depressing influence of the plague on Chinese stock prices and government bond prices, demonstrating its impact on China's economy. The plague itself, which struck in the last few years of the Qing dynasty, which lasted from 1644 through 1912, also heralded a sanitary awakening in China, as Western methods of controlling diseases were adopted. It prompted the 1911 Mukden Conference, an international plague conference in China dedicated to the study of plague throughout the world. As the first international scientific conference held in China, the Mukden Conference firmly established Chinese scientists as members of the international scientific community. The conference initiated the creation of the North Manchurian Plague Prevention Service in 1912 in the first year of the Chinese Republic of the ethnic Han Chinese majority rather than a republic under the dominance of the minority Qing who had ruled the imperial dynasty, which intended to promote public health as a means of illustrated letters, lantern demonstrations, and popular pamphlets. The plague also resulted in a presidential mandate legalizing human dissection, which exceeded the earlier imperial mandate permitting creation. Well, cremation, I mean to say. My Sinitic accent sometimes trips my tongue, and I fear I may need to sneeze, probably based on something I was exposed to going out and dealing with all those people outside my hoarder's crypt yesterday. No matter how many masks I wear, you know the molecules for that shit just got to be going through everything and sticking to your body everywhere else so you bring it home. Thus, by instigating changes that removed a great deal of the superstition surrounding ancestor worship in the sense that it prohibited progress, the plague facilitated the advancement of Chinese science and disease control. A similar outbreak in British India left about 300,000 dead from 1896 through 1898, and this outbreak began in Bombay, what's today's Mumbai, and Pune, on the country's west coast. By 1921, a few years before my late and sainted Cyrus, the womb matron who brought me into this world, was born, it would claim some 15 million lives. With dense human populations and natural plague reservoirs, such as rats and marmots, Asia is always at risk of another round of bubonic plague. Fortunately, the timely deployment of antibiotics can cure that disease today. But that brings us to the legacy of plague in Asia. Perhaps the most significant impact that the Black Death had on Asia was that it contributed to the fall of the mighty Mongol Empire, which first deployed it as a weapon. After all, the pandemic was literally launched from within the Mongol Empire on its literally bleeding edge of expanding borders, ever-expanding borders, and devastated peoples from all four of the Khanates. Because, well, when you fight with fire, you're going to get burned. The massive population loss and terror caused by the plague destabilized Mongolian governments from the Golden Horde in Russia to the Yuan dynasty in China. The Mongol ruler of the Ilkhanate Empire in the Middle East died of the disease along with 6 of his sons. Although the Pax Mongolica, or the Mongolian Peace, had allowed increased wealth and cultural exchange through a reopening of the Silk Road, it also allowed this deadly contagion to spread rapidly westward from its origin in western China and eastern Central Asia, and as a result, the world's largest ever land empire, the second largest empire in terms of sheer global reach, next to the British Empire ever, crumbled and fell. Of course, try and imagine the true weapon here. It is the Great Asian Gerbil, not the goddamn rat. Rats are all over the place today, and rats aren't infecting anybody with the goddamn plague. Rather, it was the Rambomys opimus, Yes, the Great Asian Gerbil, which is a lot more deadly than it looks. The Mongol invasion and coronavirus have several things in common. That includes pandemics and post offices, or the Postal Express, Mongolia's Pony Express. The most famous horse-based postal relay came with the rise of the Great Mongol Empire in the 13th century, and the Mongol invasion of Europe produced fake news and widespread denial, somewhat like the current pandemic does. The Mongol conquests of China and Russia connected those two races and cultures, those two nascent nations, for the first time in their history. Russia is a relatively young nation, and China is a very old one. The first time they ever shared any connection was in the 13th century, when the armies of Genghis Khan and his heirs incorporated both into the largest contiguous empire in all human history. That brings us to the trade networks and the Black Death that they carried. Disease has always plagued human communities. One of the biggest epidemics in the world history was started by one of the smallest animals and spread by trade networks after its deployment in warfare throughout the world's largest empire. So, spread the word, but cover your mouth. You see, in 2008, during the time of the stock market collapse, the great economic crash that we've never recovered from anywhere in the world, up to 30 million computers were infected by the Conficker worm, one of the worst computer viruses ever devised. It caused billions of dollars in damages and disrupted government agencies and businesses all around the world. We like to think that more connection is good, that the more people talk to each other, the better the world will be. All of that is absolute bullshit and simply leads to more chaos and violence and anarchy. But today, with a global internet that connects billions of devices, viruses like Conficker can plague millions of people in a matter of minutes. Our connections help us to communicate, but they also make us instantly vulnerable. The internet of the 14th century was the Silk Road. The Silk Road was less of a road than it was a network. Rather than thinking of it as a single route linking China to Europe, we should think of the Silk Road as a bunch of merchants and cities, trading posts and oases, ports and paths that were connected to each other by trade. In other words, think of it as the Silk Network, not the Silk Road. And like the networked internet of the 21st century, ideas, information, goods, and money all traveled along the linkages of the Silk Network. But these long-distance trade connections, like the connected devices of our digital age, also allowed diseases to spread farther and faster than ever before. The worst of these was an outbreak of bubonic plague in the 14th century, known as the Black Death. The Black Death was not the only plague to spread along trade routes. In the 6th century, bubonic plague spread across the Mediterranean, infecting millions over 2 centuries. Another great outbreak of the plague started in China and India in the 19th century. Plague and disease have accompanied humans since we started crowding into cities and interacting with people in distant places. So how did this particular plague get to be so bad? Well, it was not in a period of peace in which it began, or rather, it incepted in a period of peace that had bleeding-edge borders of war. In the classical Muslim mind, there are two worlds. And one is the world of submission, and the other is the world of the sword. In terms of the worlds of Islam, the Dora al-Islam, the world of surrender or submission to Allah, or the God, is disambiguated from Dar al-Harb, the world of the sword, the world of war with the infidel, or the non-believer, or worse. So in terms of the Muslim empire, it was the same. There was that within the dominion of the Khans that was at peace, the enforced peace of violence, execution, and death, which created a peace that one could not deny was extant throughout the land, and the other was the world under conquest by the Mongols to integrate them into that ever-expanding peace. The Pax Mongolica. The Pax Mongolica was a period from the mid-13th to the mid-14th century, but a century of time in which the world was forcibly modernized by interconnectivity, forced interconnectivity. By this time, the Mongol Empire had actually split into 4 areas. Each was ruled by a Khan. The Mongol Khans connected much of Europe and Asia's people and enforced a general peace. The word pax means peace in Latin, which you should know. Now, having so much land controlled by one empire made overland trade much cheaper and much safer, because no one was going to fuck with the Mongols. So this unusually war-free time within the boundaries of Mongolica allowed more trade connections to develop all across what are now Africa, Europe, and Asia, or the single supercontinent of Eurasia-Africa, also known as Afro-Eurasia. Well, you know, Eurasia-Africa. Now, earlier Mongol conquests disrupted trade routes with their violence, of course. However, the huge empire created by those conquests later connected more people than ever before, you know, the ones that survived, what few there were, under one administrative umbrella. Of course, what few there were enough to be quite a number under dominion. Once the Mongol Khans settled down and tried to rule their vast empire, they grew increasingly concerned about tax revenue. Because, if you want it straight, the Mongols were a bunch of nomadic goat herders. And what they created was the world's largest welfare state, in which they all collected checks from everybody else, so they didn't have to work. If you don't get that, you don't understand what was going on. Now, one of the best sources of taxation came from trade. So the Mongol Khans wanted to make trade easier and safer. For more than a century, the Mongol Empire ensured that trade networks grew and merchants prospered. The Mongols severely punished anyone who dared threaten the trade. But the flourishing of trade connections also carried the seeds of disaster. Yersinia pestis, the Black Death. Now, the 14th century Black Death, or bubonic plague epidemic, was caused by the Yersinia pestis bacterium. These bacteria sometimes spread to humans through contact with the fluids of an infected person, but more commonly it is spread by flea bites. The bacteria get transferred to humans when fleas vomit into our bloodstreams before feeding. The effects of the bubonic plague are just as gross as how it spreads. Soon after infection, the diseased person develops swelling in their lymph nodes, called buboes, like what Sean David Morton appears to have on his throat, like he was bitten by a giant flea. Lymph nodes are part of the immunosystem and normally filter out bad substances from the body. After buboes, internal bleeding causes swellings of pus and blood to discolor the skin. It was a horrific disease that spread quickly and without warning. Most people who contracted the plague died. Now that brings us to the merchants of death, because this was a trade plague, hot on the heels of war on the front lines. Human interaction with animals and the environment also played a role in spreading the plague. Exempli gratiae in Central Asia, the region west of China and south of Russia. The fleas that carried the bacteria lived on a species of rodent known as the Great Asian Gerbils. Just a small temperature increase, as little as 1 degree Celsius, can increase the presence of the bacteria in these gerbils by up to 100%. You might think it was a change in climate in the middle of the 14th century that likely helped the disease to spread out from Central Asia, but no, it was the Mongols weaponizing the Great Asian Gerbil by putting it in heated cages. The heated cages enabled the Mongols to instantly weaponize, almost organically, semi-naturally, these natural vectors, and turn them into the advance guard of the ever-expanding Mongol Empire. That's what brings us to the birth of the Black Plague, the Mongol siege on Kaffa. In 1345, the city of Kaffa was razed by a vicious pandemic, in what would, centuries later, be recognized as the first use of biological warfare in history. After successfully repelling the first Mongol siege in 1343, Kaffa certainly expected Johnny Beg, yeah, that was the fucker's name, and Jani by romanization, but the surname Beg, B-E-G, the leader of the Mongols, to strike again. When he finally did, in 1345, he didn't just come roaring back with his Mongolian army, he came with something else, something more sinister, the Black Death. Now, Kaffa is what is present-day Feodosia. That's spelled Feodosiya, a city set in Crimea, on the northern coast of the Black Sea, now occupied by the motherfucking Russians. After the capture of Crimea in the 1230s, the city of Kaffa came under the dominance of the Mongols. The Mongols in the late 13th century allowed a group of traders, not traitors, but traders, from the Republic of Genoa, you know, where all those people come from, like Marco Polo and Columbus and shit, to establish a trading settlement there. Due to its successes, Kaffa virtually monopolized trade in the Black Sea region. It became a major seaport, housing one of Europe's largest slave markets. The Mongols benefited immensely from the Genoese businesses in the bustling city, as it earned them access to Italy's largest commercial center, while stimulating trade across its vast empire. However, while many of the Mongols had been practicing Muslims from the 1200s, the Genoese merchants were Christians. This religious disparity between them would occasionally result in disputes, pallid embers of hatred that would grow in strength as conflicting beliefs fanned and fed them. These embers of hatred would burst into flames in 1343 in the city of Tana. After a fight between Genoese Christians and local Muslims in Tana, one Muslim local was found dead. And sensing the trouble that loomed like pregnant clouds over their heads, the Genoese fled to Kaffa, where they were granted protection. Not so long after their flight, the Mongols came after them. They demanded the city hand over the culprits. It came as a shock to them when Kaffa refused. Infuriated, Janni Beg chose to attack. So in 1343, the Mongols laid siege to the city of Kaffa. Kaffa did not turn out to be as feeble as the Mongols expected. Staring the golden hordes in the face, Kaffa struck back in defense. Kaffa had access to the sea, and they made adequate use of this, bringing in supplies and reinforcements from Italy. The first siege ended after the Mongols retreated, suffering about 15,000 deaths and heavy damage to their siege equipment. Janni Beg took his army home, but his mind still raged. In 1345, Janni Beg returned, bearing more than just his siege machinery. The Black Death was a plague which had been ravaging Central Asia since 1331. It was said to be caused by Yersinia pestis and is present in fleas carried by rodents. It traveled along Silk Road as rodents migrated from Asia's famine-ridden lands until it came to Crimea when the siege was ongoing. While the Mongols laid siege to the city of Kaffa, they were struck by the plague. And according to an account of the events of Crimea, the Tartars, as they were known, the Mongols, were suddenly struck by the pandemic, and falling on all sides as though they had been struck by thunder, with lumps upon their joints and dark marks upon their faces. They developed a putrid fever and were beyond help, neither from doctors nor their god, whether that of the true Mongols or Allah. The spread of the plague through the ranks of the Mongols demoralized the army, and a large bulk of them lost interest in the siege. However, the Mongols would not back off, not without giving Kaffa a piece of their own torment. They put the cadavers of their dead on their catapults and flung them over the defensive walls of Kaffa. The dwellers of Kaffa watched in horror as rotten bodies fell from the skies, crashing on their soil to burst open and spread their putrid stench in all directions, along with the virulent pus and fleas that erupted from their organs. The Christians could neither hide nor flee from the havoc that rained down upon them, as the Mongols in their madness took to butchering their dead to make them better to fit into the catapult balls. And arms and heads and limbs rained from the sky. The Christians in the city moved as many of the rotten bodies and body parts as they could, dumping them into the sea as quickly as they could retrieve them, but by then it was too late. The fleas that erupted from the bowels of these bodies overran the walls of the city, leaping in the air and carrying with them the Black Death itself throughout Kaffa. The siege ended in 1347 after negotiations between the Mongols and the city, but by then the plague had begun its work. Those who were still alive fled Kaffa in ships sailing to Europe. They fled with their lives, taking the Black Death along with them. They made stops in Constantinople, unconsciously infecting the city of Christ. Thousands of people died in the ensuing disaster, including Andronikos, the son of John VI, Cantacuzénos, a Greek emperor. Those who were still alive fled that city, but they fled too late. They fled in several directions away from Constantinople, taking the plague upon them. By autumn, the western coast of Asia Minor was experiencing a major breakdown from the results of the dreadful pandemic. The fleeing merchants would finally get to their homes in Italy, unaware of the death that followed them closely like a shadow. In the end, the Black Death was responsible for 200 million deaths throughout Eurasia, having killed 60% of Europe's population and about half of China's own population. It is one of the most devastating plagues in history, and it marked the earliest use of biological weaponry in the history of warfare and its consequences. That brings us to the subject of biological warfare itself and the 14th century Mongols who spread death and terror therefrom. Because biological warfare is hardly a recent invention. Although today we have the technology and knowledge to create devastating biological weapons that our early ancestors could never have dreamed of. People have been using viruses and bacteria as weapons for thousands of years. There are dozens of examples in history of armies trying to poison or infect their enemies with biological agents. But for one of the most significant examples of an early deployment of biological weapons, we can look at the 14th century and the Mongols, whose attempt to take the city of Kaffa led to the use of one of the most virulent biological weapons of the Middle Ages, the bubonic plague. And this bubonic plague, or the Black Death as it is often called, was one of the most destructive pandemics in history. The source of the plague itself is disputed, but the most likely candidate is a bacterium named Yersinia pestis. And Yersinia pestis typically circulates among rodent populations. From there, it gets into the guts of fleas that feed upon the rodents. And when humans and rodents come into contact with each other, the fleas leap onto the humans and bite, regurgitating the infected blood into the wound. And once in the human bloodstream, the bacterium multiplies and accumulates in the lymph nodes, forming large masses called buboes. And these buboes become reservoirs of infected pus and oftentimes rupture, bursting open like an alien egg in a horror film to spread the infection to all people nearby. In most cases, someone infected by the plague dies within a week or two. During the Middle Ages, the plague spread rapidly among the population, and while we may never know exactly how many people died, the toll was horrendous. It be estimated that somewhere between 60% and above of the population of Europe died directly resultant the Black Death. There's much we don't know with certainty about the Black Death, but scholars agree it most likely originated somewhere in Central Asia in the 14th century, weaponized by the Mongols, who simply warmed the cages of the greater Asian gerbils, and from there spread it into India and China to expedite their conquests by weakening the enemy before them, as well as into the Crimean Peninsula, today occupied by Putin's Russia. The rapid spread between these regions was facilitated by the fact that the Mongol Empire had grown to connect the regions in something called the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian Peace. And while the Mongol conquests were undeniably brutal, they did create an internal environment conducive to trade. A common saying during the reign of Genghis Khan was that a maiden bearing a nugget of gold on her head could wander safely from one end of the realm to the other. But following the death of Genghis Khan, the Mongol Empire began to fracture in a series of dynastic struggles for control among his successors. Eventually, the empire broke up into a number of competing khanates. One of these khanates conquered as far as the Crimean region and launched invasions into Poland and Hungary. These Mongols were part of what is often called the Golden Horde. And in the 13th century, Genoese traders cut a deal with the leader of the Golden Horde to establish a trading post at Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula. And over time, this city grew to be a major connection for trade between Europe and Central Asia. And this relationship, as I have said, between the Mongols and the Genoese was oftentimes testy. The city functioned as a major source of the slave trade to the Turkish sultanates in Anatolia and the Mamluks in Egypt. The Khan of the Golden Horde, TŌKYŌ-TO, took exception to the enslavement of some of his own subjects and besieged the town of Kaffa in 1307. Ultimately, this siege ending in the city being burned to the ground and the Genoese expelled. Relations remained strained until the death of TŌKYŌ-TO, and the new Khan, OMISSIONS, welcomed the Genoese back and even ceded them land to expand the settlement. By the 1340s, Kaffa was once again a thriving port. However, this peaceful coexistence between the Genoese and the Mongols didn't last very long. Soon there were disputes between the two parties that led to violence, as I described. And in response, the new Khan, Johnny Beg, launched another siege of the city that was ultimately broken by an Italian relief army that killed thousands of Mongols and destroyed their siege engines in a pitched battle. But the Mongols soon raised another army and returned to lay siege to the city again, and this time the Mongols faced a far more dangerous enemy than the Italians, the plague. And that Black Death began to spread rapidly among the Mongols through their cramped conditions of their siege camps. And as the Mongol besiegers began to fall to the disease, the balance of power shifted back towards the Genoese. Secure in their fortified city and regularly resupplied by Italian ships, as I had said, the citizens of Kaffa simply had to wait for the plague to run its course through the Mongol ranks. Johnny Beg, as I said, was in a far worse position and began to improvise, with his army dwindling and the chance of taking the city becoming increasingly remote. Finally, Johnny Beg did something that would impact the entire world in terms of his intuitive improvisation. Even though he decided that Kaffa wasn't worth the cost and ordered the siege lifted, before leaving, Johnny Beg ordered the bodies of those who died of the plague gathered up and flung over the ramparts of the city in the hope that the people inside would contract the disease. His plan worked with literally global, worldwide, and historic repercussions. Within but a few weeks, the plague was spreading rapidly inside the city of Kaffa. And this was just the first taste Europeans had of what was to come. According to an Italian notary, Gabriele Di Musi, who reported the events at Kaffa for posterity, among those who escaped from Kaffa by boat were a few sailors who had been infected with the poisonous disease. Some boats were bound for Genoa, others went to Venice, and to other Christian areas. When the sailors reached these places and mixed with the people there, it was as if they had brought evil spirits with them. Every city, every settlement, every place was poisoned by the contagious pestilence. De Musi's account of events implies that the siege of Kaffa was the origin point for the plague's introduction into Europe. Now, some may ask how accurate Demus's account may be. The basic narrative that the Mongols deployed plague cadavers as a weapon is indisputably true. The idea of throwing diseased corpses into enemy cities is an ancient one, and it be consistent with the ideas prevalent at the time about how disease did spread. So, the fact that a Mongol commander, angry about having been forced to lift his siege of a city, did fling the corpses of plague victims into that city to kill the inhabitants is indisputably historic. Furthermore, it was technically achievable given the state-of-the-art of Mongol siege technology. And Demus's observation that the Mongols' active biological warfare at Kaffa led to the plague that killed hundreds of millions of people is to be acknowledged as fact. Of course, the truth always has different facets of manifestation. We know that the Black Death entered Western Europe from Crimean trading ports. And, of course, historically, that be tied to the biological attack at Kaffa with the introduction of the disease. Contextualize this with the fact that Mongols controlled many ports in the Crimea region and infection rapidly spread through all of them. Plague-carrying rats would not have easily entered Italy on ships from any of these ports. Oh yes, the rats, they would. Every ship had its rats. It's what sailors ate when there was nothing left. The rats, of course, would leave a sinking ship, hence the phrase. But rats are not the carriers of Yersinia pestis, certainly not in terms of acting as effective vectors as the very Asian gerbils the Mongols bred for just such purpose. We know it was diseased sailors from Kaffa that helped to spread the plague into Italian ports. Of course, they were likely not the only or even the first to do so. Regardless of just how the plague spread to Western Europe, the results were devastating and completely transformative for the course of European and thereby world history. In cities across the continent, people died in staggering numbers. The cramped conditions and poor sanitation in medieval cities allowed the disease to spread rapidly. And the sudden mortality was so great as to seem apocalyptic. To all contemporary observers all across Europe, people were convinced that the world was ending. Of course, the world did not end. But the world as they knew it did. It most certainly did change, so much as to be unrecognizable. Prior to the Black Death, Europe struggled with overpopulation, which depressed wages for peasants and created conditions that allowed serfdom to flourish, a form of bonded slavery. Slaves bonded to the land, bonded to the masters of the land as the workers thereof. When huge numbers of people died, those who survived found that they could command much higher prices for their work. And the sudden availability of farmable land allowed medieval peasants to leave their hereditary estates and seek better conditions elsewhere. Europe changed culturally as well during the Black Death. The constant presence of mortality served as a reminder of the great leveler of death. Artists began incorporating this theme into their works to remind their audience that, rich or poor, priest or peasant, all must die. In many ways, these changes paved the way for the social unrest and transformation that followed. Restrictive wars, well, restrictive laws, I mean to say, enforcing serfdom on the newly mobile peasants, these newly liberated masses, led to massive insurrections in Western Europe. And the influence of the Black Death echoed across the following centuries and helped to lay the foundation for the massive social changes that followed. And whether or not 'twas the trade of the Mongolian peace that expedited such as we know it did, the Mongols most certainly were the catalyst of introduction into the European subcontinent with their act of biological warfare, reminding us just how devastating a weapon can be. Forget any weapon. Bioweapons are the ultimate. So devastating as to be the opposite of what the layman would assume. Rather than a climate change causing the gerbils to produce more fleas and house more bacteria, as Jameson says, the bacteria make nuclear weapons laughable in comparison. And this is true. And as I said, rather than climate change causing the bacteria to multiply so much more formidably on the backs and within the guts of the greater Asian gerbils, it was that disease, vectored by the gerbils as the advance guard of the Mongols, that ultimately resulted in climate change. With the deaths of humans, the restructuring of society, and ultimately the Industrial Revolution. So the Black Death started in Asia and subsequently spread across the Middle East and Europe. The 1910 through 1912 bubonic plague pandemic I described earlier, that had been stopped almost single-handedly by Dr. Wu with the invention of the surgical mask, the N95 standard we use today. That pandemic killed some 15 million people in China and elsewhere. The Black Death, the medieval pandemic that was likely the bubonic plague, is generally associated with Europe, and it's not surprising since it killed an estimated full 1/3 of the European population, well over half in the 14th century. However, the bubonic plague actually started in Asia and devastated many areas of that continent as well. Unfortunately, the course of the pandemic in Asia is not as thoroughly documented as it is for Europe. However, the Black Death does appear in records from across Asia in the 1330s and 1340s, noting that the disease spread terror and destruction wherever it arose. That brings us to the origins of the Black Death. Many scholars believe that the bubonic plague began in northwestern China, not where the Wuhan virus began, which is in the dead belly of China, or the live belly, where, of course, an enormous seething amount of human activity is always taking place. North of Hong Kong. Rather, this would be where the Japanese would experiment on human beings in bioweapons decades or generations, centuries into the future. While others cite southwestern China, which would be where Wuhan is today, or the steppes of Central Asia. We do know that in 1331, an outbreak erupted in the Yuan Empire and may have hastened the end of Mongol rule over China. Well, ultimately did so. And 3 years later, the disease killed over 90% of the Hebei province's population, with deaths then totaling over 5 million people in what was then a far smaller Chinese population base. As of 1200, Anno Domini, China had a total population of more than 120 million, equal to the population of all the islands of Japan today, the 7,000 islands of the Japanese Empire. But a 1393 census found only 65 million Chinese surviving. Just a little over half, if you can imagine that. Some of that missing population was killed by famine and upheaval in the transition from Yuan to Ming rule, but many millions died of bubonic plague. From its origin at the eastern end of the Silk Road, the Black Death rode trade routes west, stopping at Central Asian caravansaries, or caravansaries as their gatherings would be known for caravans, outposts, and Middle Eastern trade centers, and subsequently infected people all across Asia. The Egyptian scholar al-Mazriki noted that more than 300 tribes all perished without apparent reason in their summer and winter encampments in the course of pasturing their flocks and during their seasonal migration. He claimed that all of Asia was depopulated, as far as the Korean peninsula. Ibn al-Wardi, a Syrian writer who would later die of the plague himself in 1348, recorded that the Black Death came out of the Land of Darkness, or Central Asia, and from there it spread to China, India, the Caspian Sea, and the land of the Uzbeks, or Uzbekistan, and thence to Persia and the Mediterranean. Which brings us to what happened when the Black Death struck Persia and Izikul. The Central Asian scourge struck Persia just a few years after it appeared in China. Proof, if any, be needed that the Silk Road was a convenient route of transmission for the deadly bacterium. In 1335, the Il Khan, or the all-ruler of the Mongols, the Mongol ruler of Persia and the Middle East, Abu Sa'id, died of bubonic plague during a war with his northern cousins, the Golden Horde. This signaled the beginning of the end for Mongol rule in region. An estimated 30% of Persia's people died of the plague in the mid-14th century. The region's population was slow to recover, in part due to the political disruptions caused by the fall of Mongol rule and the later invasions of Timur, or Tamerlane. Archaeological excavations on the shores of Izikul, a lake in what is now Kyrgyzstan, reveal that the Nestorian Christian trading community there was ravaged by bubonic plague in 1338 and 1339. Izikul was a major Silk Road depot and has sometimes been cited as the origin point for the Black Death. It certainly is prime habitat for marmots, which are known to carry a virulent form of the plague. It seems more likely, however, that traders from further east brought diseased fleas with them to the shores of Izikul. Whatever the case, this tiny settlement's death rate shot up from a 150-year average of about 4 people per year to more than 100 dead in 2 years alone. Although specific numbers and anecdotes are hard to come by, different chronicles note that Central Asian cities like Talaz in modern-day Kyrgyzstan, Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde in Russia, and Samarkand, now in Uzbekistan, all suffered outbreaks of the Black Death. It is likely that each population center would have lost at least 40% of its citizens, with some areas reaching death tolls as high as 70%. Ultimately, however, it all goes back to the Mongols spreading plague at Kaffa. When in 1344 the Golden Horde decided to recapture, the Crimean port city of Kaffa from the Genoese, the Italian traders who had taken the town in the late 1200s. the Mongols under Johnny Beg instituted that siege, which lasted until 1347 when reinforcements from further east brought the plague to the Mongol lines. When the Italian lawyer Gabriele de Muzis recorded what happened next. This cannot be overemphasized, the incredible importance of this moment in history. And the reason it bears repeating is because most people don't get it the first or the second time, how one act can change the fucking world. Be mindful of what you do. When I take a look at the live stream here, checking to see how much time we have left. Okay, we've got some hours yet. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Let me see if I can articulate this. And that's interesting. Jameson Reese writes like 3 or something. He says in Skype, Jameson Reese, yeah, there we are. Okay, not quite sure what he means by that. Anyhow, hours. Oh, thank you. Okay, got it. Thank you. Oh, good man. Fuck, he's way ahead of me. Jesus. Yeah, I was just wondering if he had meant to enter a B and it came out as a 3. Of course, that would happen in regular writing. Yes, got it. And so, Gabriele de Muzis, the Italian lawyer, did write. Jameson says he's still sharp tonight. Party favors. Cool. All right, man. Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. And as Gabriele de Muzis did say, again, it bears reading. The whole army was affected by a disease which overran the Tartars, the Mongols, and killed thousands upon thousands every day. And he goeth on to charge that the Mongol leader ordered corpses to be placed in catapults and lobbed into the city in hopes that the intolerable stench would kill everyone inside. In those days, it was believed that an odor could kill. This incident is often cited as the first instance of biological warfare in recorded history. And the French churchman, Gilles Limousis, now that I look through my other notes, also noted that a calamitous disease befell the Tartar army, and the mortality was so great and widespread that scarcely 1 in 20 of them remained alive. And, of course, the putative Black Death catapults made certain they shared the burden. The Golden Horde's siege of Kaffa most certainly did drive refugees to flee on ships bound for Genoa, and these refugees were a primary source of the Black Death that went on to decimate Europe and reach the Middle East. European observers being fascinated, but not too worried, when the Black Death struck the western rim of Central Asia and the Middle East, one recording that India was depopulated. Tartary, Mesopotamia, Syria, Armenia were covered with dead bodies. The Kurds fled in vain to the mountains. However, they would soon become participants, these Europeans, rather than observers, in the world's worst pandemic. In the travels of Ibn Battuta, the great traveler noted that as of 1345, the number that died daily in Damascus, or Damascus in Syria, had been 2,000. But the people were able to defeat the plague through prayer. In 1349, the holy city of Mecca was hit by the plague, likely brought in by infected pilgrims on the Hajj. The Moroccan historian Ibn Khaldun, whose parents died of the plague, wrote about the outbreak in this manner. Civilization, both in the East and the West, was visited by a destructive plague which devastated nations and caused populations to vanish. It swallowed up many of the good things of civilization and wiped them out. Civilization decreased with the decrease of mankind. Cities and buildings were laid waste. Roads and way signs were obliterated. Settlements and mansions became empty. Dynasties and tribes grew weak. The entire inhabited world did change. So, Yersinia pestis began in Central Asia's grasslands. The disease spread through flea bites, but the fleas hitched a ride out of Central Asia on the backs of both traders and camels traveling with trade caravans. From these hosts, the fleas spread to rodents traveling with the caravans, and it is entirely myth that they're from onto the backs of rats that infested trading ships, because the rats are all over Europe today as they were then, specifically the black rat species, and they're not carrying any fleas. Well, certainly none that are carrying Yersinia pestis. And once the ships, it was mythified therefrom into our annals most mistakenly, carrying these so-called plague rats, along with the merchants arrived in other trading ports, the plague spread like wildfire. Again, the rats are innocent of this one. The weaponized Asian gerbil was at the front lines to weaken all of the Mongol enemies that helped spread the Mongols themselves as unto a plague. The plague itself likely arriving in the Mediterranean on board Italian merchant ships, the Pax Mongolica making the Italian city-states of Venice and Genoa extremely wealthy and powerful. It was during this period Marco Polo of Venice traveled throughout the Mongol Empire, when it was safe to do so. In those days, comparatively speaking, probably safer then than now. Plenty of other Italian merchants traveled east, buying luxuries in Indian ports like Calicut. The unifying rule of the Mongol Empire made these remarkably diverse interactions possible, but it also meant that, after people mingled, they brought both their cargoes of luxuries and plague-infected. Well, the Europeans keep thinking it's fucking rats, the Westerners, that is, but it's actually the people themselves, bringing back the fleas to diverse and distant lands. These rats are just a scapegoat for European standards of hygiene, which were all but non-existent. And had the Mongol Empire not interconnected the world through trade and conquest, or rather conquest and consequent trade, it is impossible that the Black Death would have been so deadly or so widespread. James is coughing into his mask, saying, some of these European hygiene standards have never changed. European American, mind you. European American.
Yeah. As far as wearing a mask is concerned.
Got you.
Which is still hygiene.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Man, you're right on. I mean, no argument from me. You're preaching to the converted. Thank you. Yes. And that brings us to the specter that was haunting all Eurasia. The Black Death killed many people in the 14th century, as many as 200 million people across Eurasia, Africa, or Afro-Eurasia, as I hear some people phrase it, died from this plague. An epidemic in the 21st century, on the scale of the Black Death, would kill 2 billion people. The devastation caused by the plague led to sharp declines in production and trade all over Eurasia, Africa. Even places unaffected by the epidemic suffered from disruptions to long-distance trade. In general, the plague was the worst in Europe, which had crowded, damp, and poorly sanitized cities. The plague killed up to 25 million Europeans out of a population of 75 million. Over half their population died. They would say it's a third of Europe's population. We know that that's a conservative estimate and that it was much more from later studies. This was between 1347 through 1351. In some Italian cities and rural France, we know this because the death rates approached 60%. So it was reflected such throughout the continent by the more accurate studies of the more better kept records at the time. Europeans tried to make sense of the death and destruction brought by the plague. Many looked around and concluded that they were witnessing the end of the world. Others began to question the authority of the Catholic Church and the social class system around them. Peasant revolts increased. In many places, angry mobs attacked Jewish communities, looking for someone to blame for their misfortune. Today, as the United States and much of the world face down the spiraling COVID-19 crisis, the functioning of the United States postal system has temporarily taken center stage in the news cycle, at times, with questions over mail-in ballots and the sufficiency of the United States Postal Service's infrastructure to face escalating election season demands under the Trump misadministration, percolated through Congress and the media throughout the last months of last year, while threats of downsizing and funding cuts loomed large over that already struggling system under Trump's sabotage. This was not, of course, the first time a postal system struggled in the face of a global pandemic. The last time before the last months of last year, when Trump tried to prove that voting by mail, which is an overwhelmingly democratic way to vote, was not the way to go. The time preceding that was a struggle on horseback, when another deadly pathogen brought an impressive postal system to a halt. Early postal systems were in no small part, responsible for the genesis of international networks of people, culture, and commerce that we take for granted as part of 21st century life. The first formalized postal relay was generated in the first millennium BCE, or before the Christian era, by the Persian Emperor Koresh the Great, on the heels of the spread of mounted horseback riding in interior Eurasia. More than 100 stations linked the capital of Susa in present-day Iran with the edges of Anatolia in Sardis. As other empires rose and fell, new horse postal systems emerged. In China during the Han and Tang dynasties, and in places such as Egypt, Syria, France, and Italy during the Middle Ages. In the United States, as well, horses helped form the country's first postal infrastructure. Before the railroads, colonial mail on the eastern seaboard was delivered exclusively by horse post, while the short-lived Pony Express underwrote efforts to connect newly accessioned California with settlements in St. Louis across a territory of more than 3,000 kilometers. The most famous horse-based postal relay came with the rise of the Great Mongol Empire in the 13th century, which created a system of postal outposts spanning a distance of roughly 60,000 kilometers. Transit across the Mongol Post played a central role in maintaining coherence across the massive and loosely connected empire. Across the postal roads moved messengers, diplomats, and traders, including Marco Polo, who would famously narrate his travels in The Travels of Marco Polo. These institutionalized networks helped ruling dynasties regulate and facilitate trade and maintain both communication and authority across vast continental distances. And in a curious echo of our present day, the hyperconnectivity generated by the Mongol Empire and its postal relay carried with it the seeds of disaster. This is how the Republicans view our mail-in voting system. As the 14th century approached its midpoint, the bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis, native to the Eurasian steppes, made the zoonotic jump from animals to humans via the weaponization of the Mongols themselves. The guilty party, besides the Mongols, were the marmots, which remain both a popular food in steppe cultures and a pernicious reservoir for the plague to this day. And as the Mongols transferred their fleas to those of the greater Asian gerbil for their campaigns, the plague spread westward along the trade routes linking Mongolia with Central Asia and beyond, and the destruction it wrought caused political turmoil that ultimately saw the postal roads of Pax Mongolica ceasing to function in the late 1340s. While the pandemic helped to end the Mongol Empire's pony relay, a horse-based postal system continued to serve the remote regions of Mongolia itself long into the 20th century. Today, there be no more horses carrying the post in the United States either, other than the annual Pony Express reenactment ride that remains popular among horse and history buffs. Appropriately enough, this ride itself was also canceled in 2020 due to pandemic-related concerns. For rural Americans, especially indigenous peoples living far from urban centers, the USPS, the United States Postal Service, is a crucial link to goods, services, and election ballots. The challenges posed by COVID-19 maketh these services more important than ever to the functioning of democratic governance, public health, and the economy. And while many things have changed since the time of Genghis Khan, it's hard not to see the declining health of the United States Postal Service in the face of a global pandemic as a similarly dire omen of eroding infrastructure and eroding authority for the United States on the world stage. That brings us back to the Manchurian plague and COVID-19, to the Communist Chinese Empire, the American Empire, and the sick man. Then and now, at the turn of the 20th century, China was labeled the sick man of the Far East, a once powerful country that had become burdened by opium addiction. You know, like the opiate addicts in America today riddle our land with their pernicious blight. Aside from that disease, there were the infectious diseases and an ineffective government. In 1911, this week in China faced an outbreak of pneumonic plague in Manchuria that immediately killed 60,000 people on the spot. After that 1911 plague, which went on to kill millions before it was stopped by one man, Dr. Wu, and his mass cremations and the invention of the N95 mask we wear today, a revolutionized China radically restructured its approach to public health to eliminate the stigma of being the sick man. Ironically, given the United States' mishandling of the COVID pandemic under the Trumpocalypse, observers in today's China are now calling the United States the sick man of the West. A country burdened by opioid addiction, infectious disease, and an ineffective government. At least until the change in administrations, the historical significance of the phrase sick man and its potential to now be associated with these United States highlights the continued links between epidemic control and international status in a changing world. This historical comparison also reveals that plagues bring not only tragedy, but also the opportunity for change. And of course, Jameson observes that the term sick man is oddly apropos, considering the fact that America is a prison rape culture, which in itself be sick. Indeed. Matter of fact, the fact that we use sick as a positive all too often is, well, that's sick in itself, isn't it? Now, on February 3rd of 2020, but last year, if you know what I mean, last month being February, but in last year's time, the Wall Street Journal published a fierce op-ed, an opinion editorial column piece, a piece in column criticizing the Communist Chinese Empire for its handling of the coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan. That essay, written by Bard College political scientist Walter Russell Mead, slammed the government of the People's Republic of China, the PRC, for its self-serving and ineffective response to the virus, and predicted a future meltdown of the Communist Chinese Empire's brittle economy as a result. The virus, according to Dr. Mead, has, reading from the column now, shaken confidence in the Chinese Communist Party at home and abroad. As a result, Beijing's geopolitical footprint would shrink, and the virus would usher in the return of the American Empire as the world's sole superpower. Mead's article caused a huge stir in Red China, not because of its inaccurate predictions, but because of its title. China is the real sick man of Asia. By using the phrase, sick man of Asia, in the headline, the Wall Street Journal employed a trope that has a long history as a negative stereotype of China and the Chinese. Reaction in China was swift. The PRC, or the People's Republican Chinese government, denounced the article and expelled 3 Wall Street Journal journalists. You might remember that. I'm giving you the reason why it happened. And American observers castigated Communist China for suppressing freedom of the press, but the PRC Foreign Ministry instead pinned the blame on the wording of the article. To translate from their Chinese, they said, "The editors used a racially discriminatory title, triggering indignation and condemnation among the Chinese people and the international community." Jameson says, honestly, that was kind of racist as fuck. Which actually, I didn't see it as such myself, but I guess because based on the history, it's got a real bad resonance to it, or a real bad connotation. I mean, what did the sick man mean for China when the term first emerged more than 100 years ago? And why is the sick man trope still so significant today? Let's consider the context of disease and public health in China at the turn of the 20th century, a moment when China, under the Qing dynasty, which, as I said, lasted from 1644 to 1911, was labeled the sick man of Asia, a once powerful empire that had become burdened by disease, opium addiction, and an ineffective government. In 1911, this weakened China faced a deadly epidemic of an airborne plague, a disease that caused tens of thousands, ultimately millions of deaths, and had a profound impact on China's emerging modernity. The consideration of the 1911 pneumonic plague offers compelling resonances with our current airborne crises of COVID-19. This historical comparison not only reveals insights into the current PRC response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also raises the question of who might inherit the mantle of the sick man of the 21st century. Let's take a look at the sick man at the turn of the last century, or the century before. In the 19th century, Western observers used the phrase sick man to castigate any government that was failing as a result of corruption and indifference, but it was most frequently used to criticize non-Western countries. Originally used to critique the Oriental Ottoman Empire, you know, those white Turks who aren't white by culture, but white by ethnicity. And by the late 19th century, the sick man phrasing was frequently applied to China, a previously successful empire that had been defeated in war, had been rocked by famine, and was experiencing erosion of its sovereignty at the hands of Western and Japanese imperial powers. In 1896, the British-owned North China Herald called China the sick man of the Far East, a country that could be cured only if it transformed its approach to education, overhauled its justice system, and got rid of incompetent government officials. In 1905, the New York Times called China the sick man of the Far East, a once great empire that was now an object of derision round the world. In these uses or abuses of the phrase, the sick man referred to the Qing dynasty, the last imperial government of China as run by foreigners, and a political system that seemed incapable of responding to the crises it faced. Remember, the Manchu were not ethnically Chinese. These were originally nomadic peoples who had conquered China as warriors and installed themselves in dynastic power. Surprisingly, many Chinese intellectuals at the turn of the century did not dismiss foreign criticism, but instead used the sick man trope to express their own dismay at China's situation. Some, including the famous reformer Liang Qiqiao, who lived from 1873 through to 1929, used the phrase to link the health of the nation to the health of its individual citizens. In other words, sick country, sick people. And, of course, James says the real insult is that of European condescension. Yes, that too can be appreciated. And you can see some of that echo in the Wall Street Journal article. Now, in terms of Liang Qiqiao using the phrase to link the health of the nation to the health of its citizenry, he was citing China's opium addiction, malnutrition, and lack of hygienic awareness, from which Liang declared that the entire population of 400 million Chinese were sick men, and therefore China was a sick country. Under the pen of disappointed Chinese reformers, the language of the sick man trope could become highly medicalized, full of disease, pathogens, and bodily rot. There were many reasons why Chinese intellectuals in the late Qing linked the political health of the nation to the physical health of individual bodies. In the Chinese language, to cure and to rule can be expressed with the same iconograph, the same ideogram, ji. And for centuries, traditional medical discourse included political metaphors for government or governance. Let me check here. Yeah, there we are. Yeah. As Jameson does point out, the Euro-descended cultures are hardly the ones to speak, considering what happened during the time of the plague. Now, in terms of the Chinese themselves, Chinese modernizers, as I said, use the same ideogram ji. For to cure, to rule, it means the same thing, or it means two different things from the same character, two different meanings derived from the same character, which can be interpreted only in context, and therefore is rich with metaphor when you put it in the syntax of a political statement with medical allegory, or vice versa. If you say someone is sick, like they would in the communist Chinese days of Mao Zedong, because their ideology is sick. So these Chinese modernizers were also deeply influenced by their understanding of social Darwinism, which linked a biological survival of the fittest to the fate of entire nations. It is important to note that, relative to its long history, China did experience a dramatic increase in epidemics in the 19th century as a result of increased population density and the impact of imperialism. The political, social, and medical crises of the late Qing dynasty, or the late Qing dynastic imperium, brought an increasing consciousness that health itself could be a central element of governance, reform, even revolution. In 1911, a major epidemiological crisis in China's northeastern region helped to cement the conceptual link between the health of individual bodies and the political health of the country. That winter, a deadly airborne disease, the pneumonic plague, emerged from China's Manchurian borderlands. Examining China's experience in the 1911 Manchurian plague shows how epidemic control became a crucial element in the country's maintenance of national sovereignty and a key strategy in its fight against the sick man of Asia label. Contemplating this airborne epidemic also reveals numerous thought-provoking resonances, again, with our COVID crises today. So let's start comparing airborne crises. The first resonance between COVID-19 and pneumonic plague resides in the zoonotic origin of both diseases, and the fact that they were both weaponized. The virus that causes COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, emerged in bats in China's remote southwestern borderlands with Burma and Laos. How it moved from bats to humans in the fall of 2019 was ultimately determined to be through the pangolin, which is a rare animal that was eaten because of the lack of pork protein available with the Russian weaponization of African swine fever deployed to deprive the Ukrainians of pork and pork protein or meat protein sustenance in their war with Ukraine that spread along the Eurasian borderlands into China to deprive the Chinese of their major source of protein in their culture and resulting in their fallback on any animal imaginable, from bats to tortoises to pandas, being collected in the wet market in a seething cauldron of interspecial exposure that resulted in bat urine and bat dung from an upper cage falling upon a pangolin, which ultimately transferred it through being devoured into a human. Now, the scientists proved the pangolin was the intermediary animal that humans handled as parcel the market-driven consumption of wild meat products when no options were left, with the death of the overwhelming majority of the pig population throughout China due to the Russian weaponized African swine fever. Similarly, in the fall of 1910, humans encountered the bacillus that causes plague, Yersinia pestis, when markets spurred exploitation of animals on another Asian borderland, a part of the northeastern China on the border with Russia and Mongolia known as Manchuria. This region is home to a burrowing groundhog-like animal, the marmot, that became an attractive source of furs at the turn of the century, the trapping and skinning of millions of marmots resulted in the transfer of Yersinia pestis directly into the lungs of humans and gave rise to the pneumonic plague. Now, of course you might ask, if you say the pangolin, what's that got to do with the biolabs? It was the biolabs experimenting with pushing the envelope of the transmissibility of the COVID-19, or the original SARS, which became the COVID-19, through bats they were experimenting with, which resulted in the transmission from bats that escaped, or humans that handled them, onto bats at the wet market, which transferred them in turn into the pangolin, that ultimately transferred them into humans, that resulted into the transfer to all of us on Earth. The involvement of the lungs in both COVID-19 and the pneumonic plague has important implications for their modes of transmission. In pneumonic plague, Yersinia pestis infects the alveoli, causing a high fever and a painful bloody cough, and ultimately leading to failure of lung function. The sputum expelled in coughs can travel through the air and can be inhaled directly into a new host's lungs. It is through this mode of transmission that the plague takes its most contagious and deadly form. With no treatment available in the early 20th century, in 1911, the disease had a 100% mortality rate. Statistically impossible, but true. If you caught it, you were dead. No disease can sustain itself with a 100% mortality rate, but this disease did, which is why we know it was weaponized. Without people to carry it forward to others, it had to be vectored by aerosol. Although COVID-19 is far less deadly than pneumonic plague, its primary manifestation as a lung infection has similar implications for both its mode of transmission and strategies for its control. As pneumonic infections transmit it from human to human through the air, both diseases require interventions in the most difficult to control of all human activities: moving, gathering, and most difficult of all, breathing. Although separated by more than 100 years, similar timing and similar technologies facilitated the rapid spread of both pneumonic plague and COVID-19. The 1911 plague exploded in Manchuria around the Chinese New Year, a time when millions of Chinese traditionally travel home to be with their families. COVID-19 also emerged in the lead up to the Chinese Lunar New Year in December of the year before yesteryear and January of yesteryear. In both cases, modern transportation afforded rapid spread of the disease. In 2020, the SARS-CoV-2 virus traveled from Wuhan to domestic locations via high-speed train and internationally via direct flights around the world. In 1911, Yersinia pestis traveled along the recently developed China Eastern Railway, part of the Trans-Siberian Railway that now links Vladivostok to Moscow. The overland version, or Russia's own hyper-extended, impossibly extended overland version of America's Panama Canal, what links Europe to Asia for the Eurasian landmass, a modern transportation vector that quickly spread the disease to major urban centers in China's northeastern heartland. It was in these cities that the largest number of people died in the winter of 1910 through 1911, and the most dramatic struggles took place to understand and contain the disease. The nature of the pneumonic plague was once as mysterious as COVID-19 is today. In 1911, scientists working in Asia had only recently identified the microorganism that caused plague, Yersinia pestis, then known as Bacillus pestis. And many unanswered questions remained about the plague's ecology, epidemiology, and infectivity. The same questions scientists today are asking about SARS-CoV-2. How long could the pathogen last outside the body of the host? How far could it travel? How could it be killed? What were the seats of the disease, the nature of the lesions? Which vector or mode of transmission was responsible for infection? Teams of researchers from different nations came to Manchuria to study these questions through work in laboratories, clinics, and the field, as well as through investigations into what anthropologist Christos Linteris has called ethnographic plague. In terms of data, studies of how the habits of different ethnic groups made them more or less vulnerable to the disease. The overwhelming uncertainty about plague generated a wide and sometimes bizarre array of experiments. Researchers chased down wild marmots on the prairie to take rectal temperature readings, extracted urine from the cadavers of victims to determine whether it contained the plague bacillus, and placed gerbils in buckets next to dying plague patients to gauge the potential for human-to-animal transmission. Zooneutically, at the onset of the epidemic, scientists could not even agree on the most basic nature of the Manchurian plague. This uncertainty led to a debate about a central issue found in COVID-19 control today: the use of masks. In 1911, researchers from the Russian and Japanese empires assumed that plague was transmitted by rats and fleas, according to the old Western myth. But Chinese researchers discovered that this version was centered in the lungs and passed from human to human through the air. Believing the epidemic to be airborne, 'twas Chinese clinicians mandating mask wearing for their personnel, whereas European and Japanese medical workers eschewed masks as worthless, until alarming deaths among foreign doctors indicated that the plague was indeed airborne, and masks were thus a useful preventive measure. The presence of foreign researchers in Manchuria in 1911 highlights the most significant difference between then and now: the status of China in the geopolitics of the early 20th century. Today, China's well-established public health infrastructure and highly centralized government assumed responsibility for the non-response to COVID-19. But in 1911, China's political situation was radically different. Since the mid-19th century, foreign powers had been chipping away at Qing territory, and this semi-colonial condition was clearly manifested in Manchuria. Japan controlled the railway that ran toward the southerly parts of Manchuria, and Russia controlled the railway's east to west portion. Cities along the railway were divided into Chinese-run and foreign-run zones. Fearing that the Russian and Japanese empires might exploit epidemic control as an excuse for further territorial expansion, the Qing government established its first ever central public health organization, the North Manchuria Plague Prevention Service, and hired the Cambridge-educated ethnic Chinese Malayan national, the physician named Wu Liante, or as he is known in Malaya, Wu Liande, as director. And determined to protect its sovereignty through the mastery of Western medicine, Under Dr. Wu's leadership, or Wu Shifu's leadership, China adopted the same draconian plague control methods of its foreign occupiers. Epidemic control measures in 1911 possessed some approaches familiar to us from our current COVID-19 experience, but the violence with which measures such as quarantines were enacted is shocking to current sensibilities. In Manchuria's densely populated cities, thousands of soldiers enforced cordon sanitaire with shoot-on-sight orders for any of those even attempting to escape. Police went door to door searching for plague victims. If a cadaver was found, family members and neighbors were pulled from their homes and placed into quarantine. Those who showed signs of plague were forcibly removed and sent to plague hospitals, makeshift warehouses for the dying, with no provisions for treatment or comfort. The homes and possessions of the dead were burned with the goal of preventing infection, and even the bodies of the dead were burned in mass pits, a grave affront to Chinese custom that was nevertheless carried out by the Qing government on its own citizens. As we find today in American public opinion about government responses to COVID-19, in 1911 there were strong differences of opinion in China about the policies employed to control the plague. Some Chinese observers reacted with shock at the violence of Western medicine and saw its methods as nothing more than a foreign assault on the bodies of the Chinese people themselves, where the very body of being Chinese was the battleground. And so some claimed that thousands died not from the plague, but as a direct result of the plague control measures themselves. By stark contrast, other Chinese observers embraced plague control policies as the new scientific standard for modern government and praised the Qing court for aggressively adopting even the most horrifying of foreign techniques. For these modernizers, if China was to overcome its status as the sick man of Asia, it needed to manage what they perceived as the country's unruly and unhygienic population, and thus extreme and sometimes mass violent methods were justified. By the spring of 1911, authorities in Manchuria had credited these draconian policies for stopping the epidemic. The pneumonic plague had not traveled to any other countries, and in Manchuria itself, deaths had been minimized to an estimated total of 60,000, which of course for the small Manchurian ethnic population was enough to not wipe it out. The millions of Chinese who had died along the rail routes were where the plague ended within China's borders, the borders of the Qing Empire. The disease never spread to another nation on earth. Had communist China been willing to react so swiftly and so decisively, none of us would have heard of COVID-19 outside of the communist Chinese Empire's boundaries. Although it was a humanitarian disaster, the pneumonic plague of the early 1900s also created an opportunity for China to radically rethink the relationship of health and governance. As Sean Xiang Lin Lei has shown, the 1911 plague convinced some Chinese elites that Western medicine was politically superior to China's own medical traditions. With its holistic approach to the body, Chinese medicine could not diagnose the plague as a discrete, notifiable disease, to use apothecary terms. And with its focus on individual cure, Chinese medicine had no capacity for mass population management techniques such as quarantine, disease mapping, and disinfection. For modernizers, Western-style public health could help China escape its sick man fate by allowing the country to control epidemics, preserve its sovereignty, and prove its fitness to exist in the modern world. This commitment to a new kind of public health, inspired by the experience of the 1911 plague, would become central to China's social and political transformations in the 20th century. That very year, the first Han Chinese, ethnic Chinese republics were born under Dr. Sun Yat-sen himself, a medical doctor, who led the charge in overthrowing the sick man. Only a few months after the pneumonic plague subsided, Republican revolutionaries, not in the American Republican sense, Republican in a truly constitutional sense, overthrew the Qing dynasty and put an end to 2,000 years of imperial rule in China, albeit under different dynasties, some indigenous, and until, well, through hundreds of years, until the fall of the Qing, all foreign. The new republic took to heart the important lesson about health and sovereignty learned during the Manchurian plague. If China was no longer going to be the sick man of Asia, so its leaders argued, under Dr. Sun, it would require a powerful central government that could discipline its citizens and create a strong nation. Sun Yat-sen, the leader of the 1911 revolution, and most pointedly of all, a physician of Western medicine, placed strong government authority at the center of his program for creating a modern China. In Dr. Sun's formulation, the goal of China's revolution was not to achieve individual freedom, but to achieve the freedom of the nation from foreign domination. This strong, autonomous nation would require healthy, disciplined bodies to support it. This vision proved difficult to achieve in the first half of the 20th century as China struggled with invasion, civil war, and violent mass political upheavals. Medical historians such as Mary Brazelton, Wayne Soon, and Nicole Barnes have shown how even in the midst of the catastrophic 1937 to 1945 active invasion by Japan, Chinese health reformers were able to initiate small but meaningful public health interventions such as vaccination programs, blood banks, and nursing corps. Even in their darkest hour, China's elites still remained deeply committed to chipping away at the sick man label. The realization of a public health predicated on the creation of a powerful centralized state and a disciplined citizenry finally emerged after the establishment of the People's Republic of Communist China in 1949, simply by dint of monopoly of power. The link between health and the nation was clearly illustrated vis-a-vis the communists in the patriotic hygiene campaigns initiated by the PRC, or the People's Republic of China, in the 1950s. During the Korean War, China accused the United States of deploying germ warfare against its population, and in response, the government launched a nationwide propaganda blitz encouraging citizens to clean streets, destroy pests, receive vaccinations, and otherwise do hygiene to protect the motherland. Long after the war's end, these hygiene campaigns remain a regular fixture of life in the Communist Chinese Empire, and have even been part of Red China's COVID-19 response. 7 decades of consistent messaging on the part of the PRC government has helped to create at least an expectation in today's China that individual health behaviors are directly linked to the status of the nation itself, which means that the Communist Chinese Party blames its own citizens for what they fucked up on. There are, of course, limits to the then and now links that can be drawn between the legacy of 1911 and the crisis of 2020 for that very reason. Of the sick man of China now being the Chinese Communist Party. Nevertheless, one point is clear. Those seeking an understanding of China's current response to COVID-19 need not turn to ancient Confucian culture to explain as to everything from universal mask wearing to compliance with draconian restrictions on personal freedoms. China's moves to control COVID-19 today are based on a century-long experience of placing hygienic modernity at the center of national identity. Both the PRC's initial lack of transparency about the disease, a deep-seated fear of the truth about health failures being exposed, like someone finding out about the fact that you've got the hives, or some sexually transmitted disease, and its aggressive measures to control the epidemic thereafter, with overkill and overcompensation, can both be attributed in part to China's long struggle with the sick man of Asia image. Denial, overreaction. But have the tables turned? It should now be clear why the Wall Street Journal's sick man op-ed struck a deep-rooted nerve for PRC officials. But the article's true significance resides elsewhere. It may have opened the door for a historic reversal of the sick man label. Reading the essay today reveals a deep, sad irony. In February, but last month of last year, February of 2020, I mean to say, the Wall Street Journal and most observers in the West were highly critical of China's handling of the virus, but absolutely failed to consider that the American empire would fare so much worse. But then again, of course, China hides its failings, so they're probably equal on ours. The numbers of confirmed COVID-19 cases and deaths, as contentious as those numbers might be for some, prove how different our reality is today. As I speak unto you all who be listening, the PRC, or the People's Republic of China, with a population of 1.4 billion people, has reported 90,509 cases and 4,739 deaths. Of course, we know they're lying, and those numbers are nowhere near real, but whereas our United States, with a population of but 330 million, has reported 7,156,562 cases and 205,268 deaths. Well, I'm even looking at old stats here. We've gone beyond the 300,000 mark by this point. And, well, we know that that's undercounted as well. Proportionate to our population, we've suffered more deaths by orders of magnitude if we choose to believe the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist statistics. Taking into account the fact that they're lying, we're, at the very least, as bad as they are. But to give their surface projection, their facade, the benefit of propaganda projection, Red China's apparent success, or projected success, in controlling the spread of the virus, it is not surprising that some Chinese observers who actually believe their own propaganda suggest that the global tables are turning, rather than thinking we've all won the race to the bottom, which be more the reality of it. And we're both at the bottom of the barrel, staring each other down. China was known as the sick man of Asia in the 19th and early 20th centuries, but elements in China today are now portraying these United States as the sick man of the West. In April of this year, an essay in the Communist Chinese Party-backed, state-backed Global Times, that's a Chinese newspaper, backed by the Communist Party, attacked the hypocrisy of hurling the sick man label to describe Red China's response to the coronavirus, stating that instead, to translate from the Chinese here, incompetence will be the one word other countries pin on the U.S., the Trump administration in particular. Now, PRC websites proclaim that America is the real sick man of the Western world and warn that the world should be wary of the American virus. Bloggers in China and on the Chinese web single out Trump as they single out Trump expressly and individually as the genuine sick man of America. Chinese social media even boasts the hashtag #美国病夫. That means American sick man. And they show all Americans as orange and shit. That has received millions of views. We're all turning orange and shit. They show blacks and whites and shit all looking orange. It's pretty disgusting. Given the active involvement of the state in the PRC internet, Chinese social media can never be seen as a pure reflection of public opinion. Still, it does not take much government spin to convince the Chinese public that its country's response has been superior when epidemiological numbers alone will suffice. No matter what you say, the Americans did a shit job. They didn't do anything. I mean, anything. The Chinese may have done nothing but cover up and then overcompensate, but nevertheless, you've got to admit, there's still reactions. In either case, it's still a reaction, whereas the Americans didn't respond at all. At any rate, Chinese state television runs the number of positive COVID cases and fatalities in these United States as a perpetual scrolling ticker at the bottom of all its news broadcasts. People on the Chinese mainland are wondering how there's even any Americans left alive. Even those Chinese citizens who are wary of the PRC media and consume news directly from these United States, such as cosmopolitan college students or scholars and businessmen who have a foot in both countries, are horrified at the inattention to science, the obsession with personal freedom, and complete lack of solidarity they have witnessed in the American COVID-19 non-response. It is not only Chinese communist neo-nationalists who suspect that the sick man tables have turned as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the medical historianess Marta Hansen recently observed, perhaps it is time to acknowledge that the mantle has passed from the sick man of Asia to sick old Uncle Sam. At the turn of the 20th century, China was labeled the sick man of Asia, a country grappling with political malaise, opium addiction, and disease. In 1911, an epidemic of a puzzling, deadly lung infection highlighted China's underlying problems and caused, ultimately, tens of millions of lives, but it also jolted the government into altering its approach to medicine and health. Like China at the beginning of the 20th century, the United States at the beginning of the 21st century is a nation mired in political turmoil, suffering through an opioid crisis and dealing with a deadly epidemic of a mysterious airborne infection. Its complete and total failure to control the spread of SARS-CoV-2 has caused observers to label these United States as the new sick man of the world. Given these compelling comparisons, what, if anything, might the United States learn from China's historical experiences? Lessons are not likely to be learned from the PRC government's specific COVID-19 control policies. Red China's style of responding to the virus, the complete lockdown of entire cities, mandatory enforced quarantines, which in Wuhan included house-to-house searches and the separation of infected family members. The total shutdown of all transportation, including private car traffic. Mask wearing, sometimes enforced by drone. Literally, the drones will hover in front of people's faces. And if you're not wearing a mask, baby... By the way, I don't know if you're aware of this. Those drones are armed. They have the right to literally launch a projectile, it has to bullet, and take you out. In other words, they'll blow your fucking head off. All this reflecting not only the particular Chi-Com or Chinese Communist approach to governance, but also its own particular public health legacies. Instead, it is possible that insight and inspiration might be found elsewhere in this history, including in the very phrase, sick man. At the beginning of the 20th century, China's elites paid close attention to critiques from foreign sources. They took the sick man label seriously and dedicated themselves to overcoming it. In these United States today, most discussions about COVID-19 are wrapped up in domestic political squabbles, and little heed is given to how the rest of the world views our situation. If anything, American leadership has willfully ignored, discounted, and misrepresented the experience of other nations. When the Trump misadministration did mention China, it simply blamed China for unleashing the virus, true enough, and represented these United States as a hapless victim, which we need not have been at all. The United States needs to take seriously the perspective of those outside of it, particularly the views of an empire it once held in hygienic contempt. Finally, it is important to remember that the 1911 Manchurian plague inspired China's government to adopt an entirely new system of medicine. It used the sick man label as a defiant rallying point, a spur for building national solidarity around the well-being of all citizens. The portability of the phrase, sick man, and its potential to now be associated with these United States highlights how epidemics are profoundly intertwined with issues of international status. An examination of this history also reminds us that epidemics can serve as inflection points, opportunities to rethink, retool, and even revolutionize approaches to health itself, particularly public health. Let me take a look inside of the live stream. We've been on for 10.5 hours. We've got 1.5 hours left. Yes. WTF joins us. What the fuck saying? Good evening, Douglas and all. With the cute little smiley face and the hi. Yes. Hugs. Hi, and welcome aboard to everyone who is with us. And we're maintaining our audience in terms of numbers, even increasing to a degree. Let's take a look at a refreshment here of the screen. And certainly want to thank everyone who's joined us and maintained their presence here, sticking with us, listening in the background. All right, let's get back to the task at hand, educating the body politic. This brings us back just in terms of kind of extension of your education. Let's go to something I gotta do first, which is, of course, bring up the fact that, our man Benestenius is leading people on his tours. So, let me grab that out of our records here. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take his thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can read excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, The Unfinished Man, and see scenes from his cinematic documentary currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself was delivered into this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson. Voted by Family Guy as the stupidest city in the world. How would you ever want to miss a trip? Put the word "the" in front of Tucson, Tucson, if you've got yourself the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Yes, the Baron Ben runs the manofthesoil.com. Check out their website. And, of course, on YouTube, subscribe to the Man of the Soil. Enter that into the search bar, and you'll know you're in the right place, on the right channel. When you see the young white blonde with the nice set of pins, and her rack is, it's bearing up a t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. And thereafter, you can regale yourself with the vision of Ben Estenius in his one-piece racing his sprint car. Yes, he was an actual sprint car racer, complete with a trading card, over the AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. And from there, you can take a look at the aerial drone footage of the landscape architecture that he's created all over the state of Arizona and the Four Corners region. Yes, by smuggling those men in brown over that great big wall down south to work at what the white man can never do, under the sun and throughout the day, under the blazing hours and the rays of our nearest star, well, the star all our planets are bound to. These men in brown will handle the heat. Whereas, those white guys will just drop dead of heat exhaustion, sunstroke, and all that stuff with their little white faces all burned, orange. And the men in brown, on the other hand, will bring you the greatest show on dirt, while they work your front, back, and side yards into something you'll enjoy looking at. Well, quarantined all day and under lockdown, with nothing else to do, other than to use your yard for yourself and your kids to expand your little world. And, oh, shit. Jameson Reese is saying it's either the DXM, the caffeine, or both, but he's feeling weird. Yeah, well, it's probably my voice and my inflection. Are you going to be able to handle talking for a few minutes? Well, I might, give myself a short break and then go back to talking. If not, don't worry about it.
No doubt, no doubt.
All right. We're going to hand the stage over to Jameson Reese. Enjoy it. Maybe he'll get a contact high. All right. I'll be back soon enough.
Okay, so I'm going to just continue that time travel piece that they had in Popular Mechanics. So this is well, actually there's a more important story. that seems more, well, this is actually from October 2020, but it's a very important story nonetheless. This is called Our Oceans Have Gotten Much More Stable, which sounds great. It isn't. As the oceans warm, they become more stable in a way scientists say will worsen climate change. If this sounds counterintuitive, remember that instability of some kind is essential to how both wind and air circulate around the planet and affect the yearly cycles for agriculture, animal migration, and more. In oceans, water tends to stratify, with warmer, less dense water sitting atop colder, more dense water. We refer to this as stable configuration. Sometimes the waters are not stable. For example, the upper waters of the ocean can suddenly become heavier. This causes water to fall from the surface towards the ocean floor. Not only does water move up and down in the ocean, but the currents flow around the world horizontally as well. It turns out that these water currents have major effects on the entire ocean as well as the weather. That's from the Guardian researcher John Abram. Now, so when the ocean is stable, that means it has settled into identifiable layers, like the different colors in a tequila sunrise, or like the oil layer in a bottle of salad dressing. The layers have names and are studied in a couple of different ways depending on the scientists involved, whether in 3 or 5 layers or something else. The abyssal zone, for example, is what lies against the deep, but not irregularly deep trenches, ocean floor, which in turn is called the abyssal plain. Currents in animal populations can circulate effectively with just certain zones in a way that seems like a miracle until you remember that humans only live in one band that basically touches the Earth's surface only. Rainforest animals might live their entire lives in the layer above the canopy, while birds prefer to occupy their own bands of low altitude. And we've seen all those days when the wind is blowing one layer of clouds at a very different speed and each direction than a layer further away. Abraham highlights a new paper he co-authored about the warmer, more stagnant surfaces of the world's oceans as a result of higher stability. The researchers explain, we find that stratification globally has increased by a substantial 5.3% in recent decades, a rate of 9% per decade. Most of the increase occurred in the upper 200 meters of the ocean and resulted largely from temperature changes, although salinity changes play an important role locally. That Abraham says has a lot of ramifications. The less fresh, in the novel sense, water circulates to top to bottom, the warmer the top layer grows, which in turn means it's less nutritious, less able to absorb carbon, and more, and gravest of all, warmer. And gravest of all, the warmer top layer accelerates its own warming. There is hope that we can navigate the challenges. Oh, fuck hope. Come on. We all know the human race is done. There is hope we can navigate the challenges resulting from a more stable ocean, but we must start immediately, Abraham concludes. So, how in the flying fuck can a species that can't even figure out how to stop how can a species that can't figure out how to get off of oil somehow expect to tackle something as large as the ocean? Come on, we haven't even explored half of the land anywhere near half the landmass that we actually survive on top of.
Are we surviving, or you mean we're kind of squatting on top of it and wasting away on top?
I think we're squatting, but I mean the idea that somehow there's going to be hope for us to stabilize the ocean, I don't see it. I'm sorry.
Well, I hear what you're saying. We've got to, of course, do our best. All I can say is that that gives us an objective for the future. It's of course, it's incredibly, how would you say it? It's, what's the word that they use? Daunting. It's daunting. That's the word.
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to have to make a hell of a fucking massive technological breakthrough to be able to find a way to cool waters down, unless they're considering, creating like reverse fusion reactors. That's super cool shit. I don't know.
It's well, certainly.
If
I mean,
such a thing is even possible.
yeah. Well, I mean,
I
just
don't
look
think
at the
so.
cycle. Look at the vicious cycle of the heat in places that are afflicted with the heat. People use their air conditioners. The more they use their air conditioners, the more that causes global warming. And global warming, of course, makes it colder in other areas that are experiencing the collapse of the barriers that prevent the polar vortex from staying up at the North Pole where it belongs, and
And
going all the way down south
well,
to
the problem.
yeah.
Well, the problem is so far we've only found a way to create a positive feedback loop where we just keep feeding shit into the system, and the system gets worse and worse and worse as a result.
Yeah, magnifying the effect and echoing it and feeding it
Yeah.
back onto us. It's daunting, but there's
Unless we could create some kind of negative feedback loop or figure out a way to create a means of creating a negative energy that sort of sustains a sort of flow, a sort of ebb and flow.
well, at least with a concept of a CCC in this day and age, we will educate a lot of people to behave differently, and just by educating
Yeah.
a lot of people to behave differently, that can do a lot to mitigate the damages of future generations. This is why I say there needs to be 3 drafts to the females into the universal police force to maintain the peace, drafts of the males into a military, so you don't get the so-called professionalism that enables the military to do what it does in every negative way imaginable. And of
And
course,
in turn, we
yeah.
could probably get more female scientists, because I think that's where the spark of life
Will
or
be.
the spark of innovation is going to come from. That's going to save life.
I agree. I agree.
It
I
ain't
agree.
coming from males.
No, all the men all the men tend to develop our weapons and bullshit, and no, it has not helped. They've really given up on them in so many ways. The third draft, of course, would be for those who don't want to serve in either armed force. Either the police or military would go into an unarmed conservation corps. This new conservation corps will be the kind of service that people need to be in, and they could also do things like deliver meals to the elderly, etc. We could expand that so much from its original climatological purpose into so much else as a service-oriented service of humanity to help people, of course, in times when they need medical assistance, the distribution of vaccines, etc. We could go on and on about it, but certainly this is where we're ultimately going to head in terms of a social revolution. This is the kind of social revolution that needs to be as massive as what happened in China. And that's the only hope we have for America to reclaim itself in the eyes of the world at this point. And of course, Jameson realizes, along with myself, that he and I are trapped here, and we're going to just do our best to make the most of it. And
survive as long as possible.
And improve the society around us so we can do that, because obviously we're not going to survive by farming or by hunting. Jameson and I are not into that. So
No. If I'm the last man left, I'm as good as dead. I mean, granted, I'll have apotheosis after I die, but I'm sure that death will not be something I'll be too happy about.
Understood. Well,
It's bound to be painful.
Yeah, our man.
And maddening.
Yeah, George Knight is with us. He says, just came on, Douglas. Love you dearly, George Knight. So glad you're here. I'm going to try and finish up what I'm saying tonight. If I have some time, maybe I'll bring you on. Let's see how much I can get through. Troy Bellamy says, love what you're doing. Would like to hear what you have to say about the murder of MLK Jr. and who was behind it and why. Well, you know, the certainly the man who pulled the trigger himself talked to Martin Luther King Jr.'s son and said that there were other forces behind him, a larger conspiracy. And that was, what was his name again? James Earl Ray. James Earl Ray said that, and the son accepted what he said. And in terms of, I think probably I'm one of the least qualified people to speak on that, to tell you the truth.
The consensus is generally that James Earl Ray was a patsy.
Right.
For CIA.
Right. I mean, but, you know, not that I'm denying the CIA was involved, but what it's, yeah, I mean, the FBI seemed to be real hot on Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, it could have been either or,
Right.
you know, either alphabet agency. I mean, it could have been, we just know it's something within the government's alphabet.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Is I would dare say, you know, if I had to speculate, I would tend to veer towards the FBI, and the CIA might have been involved as well. It's, you know, I don't know.
They seem more interested in the whole foreign affairs thing with the fucking I don't know, Cubans and all that other shit. So I don't know.
Not with MLK, would you think? Oh, you mean the CIA would be more interested in the Cuban thing? Yes, I understand what you're saying now. It took me a minute to grasp that. Yes, it's early in the morning, which means it's late in our day for Jameson and I. So let me take us through. But one thing I'll say to Troy Bellamy, I can speak to a great degree about some of the machinations, the machinations that went on during MLK's life. I'm not really the person who's equipped to speak about his death or the conspiracy behind it, other than to, like James and I would both agree, that there obviously was one. That's all we could say with any degree of certainty. As to the exact nuances of it, I think it's best we deal with the repercussions of the damage that resulted therefrom. And then maybe someday we'll be able to trace more of a trail as to motivations by the various parties that were involved. Now, I'll try and finish up tonight with the theme that we're dealing with, which is the plagues and how comparative plague politics, so to speak. Love you dearly, Jameson. Thank you so much for holding the stage while I was refreshing myself. And I'll take over from here for now. Okay, so
Gotcha.
Good morning to everyone. Before you go, of course.
Captain Cringe says, "Good morning, America."
Wonderful. I like that.
And everywhere else.
Yes, that's delightful. So, in terms of the Black Death that the Mongols unleashed and how it came back to burn them alive, 1,000 years after the crisis of the 3rd century of the Justinian plague, which is something people can look up to find out all about it. Another plague brought down the largest among several enormous empires, those of the Mongols. And the Mongol armies themselves acted as unto a plague, a germ that came from nowhere and left nations devastated. The worst pandemic in all recorded human history, until the later American Army and Navy influenza, that is, of World War I, was the Black Death of the 14th century, which killed somewhere in the region of 200 million people. The same number as the American Army and Navy influenza of World War I, which ended World War I, but far worse, making the Black Death far worse, in proportion to the baseline population, which was much smaller at the time of the Black Death. So when the Black Death took 200 million people, it killed half the people on Earth. Whereas the American Army and Navy influenza, weaponized as it was, took out maybe, a quarter of the world's population. So yes, the Black Death remains the worst. The adversaries, well, let's just put it this way. When you combine the Black Death with 200 million people taken by that, and then a comparable number which perished in the 13th century as a consequence of direct Mongol raids and their blitzkrieg tactics imposed upon the world, inflicted upon the world, then really, as I said before, the Mongols killed more than half the world's population, something like 2/3 of the world's population, 75%. There is nothing comparable in the human experience to the Mongol eruption out of Central Asia and its imposition upon humanity that resulted in the death of the majority of people on Earth. So everybody can give up their Axis fantasies about how evil Nazis and the Japanese Empire are. Yeah, Jameson Reese says that is fucking metal, and it most certainly is. Now, the adversaries of the Mongols were usually, perhaps even understandably, in complete denial. The way many political leaders have been in the face of the novel coronavirus. And nowhere was this mass denial more apparent than in the Mongol assault on Europe in 1241, an offensive planned by the Mongol general Subutai, perhaps among the greatest military strategists in history. The man known to the Mongols as the greatest mastermind of all time, by their definition. Europe had plenty of notice before it was beset by the army of nomads from the east, but spent much of its time celebrating news of Mongol victories. That's because the triumphs of the Mongols were achieved over Muslim kings at a time when Christendom was engaged in crusades for the control of the Holy Land. Europeans convinced themselves that this new scourge of the Muslims was a Christian king named Prester Johannes, or Prester John. The legend of Prester John, whose true kingdom was in Black Africa, had its origin in the conversion of some Asian Indians on the Malabar coast in Christianity's early days, supposedly by St. Thomas of Syria. After Roman Catholicism lost touch with Eastern churches, the memory of this community was transformed into the idea of a rich Christian land ruled by a great priest-king. In actual fact, as per the Mongols, the Mongol Empire's founder, Genghis Khan, and his sons worshipped the sky god, Tengri. In the mid-1230s, the imam of the Nizari Ismaili sect, commonly called Aga Khanis in India today, wrote a letter to the kings of England and France that was both a warning and a plea for partnership. Europe knew him as the Old Man of the Mountain and called his followers assassins, from the term hashishin, or the hashish eaters, in the belief that they ingested hashish before carrying out murderous assignments. Of course, this was the inspiration for Assassin's Creed, based on the real history of this actual organization, which was quite real. The letter making it clear that the Mongols were not Christians, that they would soon threaten Europe, and that they slaughtered civilians on a scale the world had never seen. Peter de Roches, Bishop of Winchester, responded dismissively, "Let us leave these he said, let us leave these dogs to devour one another. And we, when we proceed against the enemies of Christ who remain, will slay them in turn and cleanse the earth. The Mongols, for their part, assailed Europe on 5 fronts, converging into 2. On the 9th of April, in 1241, one faction defeated a Polish army supported by Knights of the Teutonic Order. These were the panzer divisions of the medieval world, the heavy armor, on war cavalry, the heaviest horses available, the most massive men available, armored, all in plate, and nowhere near as mobile as the highly flexible armies of the Mongols, who literally ran circles around them. Within 48 hours, 2 days later, on receiving the news of that victory, a larger force of Mongols attacked the army of Bela IV of Hungary. By the end of the Battle of Moháj, as it be known, the Mongols had killed 200,000 of Europe's armored knights. The best soldiers to that point in history in the world. The men who had trained from childhood to bear that armor, as pages whom even their fathers dared not raise, for fear that they could, as fathers, never be that cruel to their sons, sent their sons out as pages to be raised by other knights who would be cruel to boys who were not their sons, as knights were to their other sons in turn, meaning these knights would trade their sons with each other so that each would be as harsh to the other's son as possible, knowing it was not their own son that they beat, that they starved, that they rose to bear that armor, that it took a lifetime of training to adapt to. Armor that protected them in such a manner they were indeed, by conventional standards, invulnerable. 200,000 of those men would be the equivalent of 200,000 tanks in column wiped off the face of the earth today. No serious threat then remained to the Mongol goal of conquering all lands till the Great Sea, the Atlantic Ocean. Before the Mongols could storm Vienna, however, the city in which my biological father Adolf Hitler was to be born, news arrived that the great Khan, Ögedei, son and successor of Genghis Khan, had died. In keeping with tradition, the soldiers struck camp and headed back to their homeland to choose a new leader. One of the great contrafactuals, the what-ifs of history, is the question of how different our world would look had Ögedei Khan not happened to die the moment that he had. Imagine Europe with all its armored columns wiped from the face of the earth by an enemy with an endless supply of drones, launching missiles of depleted uranium to sunder their armor into dust. And then the man controlling the controls falls dead at the joystick. And that's what happened to save the West. Perhaps the Christian God responded to their prayers in the end. The Mongol invasion of Europe produced fake news, unwarranted celebration, and widespread denial, and the same has been the case during the current pandemic. The worst of these errors is denial, especially in the mass. The virus has done the hard work of spreading through a draconian lockdown and a blazing summer. Its path now seems as clear as that of the Mongols after the Battle of Moháj. Of course, we can hope for a cure or vaccine to be doled out in time. before the variants come in to take us down. But to assume one or both of these will be forthcoming is itself a form of mass denial. We should never depend on Ögedei Khan dying for us. In 1331, Mongol Khans ruled most of Asia and large swaths of Europe and the Middle East. Exempli Greciae, the Yuan dynasty founded by Genghis Khan's grandson, Kublai Khan, conquered all of China, Korea, and Mongolia itself. Meanwhile, the Golden Horde ruled Russia, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, from whence the word Caucasian be derived, the mountains therefrom, northern Kazakhstan, and Moldova, forever creating the cultural difference between the Romanians of Bessarabia beyond the Dniester and Romania itself. The Ilkhanate dominated parts of Turkey, Turkmenistan, Iran, Pakistan, Iraq, Armenia, and Afghanistan. Finally, Chagatai Khanate, founded by Genghis Khan's son, Chagatai, ruled Uzbekistan, southern Kazakhstan, and western Tajikistan. The Mongol empires founded by Genghis Khan's son and grandsons were the first to control all of Central Asia. Importantly, the Mongol empires formed the first direct link between China, Europe, and the Middle East. So, the Black Plague destroyed the Mongol empires. When a century later, the Mongol empires were gone, within but 100 years swept away by the Black Death they themselves deployed as a weapon to expand as far and wide as they had. The scholars presume the Black Death, the bubonic or Black Plague, began in China's Hebei province in 1331. It is estimated by all epidemiologists that the Black Death killed 90% of Hebei's population of 5 million people. Dramatically, China's population fell from 120 million people in the year 1200 to 65 million in 1393, cut effectively in half. Their population, originally of 120 million, would be equal to the population of the 7,000 isles of the Japanese Empire today. That was cut in half for all of mainland China, leaving it effectively depopulated. Open for grabs. You could build your own kingdom in an empty land. During that period, the Yuan dynasty collapsed. The Mongols gone, paving the way for the ethnic Chinese Ming dynasty. From China, Black Death spread across the Mongol empires over the Silk Road to Europe and the Middle East. In particular, a Mongol army transmitted the Black Death to Europe by flinging the corpses of Black Plague victims over the walls of Kaffa, the Genoese trading outpost in the Crimea, during a siege that was to destroy the old world and make way for a new. From there, Genoese ships took the fleas, not the rats, that carried the Black Plague to Europe. The scholars estimate the Black Death itself killed up to 200 million people in Europe alone, 60% of Europe's population. The Black Plague, or the Great Mortality, as it was more precisely referenced, caused the fall of the Mongol Empire itself and of European states, including the First Reich of the Most Holy Roman Empire, the First German Empire, that Reich that knighted Dracula. One result of the Black Death was the end of the Mongols themselves as a great power astride the earth. The most murderous war machine humanity has ever produced. As for the Black Plague weaponized by they itself, the Black Plague saved Europe and Egypt from the Mongols by weakening the Mongol military machine that had deployed it and rendering it incapable of further conquest. Pointedly, all Mongol conquests ended after the Black Plague blew back in a backfire that took out those that had hurled it over the walls of Europa. In a little over a century, the Black Death destroyed Mongol power and created divisions between China and Europe that lasted until the 20th century. Notably, there was no good land connection between China and Europe until the Russians built the Trans-Siberian Railroad in the 19th and 20th centuries. An interesting side effect of the Black Death was the basis of trade between Europe and Asia shifting from the land onto the water. By the 17th century, the principal trade routes between Europe and Asia were the water routes controlled by the European maritime empires: Portugal, Spain, the Dutch, and the British. Thus, the Black Death reordered the world's entire economy and redirected it towards Europa. Which brings us to the phenomena of death and labor, the plague reshaping European economies. Because, moreover, the horrors of the Black Death were followed by some positive changes. It turns out that the sudden deaths of millions of people restructured social relationships. The transformations caused by the Black Death might have brought an end to feudalism, the social system of Europe at that time. Fewer people meant fewer peasants to work the fields of feudal lords. This gave more power to the workers who hadn't died. Soon, workers in cities and in rural areas started to demand higher wages. Wages in England, for example, rose as much as 40% between 1340 and 1360. It's a period of what? 20 years? And 40% wage increase? Wouldn't you like that raise? The result was a higher standard of living and longer life expectancies for all Europeans who survived the plague. We can only pray COVID-19 brings that for all of us with a raise in minimum wage. The rise in wages at the time of Dracula created a middle class in Europe. And with fewer workers in the fields, people were forced to get creative. Rather than rely on peasant labor, landowners started to raise more livestock. This required less labor than growing wheat. It also inspired technological innovations in farming. New plows and labor-saving devices forever changed European agriculture and encouraged other innovations. The rise of a middle class, especially in Northwest Europe, helped to revive the economy and reestablish trade networks. With higher wages, more workers could afford goods that had previously been considered luxuries. Slowly, European economies recovered, but the cultural and social changes were there to stay. The plague's changes also likely helped to start the Renaissance in Europe, the Great Rebirth. So, this is all context for where we're at today. The last look at the live stream. Within our final hour, our closing hour for today, China is assembling an increasingly offensive military and expanding its regional footprint. And Admiral Philip Davidson, the head of the United States Indo-Pacific Command, as a top American commander, is warning Congress that China's military bulk-up makes it look as if the empire is interested in aggression. However, Beijing has said the development is for defense and security purposes. Beijing has long been trying to replace the American military presence in the area as part of its ambition to gain more influence. The Communist Chinese Empire's posturing with Western nations is not going unnoticed by travelers who are becoming increasingly reticent to visit China at all, for fear of detention if tensions are ever to suddenly explode. The Chinese have proven themselves under communism to be completely capricious with other people's lives. And by other people, I'm not talking about other Chinese people. I'm talking about anybody who's in China and happens to be nearby and up for grabs, literally up for grabs, to be placed in detention as a pawn in hostage negotiation which could last the rest of their lives, as it's proven to be the case so far with the Canadians in particular, who find themselves trapped in China. But the Quad is taking on the People's Liberation Army, and Beijing's military is outmatched. The leaders of Australia, the Japanese Empire, India, and the United States will meet on Friday in a virtual summit of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, otherwise known as the Quad, the informal forum largely directed at possible Chi-Com or Chinese Communist threats. Recent congressional testimony by the American Admiral Philip Davidson has drawn attention ahead of these meetings, particularly in India, which remains understandably nervous about conflict with Beijing. Davidson has testified that the PLA, the People's Liberation Army of Communist China, has not withdrawn from several positions in the disputed Ladakh region, the site of the Sino-Indian conflict, where soldiers have died on both sides despite recent agreements. But portrayals of the Communist Chinese Empire's overwhelming force are misleading, at least if you're in Washington rather than New Delhi, the capital of Asian India, which is genuinely outmatched. Even using outside estimates of Red China's military budget, its spending, which is roughly 200 billion United States dollars, is less than a quarter, less than 25% of the annual American defense budget of around 934 billion US dollars. Even as the United States takes Beijing's increasingly aggressive stance seriously, that reality shouldn't be forgotten. What makes the PLA, the Chinese Communist Army, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the People's Liberation Army, or the PLA, encompasses all branches of service. The PLA encompasses the People's Liberation Army, the PLAAF, or the People's Liberation Army Air Force, and the PLAN, or PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy. They're all subsidiary to the Army Command. And what makes this multi-dimensional army a challenge for the United States is not its size or capabilities in absolute terms, but its concentration in a relatively narrow field. Anti-ISS, or area denial, or missile and electronic technology designed to raise the costs of military intervention anywhere close to China itself. Exemplar gratiae Chinese missiles launched from bases along the coastline could make it nearly impossible for the United States to move ships through local waters. This presents a serious problem for American strategists, especially given growing communist Chinese aggression toward my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. But there is also a tendency to overestimate the PLA, because outsiders cannot see inside it. Although Communist China has updated its military technology, severe weaknesses likely remain, from corruption to poor systems maintenance. PLA propaganda and secrecy make it hard for these problems to be examined or discussed, even within China itself, and hard for outsiders to obtain the information, unlike in either the United States or my native Taiwan. As for the attempt this week by the United States Senator Tom Cotton to conjure up the specter of Chinese nuclear overmatch when questioning Davidson, it's even more absurd than the false belief in a missile gap with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Although China plans to double its current stock of around 200 warheads, that would still leave it far behind the vast American arsenal. Red China is also the only major power to maintain an explicit no first use policy for nuclear weapons. They simply don't trust their weapons they don't trust the capability of their weapon systems enough to launch a first strike. Now, the reason why they must be confronted is because of a devastating independent report proving Red China of across-the-board genocide in northwestern occupied China, what is properly Eastern Turkestan, in Chinese terms Xinjiang Uyghuriyah, the homeland of the Uyghur or Caucasoid Turkic Muslim peoples, which leaves the rest of the world with two questions. What to do? And will it make any difference? The report proves that Red China's government is deliberately trying to destroy the Uyghur ethnic group, contravening every provision of the Genocide Convention that it itself has ratified. Up to 2 million Uyghurs have already been detained in camps in the northwestern province, and former detainees have testified to indoctrination, mass gang rape-oriented sexual abuse, and forced sterilization of both sexes, along with the mass gang rape of both genders. China denies human rights abuses and claims the centers counter Islamo-religious extremism and fundamentalist terrorism. In Washington, few doubt what is going on. On its last day, the Trump administration belatedly declared a genocide, after the ex-president soft-pedaled the issue while pursuing a trade deal with Red China. President Joe Biden came to an identical conclusion while he was a candidate. Now, the American response is on him. But the world has struggled before to mobilize against genocide, even in small nations, without China's vast clout, like Bosnia or Rwanda. And in this case, there's no chance of a military response to stop the torment of the Uyghurs. And while nations could make trade with China conditional on improvements in human rights, few political leaders will hurt their own economies to make such a point. So far, there's not much stomach for a boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics in 2022, a point of leverage given the game's propaganda value to Communist China itself. David Sheffer, a former American ambassador at large for war crimes issues, said on CNN's Amanpour, yeah, she has her own show named after her. If you're old enough, you'll remember her as the she-male war slut, who was all over Sarajevo, televising therefrom, and every war she could get herself into. Well, that was yesterday, when David Sheffer pointed out that one punishment could be to label goods from Xinjiang as the product of forced labor and a genocidal nation. Targeted measures like sanctions on individual Chinese government figures are still an option, and repeated condemnation of Beijing across all levels of diplomacy could seek to shame and publicly embarrass China into changing its behavior. But such a campaign will come up against the issue common to every point of contention between Xi Jinping's totalitarian government and its adversaries, from Beijing's crackdown on pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong to espionage in the West and violations of all global trade norms. Is the Red Chinese Empire now so powerful, rich, and dedicated to an authoritarian course that it be impossible to shame and impervious to change? And that will ultimately be what brings us into war. And as I said, with no experts capable or willing to travel into China, the only way to really understand the dynamics of what goes on behind the wall would be best to rely upon myself and my advisements. Because, as I said, I don't lose if you lose, but you do. In terms of the time we have remaining, if 45 minutes, I will try and contextualize this in a manner that brings it home, because complicating all of this is the fact that we are heading towards a civil war, which brings us to a point of potentially no return, certainly no return to what we were before. We will become a new nation unrecognizable to the old, as either nationalist or communist China was to the imperial dynastic China that preceded it. America already has a cold civil war happening at home. Unthinkably large swaths of our population believe Biden stole the presidency from Donald Trump with the help of the Red Chinese, Hunter Biden's laptop, and the ghost of Hugo Chavez of Venezuela. Even church congregations are being torn apart by these divisions. That's what brings us to the battle for the Republican Party cult. Donald Trump is out of power, but he is completely in control. The cultic base is solidly behind him. History tells us whether or not the Republican Party can rein in the conspiracies. But I might save that for our Sunday transmission. Let's check in and see if our man George Knight is even available. Potentially he can give me a break like he did the last time we were on. So let me check into the messages here. I see if I got the... I guess I may have closed the message box. So I'll have to open it up once again and check into our man George Knight, who was actually reacting to some of our posts 3 hours ago. Here we are. Oh. Ask him, would you like to come on? Would you? Okay. Oh, and he said, invite me, Douglas. Oh, good. Yes. So let's do that. And what we need to do is get him called up. How do we do this? The great George Knight. Here we are. George Knight and my favorites. Oh my God. So sad to see Judith Anger's face there in the contacts. And unwilling to speak. Anyhow, oh, let me tell him that we're calling. Make certain that he knows. Calling now. And I want to thank Jameson Reese so much for bringing him on the other night. Our latest transmission prior to tonight's. It was Jameson Reese who brought him on. Very good. And that was while
Good evening, Douglas.
Yes, good evening. Yes. The transmission before tonight's, Jameson Reese brought you on while I was I was just too fucked up by sleep deficit. I was literally sick by the time we ended the program, but went to sleep right away. And woke up. Well, I think both of you sensed that. Went to sleep, but I had a sleep deficit, like I said. And you know, today will be much easier. I mean, oh my God, we made it this far after being knocked off by Skype signing me out to protect my own security. It's so sad. It's just bizarre. And you know, we're thinking it might be due to my trying to get into... It wasn't trying to get into Skype. I was trying to get into Google Chrome, and somehow that became identified with my Skype, and my Skype wound up displaying on its screen. Here, I'll show you on the share screen right here. You can see this. Bizarre ass shit. I don't know if you can see the share screen right now, but if you look at it, now my Skype is displaying my online broadcasting software symbol. So this is the OBS, the online broadcasting software symbol. This is now what Skype displays as my Skype screen. Bizarre. I mean,
Yes.
everything is hybridizing, you know, and this medal you found is incredible. You're more than welcome to share that on my page, and I hope you sent a copy to Peter Moon of that. He found a Hitler Youth medal that states Unterland, and this was probably what they were teaching, was caving to the Hitler Youth. This is what I would suspect, based on what I know, is that they were training some of the Hitler Youth in caving to ultimately be the pioneers of Unterland, to ultimately adapt to life in the lands below, which is what Unterland means, the lands below. So, you know, please tell us what other things have come up for you. You've obviously encountered a lot recently in all your researches. I still got a lot to send you. Be patient with me because, of course, I'm dealing with trying to finalize what I can with Peter Moon. And, man, he was loquacious tonight. And now let's hope you can be loquacious. Go ahead and, you know, take over. Tell us what's going on with you. I hope everyone is well.
Oh, yes, Douglas. Thank you. Thank you for having me on tonight. It's very much appreciated. And it's such an honor to be here tonight as well with you, with everyone here and listening into your channel. Yeah, I've just briefly got to say, I don't know how long I'm going to be on for. If I have to quickly, abruptly leave, I just hope you understand, because my partner is out at the moment. She could be returning anytime soon, but hopefully I've got a good hour with you. I hope so.
Good.
That'd be brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, but oh god, there's so much to talk about. There is literally so much to go over, and yeah, we could discuss on the show. And do you know what? One day we'll have a full 12, 13, 14 hours to have a discussion one day, because we could go into it for hours, couldn't we? It's just one of these things that people will learn so much as well.
Yes.
It's just, yeah, we will do that. Hopefully we can do that one day. And I know you're so overwhelmed, Douglas, and I hope you've caught up with your sleep also. It's so, I do worry about you sometimes also, and it was sad to hear you were having a sleep deficit, because it's so important to get sleep. And it's just like, with your, as you know, you need a good calorie intake also. You need sustenance, otherwise your brain won't function. And I'm the same. When I don't eat, my brain doesn't function properly.
Yes.
So it's so important.
It's
especially yourself talking for all this time, with your transmissions. You go on for hours.
Yes.
And
But
so it's so important.
you're a much bigger man than I am, so you need a lot more caloric intake than I do. Yeah, definitely you feel it a lot sooner than I do. The sleep deficit was quite unusual, and I won't overdwell on it now, but people who have been listening, yeah, they got I mean, I'm okay, I'm fine. And what I'll be doing is, after today, I'll be great. I mean, I'll just, today I will sleep normally. There's nothing unusual going on. Let's cross ourselves and knock on wood. I don't jinx myself by saying that.
Yes.
But,
Yeah,
honestly,
yes.
yeah, otherwise it was, otherwise, we look like we're heading towards a normalization of my biorhythms, which were thrown off because, of course, the Comcast was actually doing work that needed to be done, and because of that, they threw off my ability to access the internet and therefore relax after transmission, which is what I normally do. Wound up going to bed a bit earlier, waking up with feeling refreshed, and then that was the key to my writing a chapter for the book. But then that's what threw my slumber off. And then, after that, I didn't fall asleep. I was just organically buzzed. And it wasn't like most of the time that, of course, would involve partying or some work contract. This was actually the first time in ages, forever, that I felt that way just spontaneously and organically. But then it crashed. And then by the time I crashed, I didn't get enough sleep by the time of the next transmission. So by the time that, you helped me through, I would never have gotten to the end of that transmission without you, the latest one. And
much appreciated. Thank you, Douglas. Honestly, it's an honor. Thank you. I enjoy this. I enjoy coming on talking to you, and it's just brilliant. And it's all on record as well, which is fantastic.
Yes.
It's such a, it's a wonderful experience. And do you know what? I still get nervous a little bit, because the only reason is because, I look up to you so much, and so I get worried about him saying something wrong, or because of course you're my teacher in a sense, where I come to you to verify things, and I'm just worried that I'm going to make mistakes by saying something.
Don't even worry. I make mistakes all the time. I mean, oh my God! One time I was on George Norrie's Coast to Coast AM, and I can't remember whether I was partying the night before or what, but I really was just. I wouldn't say I wasn't there, but it may have been a combination of just being amped combined with I just didn't really care. But the one thing you learn when you're doing public speaking, you're always going to make mistakes, and you're going to make them repeatedly. And you'd be amazed at, the only people who catch them are obsessive, compulsive stalkers. And really, who the fuck cares? It doesn't matter. The important thing is the general message. And when I was on Coast to Coast AM, I remember he said something, and it was a British caller. It was a British caller who called in right after that. I remembered before the British caller, he was brought online. Before he was brought online, I said something about Ernst Rommel and the Africa Corps and Normandy, and I was trying to say what I usually say about that, which was, the time of Rommel's death. It was, shortly after he had been reassigned to Normandy and everything. And while I was bringing up that, I just basically got all of the dates wrong. I just got it all backwards, and just said everything completely wrong. His time, the date he left Africa, and then got into Normandy, and then the date of his death. And then when I made all those mistakes, then the British caller called in, and he said that's all wrong. It's all completely wrong. None of this.
I know, you didn't mean to. You didn't mean it like that. Like you said, the context is there. That's the most important thing. And you didn't get anything wrong. It was just a date.
Right. It was.
That's it.
It was all the dates I got wrong. But what was funny about it was I can't remember what I said, but I said something where I danced around all of it, and recontextualized everything so that he accepted it. So
yeah, that's it. That's it, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And so he just went, oh, okay, and he went with it after I just kind of like restructured the context of the sentence, and then it was but you know, just so people know this, if you ever see the scene of the movie Jaws, and you'll see the most famous scene is with the old man who's, I forget who plays him, and there's Roy Scheider who plays the younger guy, and the old guy who's in Jaws is talking about the sinking of the Indianapolis and all the sailors. They delivered the Hiroshima bomb, and and then he says they're all being eaten by the sharks in what was historically the greatest shark attack in history. And so when he relays that in the film, just so people understand this, that film was so intense, they were going to make an entire spin-off movie based off on that scene that would actually show him as a young man on the Indianapolis and be all about that drama of the greatest shark attack in history. That never got made. It should have been. But the funny thing is, in that movie, he gets the date wrong. He gets the date wrong of the sinking of the Indianapolis in the film. And nobody ever points that out, but if you point it out, if you look at it yourself, you can check the date he gives, and you can check the date of the sinking of the Indianapolis, and you can vet for yourself what I'm saying. And the funny thing is, they probably just rolled with it because that was, you know, my understanding was he was a really heavy drinker, and he could only really act when he was drunk, and that was probably the only scene they could take in which he delivered the lines well enough where it had the intensity it did, even though he got the date wrong. There was nothing they could do about it, because to get him to do it again would have ruined the scene. So there you go. And so in terms of yourself, and you were bringing up talking to the receptionist about the eugenics program, basically what I would have told her would have been, and I didn't have the wherewithal or the conscious, you know, participation when we were speaking on the last transmission, but what I would have said was that basically it's important to remember that the eugenics program that was started by the Third Reich was an attempt to eliminate suffering of many people who were born with difficulties and challenges, and that when it was found to be imposing its own difficulties and challenges and suffering by the imposition of the program, it was canceled. So that is probably...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's the best way to express it. Yeah.
No, that is... No, thank you, because I didn't even know that either. It was cancelled. I didn't realise that either, but I knew it was used to eliminate suffering. That was it, Douglas. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, and eventually it was canceled because it was just there is a suffering, of course, caused in the more immediate sense by the imposition of these programs. So yeah, the eugenics program in that sense, when it came to euthanasia, the euthanasia program in the Third Reich was ultimately canceled within a fairly short period of time. It was before the war that was canceled. And by the way, Terry Fan says, what? I have no idea what that means. But so go on, of course, with what's going on with work and otherwise. I hope everything's going smoothly and that you're enjoying. How many days a week are you working, and for how long when you're there?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Only 4 days a week now. It's only between Monday and Thursday, which is fantastic because that means I get Friday, Saturday, Sunday to spend time with the family then, which is much appreciated. It couldn't happen, like I said back in December when the little girl was born, when my baby was born. It couldn't happen at a better time. It's like it's a blessing and a curse with the pandemic, but it means I can spend more time with them and seeing them grow, and it's just spending the time with the family. So it's like a blessing and a curse. Bad situation, but it's a positive as well because I wouldn't have this time with her if it wasn't for this. So, and at the moment, I'm just doing between 5 and 11 at night. So it's just in the evening time. But then, Douglas, that's when I do my research and that's when I could do some work. So I go there because it's so quiet. I can get on with my work. Then I can carry on with my research and I carry on with the producing of the videos and just gathering all the information. I'm putting it all in writing as well. So it's just that's a positive as well. So I'm utilizing my time, productively with that. So it's just all good all round. And it's amazing. Do you know, look, it's really difficult because the position we're in, because we like to, educate people on history. The most important thing that I always have to make sure I remember is, and it's so important, like you say, with dates, and it's so, you have to remember dates, references and names. And it's like with Irving Rommel's death, I can remember I think it's on the 13th or the 14th of October 1944, because it was just after the atomic ordnance that was detonated over Courland. It was just after.
Oh yes.
And that was on the 12th of October. So it was a day or two after that detonation. That's how I remember that.
That's incredible.
And so, yeah, and that's the only, and you know, with dates, it's just yeah, of course, I don't want to mention families' names or anything, because I'm forbidden for doing that.
Understood.
It's like in April, you've got our father's birthday on the 20th of April. Yeah. Then you have the peace treaty of San Francisco that went into effect on the 28th of April. And then just the day before that is my other daughter's birthday. So I can remember it. And then it's Emperor Hirohito's birthday on the 29th. So you just got to like... I use all these to try and remember dates.
Can you write that down for me?
Yeah.
Write that down for me. Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's how because it's so important, because people just look at you, think because that's the thing, because last transmission we were talking about these, you know, with that UFO page that I'm a member of, it's got 240,000 members, and they can all see what you're putting up there. So I'm trying to post more stuff than anyone else, because nobody can make anything out to be, you know, what they're posting is all just, it's just all, I don't even know what to call it, propaganda, or it's just all misinformation.
Yes.
It's all this, you know, this whole promoting this extraterrestrial phenomenon, which there is no evidence or basis on it. There's no like baseline source of this. It's just something that's been fabricated. So, you know, and I'm there trying to present, it's got a historical context to it. It goes back to the Second World War, and with this technology that was produced. So then you get all these people bringing up all this World War II, you know, this propaganda that was all spliced to the public throughout the Office of War Information. So they're all just regurgitating propaganda. Yes. And so this is where we left off last transmission. But this is when you bring up the historical context of, they say, you know, the war ended in 1945 on the 8th of May in Europe, and then they bring up VJ Day on the 15th of August. But then you bring up, but look at the Presidential Proclamation of 2714, and it states legal ceasefire was end of hostilities, meaning a ceasefire in Europe and the Pacific ended on December 31st of 1946. Yeah. So automatically they get their dates wrong. But you bring this up, and there's nothing they can say. They stop responding then, because then they probably do a quick Google search. They go, it was end of hostilities. And I said, it's on record. You could go on YouTube and look at the president, Harry Truman. He brings that up. End of hostilities has ended noon of this date, December 31st, 1946, end of hostilities of World War II. And it's just these people, and it's like, what are they trying to... It doesn't make any sense. And that's what we spoke about last time. They'll bring up something that's totally off topic, completely something. They'll bring up things like tanks. They bring up things that are
yes.
They'll just bring up something just totally profound, just off the record, just something, you know, just to try and make something piece together, which doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
But then you bring up dates. There's no argument with it. They can't.
By the way,
dispute.
The term for that is reaching. They start reaching. That's the term.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and that's what I mean, Douglas. That's why I'm glad you're here, because you can help me. You can lift me through these things, you know, because my speech isn't the best, and my, you know, articulation and alliteration is not the best speaking, but I will get better with the speaking. I'm great at writing things down, making sure I spell things properly, but it's just talking on, you know, and it's nerves and everything that plays a part of it. This is why I'm so glad you're here.
Well, you'll get much more used to it. And believe me, you know, honestly, just roll with it and don't allow yourself to even dwell on the mistakes you will inevitably make. It doesn't even matter. The message is what matters. And like you said, you're already good at maintaining the dates in your mind. You've got them so ordered in such a way that it's literally, you've got your mnemonic system down and developing. And that's, you know, that's a lot more than what I've got at this point in my life, where I've spent so much time burning the memories out of my mind that I forget quite a bit. By the way, were you able to listen to what I said about Britain and the British Empire with the transmission prior to tonight's, the latest transmission prior to tonight's?
Oh, Doug, no, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, because I went back to listen to it whilst I was at work Monday evening. That very evening in the UK, I went back to listen to it. And you beg your pardon, I'm trying to remember now, but I remember listening to it Monday evening, and did it have something to do with
what
was it to
they
do with
talked about
the British colony?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was talking about Adolf Hitler's attempts at offering peace that were always refused by the West, and as well as Winston Churchill essentially starting the war based on his sense of colonial imperialism and white supremacist destiny, and how he lost the empire, even though he promised an empire that would last 1,000 years. It was Winston Churchill.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then of course I brought up the fact that the how many of the toys that we played with on both sides of the Atlantic that were produced by British companies, such as the Airfix toys of the British 8th Army in North Africa, that they represented only white British soldiers. And this whitewashing has just indoctrinated all Britons and Americans to think that the British fought the war alone. And what a myth that was, that it was the British Empire that fought the war, the overwhelming majority of which was colored and Asian Indian and black African, and how the 8th Army was basically only 25% of it was white and British, in the sense that,
Absolutely.
yeah, and that you know, how different would it have been if this diversity had been reflected in our toy sets that we grew up with, that I was portraying that Jonathan Warrington and yourself, or at least your friends, must have been playing with while growing up. So there we have that. And
absolutely, very true, Douglas. That is so correct. And I can, you know, I can proliferate remember that. I can consciously remember all that as well. Every action figure was white. That's true. Yeah. And yet you're absolutely right. It was only a small percentage of the British, you know, population that were actually white, but the majority of it was the Empire that fought in the war. And yet everything is so. And that's the thing I wanted to bring up, and I forgot to mention it last transmission. Is if you listen to anyone speak about how Britain won the war, what they say is this is what they allude to every single time. Like that Piers Morgan, who's just walked out of Good Morning Television after his remarks about Meghan Markle. He has stated in the past, on record many times, he goes, the British won the Second World War. And we knew we won the war because if we didn't win the war, we would be speaking German. And you just got to laugh at that. And this is what they all say. They say we won the war because otherwise we'd be speaking German. But you go to Germany, and we suppose we won that war. They don't speak English. You go to Japan. You look for an English-speaking Japanese person. They're all speaking Japanese.
Well, so, yeah, I'll go further. You can bring this up further to people. You can point out the fact that when the immediate post-war period, when the Allies overran the surface of Germany, and one of the things I brought up in the transmission prior to tonight's, the one that you had listened to, you might remember, I pointed out the fact that the reason so many Ukrainian immigrants were brought with the National Socialists into Unterland was because it was the Ukraine was the original Kievan Rus, and these were the descendants of the river Vikings from the north, and also the Aryans from the south. And I spoke about how Buddha was an Aryan of Caucasian, that he was white. You might have heard all that in the beginning when I was speaking about Buddha. I don't know. Did you catch that part? Or?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Douglas. No, I have. And I have in the past as well heard you say that, actually, as well. I do remember.
Yes,
thank you.
So the point that I was making was they converged with the Aryans invading India from out of the Ukraine. And so you had this Aryan Viking composition in Ukraine. And that was the original Kievan Rus. It was only the conquest of the Mongols that transferred the power into the Slavic hands out of Moscow, and created that Russia as people understand it today, which has always looked at Ukraine as essentially an enemy in so many ways, or condescendingly, etc. So when I was pointing that out, one of the extension points from there, when we were talking about, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought with that, but we've covered the fact that you listened to the entire episode, which is impressive, and no doubt you can work with that. But in terms of the British Empire, and oh yes, this is what you can tell people, is that when the British took over the that part of the surface world of what in Unterland they referred to as Hochdeutschland, or High Germany, meaning Germany of the surface world, when the British overran that part along with the Americans, and they just began to divide the zones of occupation, the British zone of occupation was what the British very condescendingly treated like it was a newly acquired colony, and that didn't work for them. They were trying to treat the Germans as if they were like a colonial subject peoples, And within a very short period of time, all of the occupation zones were united into what became West Germany. And what English that the Germans do speak, when they speak English for the sake of interacting with the NATO coordinated operations, or they're working with business, they speak American English. They're not speaking British English. So the idea that the British saying, oh, yes, well, you know, we won the war with Germany because, you know, we'd be speaking German otherwise. You could point out the fact, well, the English they speak isn't even the king's English. It's the fucking president's English instead. Almost as a further affront to the British.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. No, that's so true, Douglas. And yeah, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that at all.
They just don't consciously acknowledge it for whatever reason.
No,
I don't understand. It's just, again, British denial. It's this sense of denial that, but nevertheless, you know, Britain is committing itself to what will have to be war in order to survive in the position it's thrown itself into. As I said, they just don't have enough of an economy from the combined Commonwealth nations to even begin to make up for what they had with Europe. So all they can pray for. But anyhow, the important thing is what's going on with you personally and how you're working. I take it your wife is still on maternity leave, right?
Yes, that's correct, Douglas. Yeah, she is on maternity leave, and she returns back to duties, you know, in October time. So she has got a while. She has done her her COVID vaccine training, so she has accomplished that. She's completed it, and so she is qualified to immunize people. So she can administer. She has done that, and so she isn't told to do a certain amount of hours in her maternity without affecting pay. So she will return to do that. So which is really good, and it's they're offering good money as well for people to volunteer to do that, because they're just trying to roll out as quickly as possible, which is very necessary to do. Yes, because they got this exit plan. I'm sure it's called exit out of lockdown plan. Yeah. I forgot what the term Boris called it. It's something like he's got this plan.
It's some play on the term Brexit, I'm sure.
Yeah, something like that. They call everything exit, or like everything like that at the moment. So yeah, he's got this plan to get out of lockdown and to out this pandemic. And so and that's essentially what's happening. So and I'm continuing to work. I don't know how long I'll be in my job for, because it's not intuitive and reliable for when you've got a family life. So I might have to change careers, but I'll let you know as soon as I do, Douglas. I have applied for a few other jobs, so I will see what happens. See what happens down the road. But at the moment, it's just all trying to hold together and just try and keep everyone safe and happy. That's the main thing.
But yeah, no, I mean, I certainly I'm certainly glad that you're how would I say it, just keeping ahead of things and making certain that you're checking other avenues of potential employment. It's always wise, but honestly, I can't imagine any more certain work in the world than a bartender. I mean, everybody's trying to drink to forget their troubles. I mean, why? You're very right. Why would that ever be considered unstable? Or I mean,
it's just, I beg your pardon, sorry, Douglas. I think it's just the hours, social hours, being, out at home late at night and stuff. Those sort of reasons, really. But you're absolutely right. People, and this country loves to drink. That's what everyone talks about. They don't. The only thing they're worried about is not going to the pub and drinking. That's all you see online. It's them moaning. They can't go into a bar and order a drink with their friends. That's all they want. That's why they want to come out of this lockdown. That's the only reson why. They want to have a pub garden. They want to have a bit of sunshine. So that's just what they're living for.
That's so sad. I'm gonna cry. Oh my God. Oh, life is empty. Oh my God.
That's right, Douglas.
Oh my God. So I get what you're saying. Then it's at night. But forgive my ignorance on this. You're what you mean to say is that it's in the pub you're working in, because let people understand this. My understanding is, from what I know of Britain, the pubs close down generally very early, but you're in one of the few international pubs that's in a hotel that caters to international clientele, so it's open all hours. But most of the time, pubs are like, they close it like in what we would consider a ridiculously early hour in America. Like I don't know exactly when, but 10 p.m. or midnight or something like that.
10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m. Douglas.
Oh my
and yeah,
God.
some 11, some 12. The most is 1 o'clock.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's
When
awful.
you're starting.
It's fine. You say it's fine. Okay. Oh my God. But all I remember is British people trying to get drunk as possible before closing down time, and it was just so sad. They were just throwing down beers, just as many as they could before. It's just awful. Oh my God.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Yeah, it's a nightmare. And that's the thing, Douglas. I'll be serving people every time I do a function. I'll be serving people up until literally about 10 to 12. They're sober. Then all of a sudden, in 10 minutes, because you've got to close down, you call last orders at 12, and then they've got a 20-minute drink up time. They're pissed as anything. Their whole behaviour changes within that short space of time, literally. And they can't like this, and they can't talk, and they're like, oh, have that, oh, have whatever you got. Oh God, I'll just say whatever, and that's what they're like.
Oh my God.
And they'll be sober all night. They'll be sober for like 6 hours, and then all of a sudden they're just pissed at the end of the night, completely, absolutely off their face.
Oh my God.
That's so true.
Oh, awful. So it's just it's amazing. You must be very strong to be able to withstand that. It's got to be hard. That's just got to be hard on the mind to just see that. And oh my God.
Yes, Douglas. It's just a trait and a skill I had to learn to develop and adapt to just in that environment. I've been doing it for 16 years now. So you just kind of like, take everything, you don't take anything personally or offensive, and you just sort of like, you can play them back. You can, if they're trying to be, cocky or whatever, you just do it back to them, but you do it in a subtle way where they don't even realize you're making fun of them.
Right.
You can just do anything. Yeah. It's just ways you just learn to adapt to it. Yeah, and that's literally it. And it was brilliant. I remember going back a couple of years ago listening when Daniel Roller was on the show, and he said about bartenders have got the best hearing in the world because you have to hear over music. And I was like, that is true actually, because you do have to be very very clear with your you have to be able to hear everything that people are saying. And I thought that was a good point that he made. I think because he said something about he used to do it or something, work in a nightclub.
Oh, of course.
Or something. Yeah,
and he was probably amazed. Yeah, he was probably amazed the bartenders could hear him while he was. And you know what he did in the nightclub, by the way, just for people who don't know. Daniel Rollo was fucking ladies on stage. It was like part of stage sex. He was literally doing stage sex. And at times he would invite women up at the various clubs he was working at to get on stage with him and make them part of the show. I mean, imagine getting paid to do that. But of course, it takes a very special kind of personality to be able to maintain an erection in public with a bunch of people staring at you and perform. And of course, some people could probably never do it without a large influx of drugs to kind of distance their mind from that kind of pressure. But that's Daniel Arola was that's the kind of and he was homeless, by the way. He did this while he was homeless. He was between that and sleeping in a warehouse or something. He can best describe the story and what was going on with that. It's just but our man George Knight here, because you have been a bodybuilder, you must get women who are making passes at you when they've had a few drinks in them. And even, I'm sure you've had your share of men trying to put the make on you as a bartender. How do you handle this when you get either woman or men who are basically starting to get hot with you or pressuring you for some kind of attention? How do you handle this?
Oh yes, Doug. Yeah, that's so funny because it's just all true. That is just so true. Do you know what? When I was younger, when I first started out, because I was slimmer and I was considered what most people would, deride as like a pretty boy, Then when I got bigger, then I sort of became more masculine and I started to portray that more of a more manly rather than a feminine because they used to love that. And gay guys used to hit on me all the time. I used to have, whenever I go out drinking myself, I would have men hit on me more than women.
Yeah.
And and they were always in couples. They were always a couple, but they were looking for someone else.
Right.
It was just really, it was just really, you know. But then sometimes I'll have my friends, or sometimes my cousin will come out and she would say, he's not that way inclined. He's not into that. And they're like, look at him. Of course he is. So just look at him, because I was scrawny. I was a little skinny thing with, like, you know, I used to have highlights on my hair, blonde, you know, and they used to just assume I was, and it had nothing to do with that.
Right. No, got
but
it.
that was, and then and I remember when I started putting on, you know, when I started hitting the gym, I've been doing it for about 8 years now. So when I started piling it on, you know, the weight and the muscle, when that started to develop, I then noticed, then you get more attention, but you get more guys asking, how'd you do it? And asking me for advice, because they wanted to be like that. They wanted to aspire and to, you know, they wanted what I was getting. Right. But then, you would get women to do it. But I think women are a little bit more, they will, especially when they're drunk, they do it more. But when, you know, I noticed that, especially working, you would get, like, they'll keep on eyeing you up, and then later on in the night, then they'll ask you if you're single and that. And so sometimes I'll be like, well, sorry. I have got a girlfriend at that time, you know, and then you just do. But I'm always really polite with it. I'm just so polite and in my response, and I'll say I'm very flattered, but I'm no thank you. But and that's the only way to deal with it. But do you know what, Douglas? It brings back memories of when I first started working in the hotel. Yeah. When I first started working there doing the wedding functions, I remember there's one particular wedding where this girl was with her partner. And by the end of the night, she grabbed me down the corridor and she gave me a kiss, and she gave me a kiss right in front of him. And he just gave me the most evil look ever. And I was only 18 at that time. And it was like, I felt so bad. But I didn't do anything. She grabbed my face and she gave me a big kiss right in front of him. And I thought, oh my God, you know, maybe she was just out to wind him up. But I had no idea. But these memories just come back to me when I think about that. And it's just, I can mention a million other experiences. Right. And I could mention a million things, but you're absolutely right. And especially with the guy thing as well, I do get hit on by guys, not much anymore, not in the last few years, but especially when I used to go out clubbing and go into the bars, then they would come on, more so men. I think men got more of a front than women do. Women tend to hold back a lot more.
That's right.
But I noticed, but with guys, and my brother always used to just say, well, that's how you know you're attractive, because you can attract both sexes.
Right.
That's just how you know it. Yeah. So I always took that as a positive.
It is, and it and of course, as you said, the more you got the muscle mass, then you get the straight men who are asking, how did you get that? Of course, you know, it would involve more discipline than most of these men are willing to commit. That's the problem.
That's the point. Yes, absolutely. That's what I tell him. I said, you have to be able to, and then I said to him, it's not a thing that you could just get like that. You literally have to dedicate and commit yourself to it. You have to love it. If you don't love it, what's the point? Because you can't go 80% or 90%. You have to go a full 100% all the way. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere. Yeah. You're not going to get anywhere, because it's the phrase that you used before.